The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Group C was a cracker, wasn't it? And finally we saw last night that Beveren, dramatic circumstances in the Group C final, they got through to Championship Week. Now it's time for Group D. Well, I'm really excited to see the Scots fourth shift finally get their chance at the ECL, but there's four other teams that have their sights on that spot as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket League 2023 and it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Good morning to you, buenos dias, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Well, after the craziness of the Group C final last night, it's back to business, and Group D, 5 teams that do mean business here. We have 10 group matches, then finals day on Saturday. Ultimately, we'll find another team that makes it through to Championship Week, which is just about a week and a half away at the moment. So pretty exciting clash first up. We've got Dreux, the French champions. They're taking on the Helsinki Titans from Finland in Game 1 of Group D. Let's see what happens at the toss. Rob Kemming has the two captains.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is tails. You're gonna ball first. Good.
The news from the toss, Mohamed Nisar of the French champions Dreux, he's won the toss. He's elected to field, so they want to chase. Well, they are famous for one particular chase, Dreux. Last year, they took apart the English champions, Tunbridge Wells, 88 off 3.1 overs. They are dynamic. Expect to see Hamza Nisar and Ahmed Nabi at the top of the order. Look, they are a little bit loco. I've got to be honest, Dreux, they are one of the most attacking lineups we've ever seen on ECN. It's always great to see them. So they're kind of high risk, high return, I suppose, but they do want to field first, kind of know what they need to chase. Helsinki Titans, though, I think they've got a pretty decent team as well. They went out in dramatic fashion in a golden ball last year, but they've got Gulam Abbas Butt at the top of the order, so expect to see him pretty shortly. If he gets going, they could get a really competitive score on the board. For me, anyone's game here in Group D, match 1. Let's talk about the conditions today. A bit more cloud cover, actually, than we had earlier in the week, but still it's pretty nice for cricket, I think. Currently it's about 18 degrees. We're expecting a maximum of about 21. Well, it's going to be a very exciting day, I'll tell you that much. And here's a man, well, I know he's excited to be here because Rico, he's off in Group D. Andrew Ryan is joining us as our special commentator to cover Rico. And Rhino, great to have you back. I can tell you the news from the toss is Dreux. They've won the toss. They're going to field in match 1 of Group D. Let's get this party started. It's over to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Mr. Maximo Sandu there with the introduction for the day. And just in advance of this first game between Dreux and the Helsinki Titans representing Finland. It is Andrew Ryan here with you to take you through the opening stages of this contest. Should be a cracking start here to Group D. We've seen some fantastic flashes over the first week and a half of the European Cricket League 2023, and there is Team Dreux looking resplendent. Outfits for today, single full gone, the gorgeous powder blue and banana yellow of the 2022 edition. And they have got quite a battle on their hands coming up against the Helsinki Titans. Dreux probably coming in as favourites, and talk to good judges around Cartama Oval this week. Probably expected to fight it out with the team Forfarshire, who are representing Scotland. We'll see them later on today. Should be a good crowd in attendance for Forfarshire games as we see the robot. He has finally arrived, and I suspect that will not be the last time we see him trotting around Cartama Oval today. So having a look at those teams, and my word, those two names at the top for Dreux, Niaz and Nabi. Can't wait to see some fireworks from them later on today. But they have got a good bowling attack too. Tavish Bharti, he was pretty effective with his quickish left-arm orthodox back in 2022. Very, very competent player. 12 wickets back in the 2022 event. So fairly handy with the bat as well. Just the bat versus ball war. Well, the expected score is suggesting that we're going to have a golden ball for first game of Group D. Wouldn't that be some way to get things started? Pressure all on. These Helsinki Titans batters trying to put a target on the board, which will challenge this firework-laden Dreux outfit. Umpire's just looking around, making sure everything is ready to go here for Game 1 of Group D. Bring it on, Dreux versus Helsinki Titans. The Titans facing up. Ball outside off stump. Doesn't get it completely off the middle of the bat. Going to push back for 2. He's an incredibly important man in his batting lineup. Into the crease by Qureshi, another player who featured fairly heavily for them in last year's tournament. Really good with the ball as well. Loves to hit straight. Sure, we'll see him try to launch a few in these opening stages, particularly with the field up. Only 2 fielders allowed out in the power play. You see he gets the outside edge through the slip fielder's hands, and it races away for the first boundary of this Helsinki Titans innings. Could have been a game changer very early on. Ball a little bit wide of off stump, not quite there to drive. Slip fielder Hamza got 2 hands to it. Couldn't complete the catch, and the hearts would have been in the mouths of the Helsinki faithful. Star bat on his butt. I'd like to see him back in the pavilion so early in this game. Good line from Yassine so far, though. Certainly not allowing Butt to use his undoubted strength over long on and mid-wicket. Use the edge, so Skipper will be happy with the plan. Got fielder down here at deep third man on the boundary, and another one at long off. Fairly certain this is going to continue to be an off-stump line. Slip fielder's still there. Full ball popped up, and that's a regulation catch. Well, they may not have had him off ball number 2, but it only takes 1 further. It's a neat catch taken by that man, Tavish Bharti. And a butt goes. Helsinki Titans 6 for 1 after 3 balls in over 1. Certainly be very pleased with that opening scalp. The Dreux bowling attack. Yassine keeping that line just outside of off stump, but trying to whip it onto the leg side. Just gets a leading edge. Maybe just a tail of outswing. And that's a very, very helpful wicket for the French superstars. The gun opening batsman from the Helsinki Titans. He walks back to the pavilion. 6 off 3. Certainly Helsinki will be looking for more from him as this tournament goes on, but it's such a cutthroat format now. Single game tournament structures for each group. They only get to play each other once before we get into finals day, and you can see been a couple of strong teams who have been eliminated before finals day. The boys from Alton, Switzerland were sitting pretty at one stage. Group C ended up missing out. You see him charging in, slightly short of a length. Taken over the leg side by El Masood, who's come out in the number 3 position for Helsinki Titans. It was probably far too wide to be heaved over mid-wicket. Certainly come out there with some intention. Very disciplined start from Yassine. Full toss, taken to the leg side. That's hammered for a Maximo. 20 metres across. Hopefully that hasn't gone into where the school kids are playing. Looks like everyone's okay. Some early fielding practice for the youngsters down there on the boundary, but Bilal Masood has gotten a hold of it. One of the boys stepping out. At least he tried to make a good effort to get it. He certainly wasn't shying away, the chap in the golden outfit. Kudos to him. Well, hindered a little bit by the hill that he had to run onto. Turns the body at the last minute. Coach will be having words about that fielding. That's better. Outside off stump. Zud tries to swing it around again. No contact. So they may have lost the 1 wicket here, Helsinki Titans, but still scored 13. 1 ball to go in the over. As much as it's been a good over from Yassine, obviously not helped by that waist-high full toss. Helsinki run rate's not too bad at the moment. Nice ball again. Finishing the over, you see, goes for 13. 1 wicket off it, Helsinki Titans. 13 for 1 after the first. Feels like a good time to introduce the golden larynx of European cricket. Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandu, and Mr. Maximo, haven't we got plenty happening
What a day. What a day. What a time to be alive. Okay, here's the robot update. We got a robot. And I stress a robot because we ordered 2. A box came, there was only 1. So I want, this is a moment where I want everyone to think glass half full situation. You've already seen it. It's around the ground. It is popular. It is super popular, the ECN robot. Also have heard secondhand that it's about 90 to 190 degrees in that suit. And here's a little bit of footage of the robot. And that was a catch the robot did take. Let's just say that, that there were plenty that were not taken because the visibility pretty poor. Anyway, hey, good morning to everyone. This is a bit of the morning after the night before here. Group D starting 10 matches and finals. As we see, Abdurrahman Ahmadzai coming into bowl over number 2. Starts with a Gundy ball down the leg side. Called for a wide. But anyway, Rhino, I want to say a big welcome to you. Great to have you back in the commentary box. And hopefully you're enjoying being here as much as we enjoy having you.
Absolutely loving it, Vinny. Great to be back with you and the team out here at Cartama Oval for the European Cricket League. As I said, been a fantastic tournament already and still plenty of T10 action to go. Marty, no shortage of action on that first ball, steaming in with his left arm paces, but lost his footing just at the delivery point. Better length and line, pushed out to get off, just take an easy single.
I want to say a big hello to everybody in the comment section as well. And also, Rhino, I mean, you got here yesterday. You saw a bit of Group C finals day and finals night. Unfortunately, a team from your country, Switzerland, didn't feature. Pretty dramatic circumstances. They were bundled out of the tournament on Tuesday night. But you've already been pretty good off the field. We had a great time last night, didn't we, at Molly's Roadhouse in Cohen down the road?
We'll talk about more about that in a moment. Ahmadzai just spraying it down the leg side. Certainly did. I mean, I think it's always critical for these European Cricket League events with the intensity of the games that you've got to give the voice box a chance to warm itself up. And I think we did that once, twice, or maybe 10 times during the course of...
The voice is held up. It was the jam session night. It's one of the louder atmospheres that you'll get anywhere in Spain. Anyway, it's cross seam here, Ahmadzai. Maybe he's trying to get one to jump a bit or shoot through.
And a decent leg ball popped out. Fielder comes around from wide cover. Knee catch, Mohammad Nisar. And that is the second wicket down for the Helsinki Titans. They are 16 for 2.
And it's not a great start, is it? We already saw the golden butt going. He nicked a 4 in the court next ball. Now into second over. You see, he was holding it cross seam. And what bowlers are trying to do there, rather than get the kind of sideways seam, they're hoping that it kind of maybe hits the seam and jumps up or shoots through. So maybe that's what happened to the batter here. Certainly didn't time it. And yeah, just clunks nowhere near the middle. Nice catch taken as well. So right now, Titans are struggling as it is the end of Bilal Masood. Not the start to the tournament that he was looking for. But anyway, yeah, congratulations to the French champions. They've started really well. It's 16 for 2.
It's been a positive start for French champions Dreux. Nice bit of fielding there. Getting in from cover to take a fairly simple catch in the end. Mohammad Nisar is back in the pavilion within the first 2 overs. Not what the Titans would have wanted in their game plan. That one, he swung back in. Some distance from outside off stump. Nice ball from Ahmadzai.
It really bends, doesn't it? So, you know, they're trying to get on with it in the power play. This is the captain, Aniket Puste, who has come to the crease now. Needs to do a bit of a rescue job. I mean, the run rate isn't too bad at the moment. 2 wickets would be a concern, though, for sure. Helsinki Titans, last time we saw them, they finished 5th. They had a 5 versus 6 eliminator and were bundled out in the golden ball.
That one's popped up just over the head of cover. He's got enough of it and it's going to roll around for the first boundary off the batter Puste. Tall, elegant batter, Vinny. We saw him threaten to play some good innings in the 2022 tournament. Obviously, coming in here with plenty of overs to go, so he's gotten the opportunity to at least give himself a few siders, but could get off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, at least they have got a few on the board already. It's something to to launch from. They've still got specialist batters at the crease. And we know that Dreux, their batting is super dynamic, but also they can implode pretty easily. So, yeah, you just scrape us 80 to 100 might be enough.
Short of length, Bristol just pops it down to square leg. They'll scamper through for a very, very comfortable single.
A few people in the comment section asking about last night's final and pretty dramatic circumstances. Not the first time, but certainly the first time in the final we've seen a time penalty essentially get a chasing team over the line.
Yeah, it certainly was. That time is a big thing for captains managing their field, managing the bowling attack, encouraging people to move quickly. It's right off change, off speed ball. His tails back into the batter, manages to jam it down. And running hard from the non-strikers end, relatively easy single. Plenty of twos all round. Helsinki Titans 22 for 2 off 2.
Yeah, I think the thing that surprised me the most last night was just how oblivious the bowling team were to the clock, Fossum. And that was probably a bit of an experience. You've been in the cauldron sometimes in a big game. You can kind of get a bit of tunnel vision. And I think they were concentrating so hard on getting the field right. And no one seemed to be aware of it. We saw field changes. We saw all sorts of things. And in the end, they were probably a minute out, maybe slightly more. But yeah, there wasn't any urgency. Probably you think Beverin would have got the 4 runs they needed off the last over, but we'll never know. And Beverin on one team, they can improve a lot. They didn't play that well, but they still snuck through. Third overtime, here's a free to Yassine. Big windy wolf from Ahad Qureshi. And well, those of you who remember last year, Dreux against Tunbridge Wells, it was quite exciting watching the French and the English clubs go at it. Included the infamous and famous shoe phone celebration from the headband warrior Wahid Abdul. I wonder if that'll come out again. I wonder if the battles will have a bit of shoe or bit of bat phone celebration to reply.
Certainly was one of the stories of the opening weeks of ECL 2022. Seen pounding in. Lovely delivery, came from wide of the crease. Ball just straightened on Qureshi. Qureshi seems singularly focused on swiping it to mid-wicket. Lovely bit of bowling.
Yeah, really good bowling. We saw this happen in Group C a lot. Batters seem to want to go leg side at all costs. That's sometimes because there was a fairly stiff wind to hit straight, but there's no real wind at the moment to speak of.
Nice ball again, just tailing away from just on off stump. Only Qureshi manages to heave it over to his preferred side. Just takes a single, man coming in from deep on the boundary. Cool for the French side.
And Terry in the comment section as well, just reminding everybody that it was the Finnish national team that had 8 slips in one of our most famous clips of 2021. 8 slips and a leg slip to start the match.
Absolute hub of innovation in the Nordic country of Finland. Once again on the leg side, seen nothing but good balls on or just outside of stump from Yassine so far. Surely got to be some adjustment of the approach from the Helsinki Titans batsman.
Yeah, he mentioned the format, and it is pretty cutthroat this year, isn't it?
Good outside off stump. It might have been an under edge.
But yeah, you saw it with well, not your team, because I know you're a Cossonay man in Switzerland, but your country's representative team, Alton, they had a really good first day, 3 points out of 4. Could argue maybe got saved by the rain. They were bowled out for 89. The rain came in. They got a point out of that game. But then the second day it just fell apart, and it was very unlikely they'd miss out, but they did. So it's play well or go home. You've only got 2 days to press your case.
Seen once again just outside off stump. Lovely bowling. He's been very impressive in this opening spell. Helsinki Titans 23 for 2 after the power play.
Definitely probably winning the power play to Dreux, the French side. I mean, they're one of only 3 clubs to play in all 3 ECLs so far, along with VOC Rotterdam of the Netherlands and also Svanholm of Denmark. Just have a look at that third over, only a single run. So it went from, for me, kind of in the balance after 2 to certainly advantage France after 3. And that's the amazing thing about this T10 cricket, isn't it? It can change so quickly. I know we've probably got a few new viewers as well, maybe from some of the countries that are represented here in Group D. So big welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. I'm sure we've got a fair few from Scotland tuning in on Viaplay. He's over 4.
Ahmedzai, full toss outside off stump, drilled out to fielder coming around as you're seeing on the deep cover boundary. I was just having a quick look at it. I don't think that'll have the no ball call.
Oh, you know what?
Tight.
Thing is that it's been changed to waist high or above, and I think this probably hits him in the belt. Yeah, I think it's a good call. Yeah, they're pretty quick to just have another look at those, which I think provides a bit of fairness because they get another look. Yeah, that's belt high.
Big fan of that always being called if it's a 50-50 call, because it's a surprise ball for the batter. You shouldn't be rewarding the bowler in any situation coming up with a full toss. Ahmedzai, free hit, sprays it down the leg side. See what he was trying to do. Saw Puste moving towards off stump, was just trying to squeeze it over leg.
Yeah, but he didn't get away with it, so it'll be another free hit. Hey, so with Beveren from Belgium winning last night, continues the trend of top seeds not winning their group, because we had Darmstadt CC of Germany, top group A. It was the 4 seeds, Hornchurch from England, that won. There's another free hit and another free miss. And then we had the Danes, didn't we, in Group B, and Farmers of Jersey were able to come from the 2nd seed. And then, Beveren came all the way. I say all the way. They finished 2nd seeds, but they're actually 1 game away from not even making the 4. If they hadn't have won game 10 in Group C, they were out.
They come back that first game, they lost against Alton, and fairly comprehensively. At least got the Swiss team off to a good start as that one's come off the inside edge for Puste. Runs away for a much-needed boundary for the Helsinki Titans. They're up to 30 for 2.
And they'll take the runs however they can get them at the moment. So, yeah, misses by a couple of stumps. It's hard to have a fielder there.
Identification from you early, Vinny, though, the fact that actually Ahmedzai is mixing it up between the cross seam and what looks like a fairly tidy in-swinger back into the right-hander.
It's also a way, apart from the variation in bounce you might get with the cross seam, it's just a way of bowling a straight one that doesn't swing as a variation.
Another one slightly full. Puste's gotten underneath and he's hit it a decent way. It's carried the fence for a Maximo.
Yeah, what a shot. It was a slow ball. It's kind of rolling cutter, but Ahmedzai doesn't bounce it. Well, there's the robot. And the robot wants to take a catch. We're not allowed to reveal at this stage who is in the robot suit. You can probably make a pretty educated guess. But well, this is what the Titans need some more of.
Oh, it's hit him plumb in front. The finger goes up. Good comeback from Ahmedzai. The robot walking around with his nappy. He's pretty ecstatic as well. And that's the 3rd Titans batsman back in the pavilion. Nice bit of bowling from Ahmedzai.
I wonder if this is the one that just straightens down the line. Hey, have a look at it on the replay thanks to Spring Productions. He has bowled very cleverly. I like what I'm seeing at the moment from Dreux with their bowling. They've been asking the right questions, haven't they? It gets a long way across. I think that is the one that kind of just shapes back a little bit. And yeah, when you get across, okay, opens up some possibilities, but also adds risk. And if you play across one and miss, it's going to be curtains. So Puste goes 6 and out. And again, not quite what the Titans were after as he departs. It's 36 for 3.
This Helsinki Titans innings, we might rename them to Helsinki Titanic. The way it is sinking, we're already 3 wickets down. 36 runs on the board, so they've got something to play with, but they do need a partnership through these middle overs and one that keeps the score ticking over very, very nicely. As Vinny said, good piece of bowling from Ahmedzai. Puste was moving around his crease, trying to open up the leg side. Ahmedzai was having none of it. Pinned him at the front pad. Good bowling from the left armour.
Batter. It's pretty close as well. It's probably swing down the leg side.
He's not a particularly tall man, Ahmedzai, so I expect this one would have just been going down leg and possibly even over the top as well. Yes, missing leg stump. Good call from the umpire. Umpires have been great, really good throughout the tournament.
They're under the pump, aren't they? I want to say hello to Avinash Pai, who's in the comment section right now. Hello to Sam as well. Nice to have you with us. You mentioned Terry already, to Anish Krishna, everyone else. Thanks for joining us.
The ball on the leg stump. Just goes away for a leg bye. And that is the end of the over. Good 2-over spell from Ahmedzai, 2 wickets for 22. The Helsinki Titans, they are 37 for 3 after 4.
Avinash saying he thought that Fossum from Norway had the best bowling attack in the group, but Beveren had the better composition in terms of batting and bowling. And a lot of people congratulating Avinash, who of course captained the Lathbury Lightning on a really good tournament. They ended up bowing out in 3rd place, but they certainly had an exciting run, some exciting finishes. I like I like that Wayne saying kind of gives it away who's in the robot suit because Looks like the robot has pins as arms. Wayne was a big contributor. Of course, that robot was crowd-funded. It was crowd-funded here on ECN. There it is.
What a contribution. I love the fact that he's identified the pinned arms as opposed to you need to be 5'2" to be able to fit in that thing as Barty, the left arm orthodox, comes on. Nice stroke. Gotten a good piece of it. Great start to this over. Kamal takes the long handles. Thanks, Barty. Boy, Maximo, and isn't the robot pumped in his one eye.
Oh, compute that. That's 1-1-1-1-1-1. Take that. 6 of the best. So spin was introduced. And this is a guy, Barty, that had a lot of success with his spin last year in the ECL. And it looks like he's given up the captaincy to Mohamed Nisa this year. But yeah, he was really good. He's often bowled in power play. He's got good control. Not too many batters timed him up. We'll tell that to Kamal, who just smoked him out of the ground first ball.
Nice bit of work. Doesn't give the ball a huge amount of flight. So actually, he's done well to get down the track as that one's just tickled around the leg side. Easy single. Interesting note from the first 4 overs, Vinny. They've bowled the 2 openers out for their full 2 over spells. Probably seen more teams who have been mixing things up in terms of rotating bowlers in 1 over spells, particularly early on.
For sure. Just keeps the batter off balance, doesn't it?
Just slot it up, hit straight back to him, takes the return catch. A nifty bit of fielding from Barty and Kamal after blasting a maximum of the first ball of this over. He goes, caught and bowled to Barty, and that is the 4th wicket down for the Helsinki Titans.
Yeah, I mean, it's good reaction catches from Barty. Wasn't too thrown by the fact he got whacked out of the ground first ball. And again, it's a ball which batter tries to drive, couldn't keep it down. I've seen some really good caught bowls lately. And he takes it as easy. He's like, that wasn't such an easy catch. It's going to be 6 and out as Kamal disappears. And, well, I think there's a new BFF for everyone. From what I've heard, it's boiling in there. Anyway, not so much fun for Kamal, who once again, you know, we see a batter play a big shot, get out soon after, and the Titans now 45 for 4.
Good to see someone so good with the kids in the robot outfit. Thoroughly enjoying the time with the youngsters who are here for a little bit of cricket experience today. Nice for them to be joining us as Barty continues. That is swung very handsomely wide of cover. What a way to make an entrance. Khalid Mangal, Maximo first ball.
This guy can bat. He's a good middle order hitter. And how about that? It's a proper cricket shot as well. That isn't some waft across the line. So it was a big shot from Khalid. It could be just the tonic. Again, the run rate's fine here.
Looks like Alistair down there enjoying it just as much as the kids.
I think so.
The conditioning coach for the Spanish national
Visibility
team.
is, I'd say, poor to very poor to whatever's below that.
Just drifts it onto the leg stump. Mangal can't quite swing it quite as freely as the previous ball. Helsinki Titans, they are 51 for 4 halfway through the innings.
Want to say a big hello to all of you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Andrew Ryan, great to have you back. Rhino is with us for 3 days. If you missed it, Rico is off, but he will be back for the start of Group E. Really exciting, of course, whenever you see a new Group 5. New teams we'll see today. Only one gets the path through to Championship Week, which is only a week and a half away. Also a very exciting day. And we are focusing on the robot a little bit in this game because it was crowd-funded. We asked the community to chip in, and some people chipped in quite a lot. Thank you, Wayne, in particular. And then there was a whole saga of will it come, will it not? And I think already it's been a big hit, Rhino.
It's been incredible drama, and we've sort of partaken of both in the live and the social media coverage. It's been wonderful getting to this inflection point. As that ball bowled nicely again outside off stump. Abdul has come on to continue the attack for the French superstars, Dreux. Qureshi, who's been out there since the top of the innings, but he's only faced 8 balls so far.
I've seen a bit of this. We saw somebody, I think it was Abdul Rahman for Beveren. He only faced 16 balls batting through the innings at the top. Abdul Rashid.
Short ball, gets a little bit of bat on it, swung around to the man at short. Fine leg, fired over the top. Easy single gets Mangal back on strike. Abdul ratcheting up the pace a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, the thing is, the French have some really good pace and spin options. And the thing is, we still haven't seen the headband warrior, Wahid Abdul, who I think will hit until now. So they've kept him back for the second half of the innings.
Short one. Mangal tries to heave it over the leg side. Nice bit of bounce from Abdul. The headband warriors. He may have.
I just realised not wearing his headband, but that's what I've always called him, the headband warrior. We first saw him in 2019 for Dreux at the first ever ECL. It was really the first tournament the ECN broadcasted. Really exciting time.
I'd say he may have lost the battle back in 2022, but he's won the walks. He's back here for 2023 as Mangle cracks that. Fielder coming in from the cover position, nicely taken. They'll keep it to a single, but he's the man back here for 2023. Unfortunately, Chris Williams and Tunbridge Wells didn't qualify this.
Very good
this
observation.
season.
It's very tough to qualify from England. You ask any of the English players here, they're very thankful for the experience because, to be the best club, amateur club in the whole country, not easy at all.
Just a tickle on it. Not sure it might have been pad, but whatever. It will run away for a boundary. Umpire signals leg buys, and Qureshi, well, may not be able to be facing too many balls at the moment, but he's starting to at least tick the runs over occasionally.
Yeah.
Hear that pull shot. But
I'll be annoyed there. The keeper, Amazahir, he'll feel like he maybe could have gotten two hands to it, kind of clunked off the pad, 4 bonus runs. Like I say, it hasn't been really that pretty from Helsinki Titans, but it's been effective. Still around that 10 and over mark.
Qureshi facing up again. Can he finish the over? Decent length ball, just swatted down to long off. I'll take the single. Qureshi back on strike, and the Helsinki Titans, they are 58 for 4, 6 overs down.
Want to say a quick hello to Ian Latin as well. Ian, well played during the week. Certainly have had a lot of ECN action involving him over the last few weeks, and everyone else. Hello to Mes Norman, who's watching from France. He's quite an accomplished cricket umpire there. Mes Norman, nice to have you with us in the comment section as well as we look at the scorecard. 666, that's the Devils' number. Not a great start, but like I said, this Dreux side, man, I can't wait to see them bat. They are going to swing at absolutely everything that comes their way. Here's Cameron Ahmedzai, good bowler to be able to bring on. Another one sneaks past the keeper, and this should be 4 more. It will be.
Yeah, not a good opening ball from Ahmedzai. He bowls with some quite decent pace. A strong young man, but drags that down the leg side. Decent effort from the keeper. Looks like it's taken a tickle.
Yeah, looks like maybe a bit of glove. It's probably just ill-directed from Ahmedzai. Not the greatest start for him.
Talking last night, the short length ball on the hip to captain killer. Very hard one to defend against. That one sprays long way down the leg side, and actually the keeper makes good ground to his left. That could have been a second consecutive boundary with a 4 wides.
Well, that's a great stop. Now, I've got the deep fine leg pretty fine, so I don't know if it saves 4 because it was so wide, but that's really good movement. Lateral movement from Zahir. Pouched it in the one glove.
Nervous start from Ahmedzai. Got to get his line under control. That's one's hit straight back down the ground. May look to push to.
Oh, wow.
Throw's coming into the keeper's end. He's fumbled it. They're going to come back for a third. Well, calamitous fielding from Dreux. It was actually a pretty decent throw that came into the keeper.
It wasn't a good 2 at all, and I'm very surprised they went for it. If you have a look here, we'll get a great view of the whole thing. It's an awkward bounce because it really jumps off the artificial surface, but yeah, if he takes that, he probably had to kind of get the middle of his body behind the ball and just try and catch it. If he did, he had plenty of time to take the bails, and they get an overthrow, and now changes the strike, and Mungo gets 4.
Well, Ahmedzai, it's all going wrong here. That wasn't actually a bad delivery, but Mangal takes a mighty swipe. Top edge, evades the keeper, and that is another boundary. All of a sudden, the Helsinki Titans just pushing themselves into the realms of decent total here, up to 70 for 4. Still 3 balls left in this 7th over. Mangold, you get the feeling if he can stay there for another 2 overs. 3 figures is well within their reach. Lovely shot. Plays it over the offside, short of a length ball. Ahmedzai getting taken to the cleaners here.
Well, you know, Mungal is difference maker, isn't he? You can argue maybe should bat higher, but what they have done pretty well, Helsinki Titans, even when they've lost wickets, they've always looked to attack. They haven't gone into their shell. They're kind of backing themselves in their order. So, I mean, they've played a bit more of this cricket now. And, Mungal, 15 off 6. Really good start from him. He actually overtakes Qureshi now.
Oh, it goes down the leg side, all falling apart from Ahmedzai. Helsinki Titans, you can see their dressing sheds. They are in a good mood. I referred to them as Helsinki Titanic a few overs ago, but clearly the flotation devices have been put on because they are floating nicely.
I think they might have had some helicopters on board because they've taken off. It wasn't really Mungal's area. I mean, look, that's the exact same ball that he drove over extra cover for 6. I think sometimes you just maybe start premeditating a little bit, or you get a bit tired. It's a fatigued kind of shot. I know he's only been out there a little while, but there's a lot of adrenaline, a bit of nervous energy out there, I'm sure. Last ball, the over coming up.
Right, bit foolish. Swings straight. The ball goes flashing over to the point boundary. Another 4. Tough over for Ahmadzai. He gets taken for 21. And Helsinki 79 for 4.
Yeah, same ball, better option. Better option for Mangal. There's no outfielders over out over the infield on the offside. Let's have a look at where we're sitting now with Championship Week. Of course, it's going to be super exciting. 7 teams in Championship Week. Last night, Beveren from Belgium qualified, and they did in quite dramatic circumstances. They did in 4th to last over. Because of a time penalty, it put them over the line. They win with 6 balls to spare. Hornchurch from England and Farmers from Jersey. They've also qualified through the group stages. And Pakai Care, the reigning champions, we know they'll be there. Here's Wahid Abdul.
Swung over to the leg side. Qureshi's finally got a hold of one. Unfortunately, it is not far enough. And a nice catch taken out there by Niaz Hamza. And Qureshi, he is heading back to the pavilion. But not sure what's happening here.
Yeah, I wonder if there was... Well, it was a no ball, and it must have been for an illegal field. So it must have been for 6 out of the circle. Wow, how about that?
That's a huge turnaround, Vinny. You said the catch was neatly taken out there for Niaz Hamza. Didn't look like a front foot, and certainly didn't see any early call from the umpires, but did see Qureshi trying to sprint back to the non-striker's end as he was quickly sent back by Mangal.
Wow, so maybe the batter spots that, maybe doesn't. And basically, that was like a free hit before a free hit.
Mangal takes the long handle again, gets the edge, flying through for a boundary. Well, everything is going in the favour of the Titans at the moment. Poor Abdul, through no fault of his own, has ended up not getting a wicket first ball, having to bowl a free hit delivery. And the underneath edge from the bat of Mangal. He's up to 23 off 9 balls.
Wow. Yeah, a bit of luck as well. So certainly cashing in. They had a really good score here. Really let all the cats out of the bag in this one, haven't they, Dreux?
All firing in. Big swing. Look at Mangal. We often use the saying, Vinny, about batters taking the long handle. Look at Mangal. He really holds the willow really high on the grip, but it gives him some extra leverage. I've seen him already flash a couple over the offside successfully.
Yeah, it's a really good observation. If you're a physics master, you'll know that that's a good way to get a bit more speed down in the hitting zone.
Good length ball. A long handle comes out again. He's got it enough. Another Maximo. Abdul, unfortunate for him after he thought he had the wicket first ball, but this is great hitting from Mangal. Not a bad ball, decent length, but he's lifted it straight, very high, and very handsome indeed.
Wow. Very, very surprised that went that far, but he's a strong guy, Mangal.
Another decent length ball, flashes out, fielder coming in, third man, he's dropped the catch. That could be a huge moment in this innings. Mangal should have been back in the dressing shed. Yassine made good ground for the catch, couldn't complete it, and Mangal, he will be breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, certainly will. I mean, that really should have been taken. It goes slash, but it's more or less a thick outside edge. That's the thing, edges carry. So that slips catch went down the first over. I think a lot of teams are now having their slip pretty much on the circle as a run saver, but also as a catcher.
Ball right outside off stump, just inside lines, according to the umpire. Good bit of bowling, though, I think, after what's happened in the previous couple of deliveries. It's all sensible, trying to keep it away from Qureshi's leg side. Still only going through at a lot of ball here, but doing enough and hanging around. Final ball of the over.
Nice ball for Abdul. Can he get the phone out?
I need to get the GPS out based on the direction of that delivery. That's gone about a foot outside the wide line. Clearly trying to swing the ball away from the batter. It's good tactic, but location slightly off.
Hello to Woody in the comment section asking what's the weather like today. Pretty nice. Bit of cloud cover. Currently 19. Should get up to about 24 a little bit later.
The leg ball hit straight. Qureshi, not a huge amount of intent on that first run, but there's definitely no two there. That is the end of the over. The Helsinki Titans moving along nicely. They are 94 for 4, 2 overs still to go.
Not the worst for Abdul. Really should have had a wicket there. Freddie Yassine didn't help him out down. A pretty fine third man. Kind of overlooking. Nice, great to see the kids in as well today from the La Campiña School as well as the Malaga Institute of Technology. We finally got our run rate graph here, Rhino. You see how it took a bit of a dip, but certainly since Mungal is there, it's been heading in an upwards direction. Now they're going to go back to spin. Looks like this will be Tabish Bhatti to bowl over number 9.
Yeah, surprised they haven't brought Bhatti on just a little bit earlier than this. Mangal certainly appreciating the pace that's come in the last couple of overs. Bhatti look at his first over, a nice, neat, caught and bowled. Sent Kamal, the wicketkeeper, back to the pavilion. He comes in to start the 9th. Drilled down the ground. Qureshi, oh no, Mangal. If Bhatti had have been more alert to the fact that Mangal had almost gone halfway down the track looking for the single, would have been a run-out opportunity. See this, it's just been drilled into the stumps.
Yeah.
Bhatti just a little bit pedestrian.
Yeah, would have had to go back and knock a stump out. But you can actually throw it hard enough to knock a stump out. But, yeah, I suppose the stumps did the best bit of fielding there. Wasn't there any human.
Slided ball, big swing from Qureshi. This one's going to come down with rain on it. Bhatti takes a good catch. Really well done from the left arm orthodox spinner. And that is the end of a relatively long and laboured innings from Qureshi. He goes for 15 off 18. The Helsinki Titans 94 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth going for it. I think Qureshi kind of had a roll. He provided some stability at one end, didn't he? But now we're getting towards the end. They're not really in trouble of getting bowled out, it seems, at the moment. 10 balls to go. And so why not go for it? But what it does do, it brings the new batter on the strike. Because otherwise, Namunga would have been on strike because they did cross for 1 by the time the ball was caught. And as it is the 5th wicket to fall. It's 94 for 5.
Good move bringing Bhatti back on. Certainly had to come back and bowl his second over at some point. Just a little change of arm, change of attack, change of pace. That's something to think about. Key for Dreux started this 9th over as they kept Mangal at the non-striker's end. Certainly the job from the new batter here.
It's going to be a really good chase already. I think my only worry was with the start they had, maybe the Titans were going to get rock and rolled with the early loss of Gulam Abbas Bart. And, a couple of other early wickets that maybe they'd make 60 or 70. Already up to 94. 10 balls to go. Could easily see them getting 110 plus here. New batter is Hamadullah Shinwari. Faces up, so left-hander here.
Left-arm orthodox Bhatti is coming over the wicket to the lefty. His job is at least to get off strike here. Nice swing over the leg side. Ball has been taken. Good catch coming in from the outfielder. It's almost a bit of top spin on that one, but he's made excellent ground coming in there from long on. Niaz Hamza safe. Sorry, I think that was Usman Khan coming in from long on. Nice catch, Vinny.
Yeah, really nice catch on the run, wasn't it? So, yeah, I think it's right to take this on. It's not a bad matchup with the ball coming into the left-hander, but he just doesn't quite get it in the middle. But, yeah, excellent running catch. Now, Alexander Hakuk, who's, I wouldn't say a specialist fielder, but pretty much. He is normally in that zone, but he's 12th man for this game. So they do have Usman Khan down there. He takes it with ease. And Hakuk is an amazing fielder, young Frenchman.
I actually went back and watched some of the vision from Dreux games last year, Vinny. He took a collection of fantastic catches, didn't he? Great athlete, pretty tall young man.
Yeah.
Very
actually,
impressive.
Decent cricket skills as well. Maybe not that suited to this form of the game as far as batting and bowling concerned. Anyway, hey, hat-trick opportunity. Haven't had one for a while. So the last hat-trick we had was Group A, Match 5. That was first day of a group. William Peakfield from the Guernsey side, Independent CC. Anyway, hat-trick ball for Bhatti.
Floats around, nice delivery. At least keep it to a single. Batter drops his willow as he's trying to take off for the first run. That's what Qureshi. He will be a very important man with the ball for the Helsinki Titans. But excellent over so far from Bhatti. 2 wickets, 1 run conceded, and in particular they have been able to keep Mangal off strike. He's got 2 balls left in this 9th over to try to bring the Helsinki Titans close to that 120 mark that they probably would have been eyeing off at the start of this 9th over. Down the pitch, No chance of an LBW, but keep just the one, and Miguel back down the non-striker's end, which is certainly where they'd prefer to have him.
Yeah, it's going on to miss, and also it's just a mile from where the stumps are. So, yeah, Avinash Pai, little cheeky hashtag in there in the comment section saying with so much spin, spin to win, no penalty runs, never an issue. They're in by about a minute here.
Shot thrashed through the offside, no fielder down there on the point boundary. Good finish to the over. Qureshi smacks it to the boundary. The Helsinki Titans 100 for 6 after 9.
Yeah, brings up the 100 with a nice shot. Well, hold on a second. Well, the robot runs on hype. I know the hype people are coming tomorrow. That's exactly what they'll be happy with that. He'll be going all day now. And, wow, that's a very energetic robot that we're seeing. The visibility might be poor, but I think you'll find the robot will be up and about in no time.
At least he's keeping himself well fueled with the
that's good.
high drink, certainly. I'm not sure robots lose a huge amount of sweat throughout a day like this, but there's ever a day.
It's there, they just don't lose it. I think it's trapped. Anyway, 100's up, like I said. And it's going to be a single over for Mohamed Rafa. 10th overtime, let's go.
Short ball, top edge from Mangal. Fortunate for him, just flies over the keeper's head just for one. I guess this bowling change of having to bring Rafa on for the 10th over has been caused by Cameron Amadzi just struggling with the ball in his first over.
He went magical, didn't he? 21 came off that over. But I like the pace from Rafa there. Certainly got it through, almost lobbed the keeper onto the helmet, actually. As the robot chant takes place again.
Nice change of pace, rolled the fingers over it. Qureshi expecting to come on much quicker. Good start to the 10th over here from Rafa. First 2 balls, just one off each of them. Helsinki just crawling their way up at the moment. 2 on the board, 4 balls still left, so a couple of boundaries towards the end of this 10th over. Still have a very, very good target to defend, and they've got some interesting bowlers. Good bit of swing at the top of the order. Qureshi, he'll be important for them with the ball. Magal should have known the short ball was coming.
Yeah.
Being the case
I like
3.
He's backing himself. I mean, he's got no square leg over there. He's got a huge gap, but he's basically saying, I think I'm going to beat you for pace. You know what? He's right.
He's certainly doing it at the moment. I'm not sure it's part of the captain's plan, given the fielding positions. They've got a man down here at D point. Long on and long off covered, and out at cow corner and fine leg. That one's a little bit full, a big swing. Mangal rushing through for the single. Keeper fumbles the ball, so an opportunity for a run out, but Rafa really turning the screws here on the Helsinki Titans in this final over. I tell you what, they will be thankful for a much, much easier chase than could have been the case.
Got to wonder how he doesn't get 2, though.
Short ball swung over the leg side. Thought that might have carried the man at cow corner. That is Niaz Umsa this time. Looked very comfortable under that catch. And that is the end of an excellent innings for Mangal. Yeah. He goes for 31 off 16.
Rode his luck a little bit while he was there. Yeah, so my point with Mohamed Rafa is you've bowled some bowlers out for 2. Look, no one's really been thumped too much that's bowled 2, but someone like Abdurrahman Ahmadzai was 2 for 22 off his 2. But if you bowled him 1 earlier, then you've got the option of choosing. I think really showing enough here that he's got the measure of the bats, but he's only going to get the 1 over. Right now, he's bowled 5 balls, 1 for 1. But Mangal, pretty decent contribution, 31 off 16. He got things moving. He's dragged them up over 100. And with 1 ball remaining, it's 104 for 7.
Got to get something off this last ball. They'd love a boundary just to finish off what's been a pretty decent batting innings after they were really struggling during the power play. Titans have shown some fight. 4 on the board. Final delivery. Another short one, and he's really ripped that in at pace. New batsman Kamal's popped that in an uncomfortable position. They managed to squeeze through for the single, but that's a great finish from Rafa.
This really hurries him up. That's an armpit wrangler, and it almost comes off the back of the bat onto the stumps. They do scramble through for 1. End of a really entertaining first innings for mine. It's going to be 105 for 7. He might get a run for that in the end because it did kind of come off the arm and onto the bat before it hit the ground. So I think that's probably 1 run. But look, and anyway, I mean, Dreux, they're going to be attacking 106 for me. It's line ball. When you think about what we're going to see, it's batten down the hatches because the French Hurricanes are on the way. It'll be Niaz and Nabi, I'm sure, to open up. But plenty of action here in the first 10 overs of Group D.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt, Vinny. It was one of those fluctuating innings. Poor start for the Helsinki Titans, particularly their golden batter, Gulamothus, but he went relatively early. But some of the middle order really came in and gave the innings a bit of acceleration. Good opening spell from Ahmad Zai. He partnered his opening partner very well in his left-arm seamers. Both mixing it up with the cross seamers and the in-swingers proved a very, very difficult proposition. Dai tried to walk across to off stump, managed to get hit on the pad, and he was back to the pavilion, but thankfully there was enough acceleration for the middle overs. There were Maximos coming occasionally, but he managed to slow things down with his left-arm orthodox. He will continue to be a difficult proposition in this tournament, Vinny.
Yeah, you just felt there was a bit of a trend, wasn't it, of 6 and outs. I mean, you saw it happen to Puste, the captain. You saw it happen to Zahidullah Kamal as well. They needed someone to get there and kind of stay there for a while at pace. And yeah, sure, they had Ahad Qureshi at one end. He's about to run a ball pace. But Mungal's the one that really came out and bossed it, didn't he? From the very first ball, he whacked it over cover for 4. He's the main reason for me that they get up over the 100. Butty, though, I mean, he's going to be a force this week. No one really seemed to get him for any consistent period of time. Late in the piece, he was on a hat trick. He missed out on that. But I think Dreux, pretty happy where they are. I would think the Titans are pretty happy with where they are. Both teams feel they can win it from here. So very interesting second half coming up.
There certainly will be, Vinny. I think the Titans, probably with 2 overs to go, as I said, would have been eyeing off a total of somewhere around the 120 mark. As it is, excellent pair of overs to finish off the innings. First we had Barty bowling the 9th, and then Mohammad Rafar, I think, going for 1 run off his final over.
It was
Have
brilliant.
A quick look at the Helsinki Titans batting card. Qureshi hung around for a long part of the innings, even though he only faced 18 balls. Puste played a couple of nice shots in the midsection. Khalid Mangal, he was really the main driver with the bat. He was out for 31 off 16. Good contribution all up for him, though. 105 for the Helsinki Titans. Takes through the bowling, Vinny.
Yeah, Barty 3 for 18 for me. He was probably the best. I mean, Yassine did some good things. 1 for 14. 2 wickets for Ahmad Zai. Yeah, but Rafa, 1 for 1 off the last. Okay, it was a bit of a fake one because there were 5, including the leg buys and the buys. But still, they just go from 100 to 105 in the last over. 20 extras. Okay, 9 leg buys. Probably inflates that a little bit. But I think we're all set up for a good contest. Join us in around about 8 minutes. We'll be back for the second half of the first match of Group D, and it'll be Dreux. Well, they'll be bringing the heat, I'm sure. Join us then for what should be a very enthralling contest. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan in the commentary box, and Corey Ruckers, you know where he is. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket League. The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
European cricket fans, welcome back here to the Cartama Oval in Andalusia, Spain. We're just outside of Malaga. It's gorgeous day for cricket here, and plenty of action happening on the field. It is the opening game of Group D here at the 2023 European Cricket League, and after a bit of a shaky start, the Helsinki Titans, they put on a good total to get started today, ending up 105 for 7 after their 10 overs. Certainly some difficult times facing the new ball, some excellent bowling from Yassine in particular in those early stages, as well as Ahmed Zaid, but they kicked on through the middle overs, particularly that man, Mangel, managed to keep the boundaries rolling to give themselves at least a platform to defend here against the hard-hitting boys from Dreux. They have got some undoubted power in their innings. That man on screen, Niaz Hamza, took a good catch towards the end of the first innings, but he is a brutal striker, and he's met there by the other Bash brother, Ahmed Nabi. These two get going, then they will certainly put a dent in this total in the opening overs. Big pressure on the Helsinki Titans bowling attack. This game could very well be decided in these opening exchanges. Shahzad standing at the top of his mark with the new ball. A couple of early wickets here for the Titans. Could be a big upset coming. Shahzad floats it outside off stump, and it's hammered early on. Lovely shot out to the cover boundary, and Hamzari is rocking and rolling already, Vinny.
Well, good to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. This is what they call a sedate start, actually, for Dreux. And the thing about these guys, actually can play some fantastic cricket shots. They don't always try that way, but have a look. He looks very dynamic, doesn't he, Hamza Niaz? And these two, they have the equal fastest power play ever. 82 in 3 overs. That was chasing 87. Of course, just one more ball was required after that to get to 88. But, yeah, get ready for some fireworks.
13 minutes of destruction that game, wasn't it?
13 minutes of madness it was. It was game 13 in their group last year in the ECL. And I think they have found that ball. It'll still be fairly new, you'd imagine, after that. So, yeah, Shahzad's got to get these early wickets. If you do, then suddenly you're probably on top in this contest.
In from wide of the crease, much better ball, just floated in towards the stumps, just put down the ground neatly by Hamza.
All right, this is the moment. This guy, Ahmed Nabi, back in 2019, he scored 100 completely in boundaries with no 1s, 2s or 3s. Only boundaries, 104, then got a single and got out. That was the first ever century we saw on the European Cricket Network.
Maybe didn't have access to hype products back in the day, wanted to conserve his energy. Shahzad, once again, not a bad ball. Tactic of coming very wide on the crease. He's sort of almost just floating the deliveries in.
Yeah, he is. He wants them to overswing and make the pace. I think, yeah, Dreux, uncharacteristically defensive so far, but I think they're just getting a little bit settled.
Another one, big swing. Fielder coming in from cover. It should be Mangels. He's dropped it. It's cracked him on the chest. That is an unfortunate drop. That could have been a huge moment in this game.
Oh, huge, isn't it? Hey, Nabi's the guy that can hurt you. He pumps this straight up in the air. Mangel, who had a life himself when he was batting, he called for it. It was his catch. The bowler was sniffing around, but down it goes. Just remember that Nabi dropped on 0.
Oh, Shahzad done exactly what his skipper would have wanted. Juice the false shot. That one's floated up. Moving nicely. Left-hander up there and mid-on. Right the stumps. No danger of a run out, but geez, pretty explosive first over.
There are just some teams that drop what you're doing and get near the TV. The Dreux are one of those teams. Probably of all the we've seen hundreds of teams now in ECN. They are just incredible to watch.
Nice ball. Struck hard. Fielder does a good job, and in the end, after a tough start to that over, Shahzad came back well. Dreux 7 for none after the first.
A little bit of calm before the storm about that first over. Pretty nice looking cover drive to get us going. Nabi kind of pretends to be sensible for a ball, then pumps one straight up in the air. 54 matches since the golden ball. We did have one in Eliminator 1 in Malta. Rico was on that one. Bajiba Blasters were the team that survived in that tournament. We actually had 5 golden balls in the 4-week ECS in Malta. It was crazy. 5 golden balls to start the year. But one thing is, we haven't had one here yet in 2023. Now, the Titans, they'll have flashbacks because they were eliminated on a golden ball to the previously winless Star CC from Luxembourg in last year's ECL. So, well, if the Titans do get to another golden ball, they'll be pretty determined to win it. As we're going to see Shinwari, Hamidullah Shinwari, start the second over.
Cartama coming in. Same situation as the Dreux bowling tackle. Lefty bowling the second. That one is short, it's wide, and called as much by the umpire.
Yeah. Sahidullah Kamal behind the stumps. Happy just to kind of block it. Doesn't hold on to it. So they get 2 wides, 2 bonus runs.
It was an interesting game, that one against Star, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When Helsinki were eliminated, they were in almost an unassailable position and absolutely choked towards the end of that game.
It's true.
Is that an edge? It's taken by the keeper. The finger's gone up. Huge moment in this game. Ahmad Nabi trying to swing Shinwari 1,000 kilometres over the boundary. Only just gets a faint tickle and a good grab from the keeper. That's a massive wicket.
Well, you know, luck's a fortune. He's only there because the keeper couldn't hold onto the one before, and that's why Nabi's on strike. He was dropped on 0, gave another chance on 1. His only run was off that drop catch. Good catch, though, down to his left, inside edges. Never particularly straightforward for the keeper, but he does really well, protects the ball. Nabi, we knew it, he walked straight away. Didn't wait for the umpire's decision. So, huge moment in the contest. Nabi, he's a guy with some pretty imposing numbers. He's the first wicket to fall, 9 for 1.
Yeah, huge wicket. Great army roll from Zahidullah Kamal with the gloves for Helsinki Titans, just bringing a bit of extra drama to that dismissal, but a sense of anticipation from the crowd now. You can almost smell the prospect for an upset as Mohamed Nasir comes to the batting crease far earlier than would have been in the Dreux batting plans. Certainly this will give the Titans some inspiration. Could have had a wicket in the first over too. Daniel dropping the catch, coming in from a very wide cover position as Shinwari comes in with his left armers, called wide. He's coming in from relatively wide angle himself, isn't he, Vinny?
It's always a tough one for the umpires to judge where this passes the crease. Probably fair enough call, I think, in the end. I'm not too sympathetic towards bowlers. Keep it inside that tram line, don't let it touch. Yeah, Shinwari with the big wicket, but Nisha is also a very good player, coming out at 3.
Back onto off stump, just pushed away. Fielder coming in, can't prevent the single. I like the bowling attack choice here, Vinny. They have got some quicker bowlers throughout the lineup, but I think they've probably identified that actually maybe taking the pace off to the Dreux batters is the go for these opening exchanges.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think it's quite intelligent captaincy from Amanda Keth.
Murray short wide, really awkward looking paddle shot.
He's happy to work it away at this stage. Hamza can be uber destructive. It's right now just kind of doing, I suppose, enough. You don't want to fall behind. I can't imagine them doing that unless they lose a bunch of wickets. It'll be around about 21 per 2 overs.
A little wide of that one is called. That one actually probably looked tighter than the previous delivery. It looked like it actually came back towards the right-hander a touch.
Again, it's a tough call, but if the umpire's in doubt, they normally give it against the bowler. Again, it's hard to pinpoint at what point it passes the crease. Umpire's called, I think.
No sympathy being given to the left armour, Shinwari. That's the one outside off stump. Nicely driven, but it's just the single. Dreux not finding the boundaries with any regularity. Perhaps a sense that these two just feel they need to give themselves a few sighters, get themselves comfortable at the crease.
Yeah, that's right. But having said that, they're a team that normally attack with power play. You can kind of see that from the way they went about that chase against Tunbridge Wells last year. Having said that, Tunbridge Wells didn't bowl particularly well to them. Bowled a lot of bad balls that were put away. Had some good ones.
That one is just chipped to the air. Fielder goes back for point, takes an easy catch, and they have managed to send both of the Bash brothers, Nabi and Runs in the air, back to the pavilion. Second over, Dreux, 14 for 2.
Well, get out the football boots because Hamza's going to be kicking himself after that. Yeah, always hate when you have that kind of safe strategy and you still find a way to get out. This is the ball, if he goes through with it, he might be able to pump it for 4 or 6, but he's trying to be careful. He's trying to preserve his wicket, and because he gets the timing wrong, it's just, popped up. As easy as you like for Ahad Qureshi. So that's a real break for the Titans, who for me, they're ahead in this game at the moment, as both openers are gone, and it's 14 for 2.
And horse racing parlance, they might be ahead by a long neck at the moment. Both of the major hitters from the top of the Dreux innings back in the pavilion. Qureshi taking the catch there. He's been out in the field for almost the entire game so far. Managed to play a little bit of a laborious innings, only facing 18 balls, but was dismissed relatively late, but doing the business in the field. And, well, the plan is going to perfection for the Helsinki Titans. That last wicket, Vinny, we talked about having bowlers just not giving a huge amount of pace to work with. That was popped up from just a lack of zip on the ball.
And he's early on the shot. That's why it pops up. He's early because he's antsy, wants to whack it. If you're later, it kind of goes into the ground. If you're early, it goes in the air. Shiwari with 2 wickets and sprayed a couple as well. As Usman Khan comes in at number 4. I have it on good authority that the robot is done for the day.
Wow. And, a robot that only works the morning
something
session.
About the robot losing 3 or 4 kilos already within just about a game.
Hasn't got that much to lose, has he? As Shiwari manages to beat the outside edge of the bat. Nice over in the end. A few balls go wide, but 2 wickets for 8 runs. That's a great start to his tournament. Dreux, they are struggling. 15 for 2 after 2 overs.
Still got some really good players to come. Just imagine they'll probably see the captain, Tabish Bharti, at some point. He's listed to come in at 4. But yeah, I think that he's a guy that can play, I won't say sensibly, but attacking, but also with a bit of strategy to what he's doing. But yeah, Helsinki Titans, they will say, don't worry about the hype about Dreux. We're a very good cricket team, and they didn't really show that last year, considering how they went out. But they're determined. They have played a lot of short form cricket there in Finland. They've got a beautiful ground there at Kerava. Hello to all of our Finnish viewers that are watching today. I'm sure you're cheering on the Titans, regardless of what club you normally support in the domestic competition.
Certainly a generous moi to our Finnish fans as Shahzad comes on for his second over. Only went for 7 in his first. Captain deciding to ask him to complete the power play.
I'd love to do another ECS in Finland. It's pretty hard with our calendar now. We're almost having to do a 2-year schedule because we can't get everyone that we want in every location we want in 1 year. And that's just a sign of how things are going.
Right at the end, good ball. Khan trying to create a bit of room. Probably hasn't been able to see from the side of the ground just both the angle and a little bit of drift that Shahzad is getting in. You can see he's ripping the hands down the side of the ball, trying to really exaggerate the in-swing. What's happened to our robot? Swung around to the leg side. Great bit of fielding. Hey, just behind square. That's Wahid Qureshi. Excellent work. Saves a boundary.
Scared the kids, I think. And robot's just having a rest. It's powered down for a while.
Not sure we'll get him rebooted anytime soon. Shahzad comes in. Loaded onto leg stump. Whipped away. Qureshi not quite as glamorous piece of fielding as the previous ball. And scamper through for 2. Looks like he managed to jag his shoe off while coming around trying to field that ball.
I don't think any amount of hype is going to get that robot up and going for a little while. Yeah, still very much game on here though.
Can you get an intravenous hype drip?
I think
that's what we need to organise.
Look into it. Straight into the circuits.
Loaded outside off stump.
They've been super clever here with their bowling choices. I think the French would love pace on the ball, something to work with. Just not giving it to them at the moment.
I love this good T10 captaincy, Vinny.
Yeah.
Shows what a difference that quality decision making can do. It'd be an easy call to just rip in a couple of your quicks early, but it's been a great move. Short ball, not put away.
So even that, it's probably spoiling a wide because he could reach it, he hit it, and he's clunked it for 1. And that's the end of a pretty underwhelming power play. Don't step on those sunglasses. Oh, It's all right, he saw him. Ended 3, it's 20 for 2.
Could have been a dramatic moment there with the sunglasses being destroyed in game 1 of Group D, but as it is, all is well and good. Well, look at the Manhattan. Pretty consistent run scoring from the 3 overs for Dreux. I guess the biggest downside for them is that their 2 major hitters are already back in the pavilion, but if you were Helsinki, you would be very happy with how that power play has gone.
Oh, certainly you'd be happy. Only a couple behind where the Finns were at this stage. Hello to Helsinki Man, right on cue. Nice to have you in the comments section. Hello to George as well. He's saying, come on to Dreux. And bonjour to all of our French viewers as well, of course, including National Man, who's popped in with a few comments. Anyway, here we go with Wahid Qureshi in over number 4.
Runs wide outside of something. The keeper's moved up, trying to keep the batters in their crease. He opened the bowling for them in the 2022 tournament, Vinny, and actually pretty serviceable bowler. Gets a little bit of outswing, keeps a good line just on off stump, very consistent.
Yeah, Qureshi's been pretty useful for the Titans.
Driven to hang off. It's just going to be a single. Helsinki Titans really drying up the boundaries.
Tell you what, with all the weight loss programs out there, I'm starting to see a business opportunity. I think robot suit might be, bold new strategy.
Well, speaking of bold new strategies, that ball has been lifted for the first Maximo of the innings. The hands go up, and boy, didn't Dreux need that, Vinny. 29 for 2. Still some job to catch up to this run rate.
Yeah, just goes with the angle this time, extends, gets in the gap as well. So it's a fairly safe shot. Even if it was kind of borderline to the fence, it was going to be safe. Nisa, he can break out at any moment.
That's a nice comeback. There's that one that just nibbles away from Qureshi. Good piece of bowling from the experienced customer. Speaking of dropping some calories, Vinny, we also had the joy of sampling the Maximo burger at Molly's Roadhouse last night. I think the robot suit would need to be on for a good 2 days before you lose all of the excess calories from that feed.
Hello to everyone. I know they watch at Molly's Roadhouse in Coen, 10 minutes away from here. They're always here supporting the cricket. I think they shut on Mondays, so they're normally a fair crowd on a Monday from Molly's.
Qureshi comes in, trying to close off this over without another boundary. That's a good length ball. It's a funny thing, Vinny, isn't it, when the keeper stands up to the wicket? Qureshi's a reasonable pace bowler, but it just gives you that feeling of being crowded.
Yeah,
and
it's claustrophobic.
Absolutely. I think once again, it's a nice tactic. Keeper standing up. Qureshi's a predictable bowler, so you know where the deliveries are going. That one's wide of off stump. Hit nicely. Phil's going to have a job to stop this. Big dive, and he's done well. Great piece of fielding. Mangala dropped the catch earlier. Makes up for it with a sensational stop.
I'm going to check this, but I think this is an amazing stop. I didn't have him getting there. He hasn't touched the rope. It's gone there. I think that's fine. Yeah, it's a clean kind of bat away, isn't it? And then he touches the rope, and he never touches it again. That's unbelievable fielding. Well done.
Yeah, Mangel's done a great job there, made excellent ground. That ball was travelling at pace. That is the end of the over on the assumption that run score doesn't get changed.
It'll be 2, so that's the end of 4. It's 31 for 2. Brilliant work.
Have a look at the worm coming up now, Vinny. Vinny, why don't you explain to the viewers, for those of us who have joined us, the magnificence of this creation?
That's the run rate against the overs. So the red line is the required run rate for the whole innings. So if you can get above that by the end, you win. If you don't, you lose. So they're behind at the moment. And yeah, the gold line, that's the first innings. It showed you how they got to that final run rate. Helsinki Titans. But just if they win this game by a couple of runs, just remember that bit of work. It was very, very good fielding on the boundary.
Great bit of work from Mangala in particular. I mean, he could have gone with the outstretched left arm, but he went for the reverse cup on the right, so he managed to have both hands getting towards the ball. Great stuff as Qureshi, the Sard variety, comes in, top edge. Fielder comes in, they've shelled another one. The 2 high catches, and they've both been put down. This time, Zaki Kamal, Vinny, what a drop that could turn out to be.
Pressure of the big moment, and not a lot of wind today, not a lot of excuses for this. Goes reverse cup and reverse catch. Down it goes. Qureshi can't believe it.
Qureshi wide of off stump again. He's bowling pretty good line towards the field that he's got. Mangal, exceptional work again. Takes that on the fly, fires it back in, keeps it to 1.
Having a great game, isn't he, at the moment? He's a live wire.
Khan's been out there for 6 balls, only scored 4. Nisar's been the one who's managed to accelerate in a couple of opportunities. Comes charging down the pitch. Not a bad bit of bowling from Asad Qureshi, just fires it just a tickle too wide.
Kept behind the stumps as well. Yep, it's pretty clear wide.
Don't mind the piece of bowling though, so the batter charging, making him reach for it. That one's a bit more on traditional off stump. Swung high, big leap. He's almost taken it. I think that was Gulam Butt down there on long on.
Oh, he looks hurt as well. That was a powerful swing at the ball. What is this hit? I hope this hasn't got him. I really couldn't pick it up. It's a long way from where we are. What? Oh, it might be an end of the finger job. I think he does get something on it. It might have just, it could be a dislocation, I don't know. But it is Maximo time. You can see he either hurt himself when the ball hit his hands or when he hits the ground.
I
Maybe.
suspect it was more the ground, Vinny.
Yeah.
The shoulder took a really big bump. He's up and about, which is good to see. He's an important man. Helsinki Tigers, we see the medic coming out just to give him a little bit of attention.
I feel need in the end. And, well, big thank you to all the medical staff who do magnificent work. All right, it's about 2 a ball they need. They don't really want it to creep out too much more than that. That 6 helps.
So he's just keeping the boundaries going at a reasonable rate, keeping this Dreux side in the contest. That would have been a huge catch if Butt could have held on to what would have been a magnificent grab. But as it is, Dreux just keeping themselves in touch. 1 ball to go before we're halfway through this chase. 42 runs on the ball. Should have been a 3rd wicket. Swung across the leg side, fielder comes in, managed to deal with a pretty tricky bounce, keeps it to 1, and Dreux, they end the 5th over, 43 for 2.
I know a lot of people looking forward to what's coming up as well in match 2, and some of the players that we'll get to see some international talent. I mean, they've got kind of 2, 3, maybe even 4 players, Forfarshire from Scotland with ODI experience, with kind of T20 international experience as well at quite a high level. Players like Michael Leask, like Craig Wallace, really excited to see them, led by Scott Cameron. Also, Vienna CC, we'll see them next, and they're pretty exciting as well. They've got the man we affectionately call Big D, Daniel Eckstein, who has played a lot of cricket all around the world, Mark Simpson-Parker, Quinton Norris as well. So that'll be a really interesting clash coming up in the second match of the day as well. But right now, we've got a contest on in the first match of Group D.
Yeah, we certainly do. Plenty of more great cricket coming on today, but you do not want to leave this match. This is really tightly poised. Big over coming up here. Qureshi, probably the most consistent bowler. He's come up with a couple of wides, but he is trying to keep this off-stump line. I'm surprised at a way, Vinny, that he's only got the one fielder square there, and possibly even having that fielder deep cover instead of
well, that's the gap I'd be targeting, knowing that's where he's trying to put the ball. Straight over cover in the circle's head.
That one's a bit fuller. Chip straight down the ground. Timed nicely, and a much-needed Maximo for Khan. He gets his innings rolling.
It was Khan. He needed to do that, didn't he? Because there are only 2 out. Half the innings has expired. I thought for a second that this is just popping a catch, but he gets the timing just right, doesn't he? Maximo time. And Dreux bring up their 50 with that stroke.
Yeah, certainly didn't try to overhit it. Lovely strike from Khan. I have a feeling this could be a really decisive over in this game, Vinny. If Dreux can get another boundary or 2 off Qureshi, that takes out one of the gun bowlers from the Titans, and Dreux will feel they've just nudged themselves in front. Good comeback, just a little bit further outside off stump. Great delivery.
Smooth operator, isn't he? Wahid Qureshi. I like this from Marnus in the comment section, saying Andrew Ryan looks like a Queenslander, but sounds like he studied at Melbourne University. You know, kind of a, you a Queenslander with the edges sanded down?
I have never heard that description, but that is phenomenal from Marnus. No, great chat from him. We'll come back to that after Qureshi.
Oh, this is a blown call if this isn't a wide. This is, you can see it straight over the line. Look. Oh. Yeah. I'd be annoyed. What can you do?
Call. On the back of that comment from Marnus, though.
Oh, actually, it's been called a no ball, and I think this has been called no ball for the keeper encroaching. So anyway, doesn't matter. Maybe Neil Cash is a genius holding off on the call.
Wow.
So it's a free hit coming up.
Floats up the slower ball and it's dispatched over the boundary. Great strike. And that could be a huge point in this game, Vinny.
Huge. I mean, you think you've missed an opportunity, but then you do get an opportunity. It's even better because it's a free hit, and you cash it in by hitting it over the cube. So, yeah, Dreux, they're back in business, aren't they? And now they're pretty much back up with that rate. They're pretty much up at that red line now.
Yeah, scary times for the Titans. Qureshi's got to get this under control in the final couple of balls. Underneath, edge, flying down towards the boundary. Should be stopped, and they'll manage to scamper through for a 2. Tell you what, wasn't the greatest bit of running from this pair there. A lot of hesitation at the non-strikers there.
All buys in the end, but yeah, I heard what you heard. I thought there was a little bit of bat on this. I don't know if we'll be able to pick it up from here. Maybe not.
Come off the keeper's thigh, actually, in the end.
So a couple of runs. Oh, we've got game on here. Rhino, it's great to have you back. How'd you like to start with a golden ball?
I'd love a golden ball, Vinny. Wouldn't it be a fantastic start? That ball just jammed underneath the bat. Nice bit of bowling from Qureshi. That is a much-needed dot ball. He'd love to get out of this over with another one and leave Dreux just a touch over 40 for the remaining 4.
After the end of this over, I'll just explain what that no ball was for, what we think it was for. This will be the end of the over, assuming they get this. Proper airmail throw. And it's oh, what a feeling from the keeper. Tahidullah Kamal. It's the end of 6. The score is 60 for 2. Yeah, so as a keeper, you've got to know this. And it doesn't actually have anything to do with where you take the ball or if you take the ball even. It's just that until the ball is struck by the batter or hits the batter or passes the stumps, so any one of those 3 things, you must remain wholly behind the wickets. So even if you are next to the wickets, so imagine that back kind of edge, if you want to call it, of the, they don't have corners, but the back of the wickets, even if you're up beside the wickets, you're not wholly behind the wickets anymore. So that's what that was called for. Resulted in a free hit that was smoked down to the ground.
Yeah, it certainly was. Great insight there from Vinny Sandu, a man who has had gloves on his hands for
Been
a
called
long,
for it,
long
that's how I
period
know.
in his life. That one popped up. Fielder comes in recovery, shelled it again. Oh my goodness. If the Helsinki Titans lose this game, they only have themselves to blame in the field.
Missed opportunity. That was Usman Khan. He just got going with the Maximo, then he pops up a catch, and Ahad Qureshi can't deal with it.
Well, and it's punished next ball. That's hammered over the square leg boundary for a Maximo. Poor Qureshi dispatched after he should have had a wicket last ball.
Momentum suckers, aren't they, those drop catches? And then you see cashed in. So a couple of avoidables, the drop catches, the no ball. Obviously, it was called for encroachment. Going for 6. And yeah, all your keepers out there. Well, my tips are fairly basic one. I like to reach forward for the ball and kind of have it coming into my gloves and giving a little bit. Just have to stand a little bit further back. I used to scratch a mark, probably 2 or 3 of my foot lengths back, and that's where I would start.
Great tips from Vinny Sandu to all aspiring young keepers as Qureshi comes in, slings it, it's dragged straight. Another big effort from Bart, but that is consecutive Maximos, and Dreux feel like they are marching towards victory here. Great hitting from Nisar.
Yeah, and it's just the tide turning. You can feel it.
Speaking of tide turning, coming back to Marnus's comment from before as we just see Qureshi steaming in again. That's a lovely lap shot. Beautiful timing just inside the boundary. 6-6-4, Vinny, and Dreux feel like they've got all the momentum.
Yeah, they do. And they're always threatening to do this. Again, they've kind of set the table, haven't they? Titans, and made their own bed. That's down towards the robot zone. The dome, of course, is the natural home of the robot. The robot's having a little snooze, powering up at the moment.
Poor robot. Lost a bit of fluid today, but now we're back to Marnus's comment. Marnus, if you're very, very keen and you request very nicely, I could do an entire over of commentary in Queensland bogan fashion. So we'll see how much excitement there is for that
Okay.
on the chat. But
Yeah, don't give too much away too early, though, Rhino.
got to keep some gold for the weekend coming up. But certainly that Queensland accent's been drilled down a little bit from.
Yeah, they've got Switzerland now. That's the antithesis of Queensland.
Not quite the Sunshine State, and the sunshine seems to be dropping on this Helsinki Titans defence of this target. Nisar has, and Usman Khan are blasting poor Qureshi all over the place. This has been a series of brutal strikes, and I feel sorry for that Kookaburra, Vinny.
Yeah, that's also the end of the 7th over. The score 85 for 2. So this is what we're talking about coming up. The NSCC champions of Austria taking on the champions of Scotland, Forfarshire. And just looking at that Forfarshire lineup, it looks stacked. I'm telling you that much. You got Craig Wallace, a lot of international experience. Callum Gardner, we saw him in the ECC last year. He was so good. Lease, Michael Lease, he was meant to be here before in the ECL when they qualified during one of the Corona years, but he's a very accomplished international cricketer as well. Having said that, the NSCC got a few that are more experienced in the format, some good players as well. Now here's another one that's popped up, and it's going to pop up safely. So, yeah, what have they got it down to? Almost run a ball. 21 required off the last 3 overs. What I will say, though, get a wicket here, dot up the batters to come, maybe actually start holding your chances. There's still a little bit of hope that the Titans could turn this around.
Certainly a little bit, although it is very much in Dreux's favour. Shimwari coming on for his 2nd over, drifts on to middle and leg stump, and it's been elevated for a lovely Maximo. That was beautiful hitting from Mohammad Nassar, and he's getting plenty of support from his teammates.
Yeah, he brings up his 50 with that shot as well. Yeah, 52 off 20. And he has batted really well, hasn't he? And when they've needed to go up a gear, he's been able to. So he's a little bit careful, I suppose, early in the innings, but he could have been. He's hit all 6s, no 4s at the moment. 7 6s in his 52. And now grabs a single. Helsinki Titans, though, I think it's always frustrating when you feel like you have, you're kind of responsible for your defeat, which is probably what this feels like. They'll feel like they dropped those catches and made some critical errors. If you get outplayed, that's one thing, but yeah, they'll be pretty frustrated.
Well, again from Shimwari, just drifting way outside off stump. Throw comes in, hits the stumps, no chance for a run out, but you've hit the nail on the head there, Vinny. 3 dropped catches, all of which really should be taken at this level, and probably pouching even 2 of those. Helsinki Titans will be starting with a first up win. As it is, Dreux, still a little bit of work to do. A couple of wickets can throw the cat amongst the pigeons, but these 2 out there, they are in complete control at the moment.
Sure are. It's a late drama though. Shinwari.
This ball again, just singles coming off the bats. Mohammad Nassar, hasn't he played a cracker of an innings here?
Really good. I mean, lots of plaudits about the openers, but I mentioned Nassar's a pretty dangerous one as well. So yeah, Dreux, it hasn't really been all crash and dash from them. There's been a little bit more poise in this chase. One thing is, yeah, they have accelerated when they've needed to. His last ball, the 8th.
And the decent length balls, kept it nice and full this over. Shimwari, well bowled, completes his 2. And he finishes with figures of 2 for 19, and Dreux, they are 96 for 2, 2 overs to go.
All right, 10 off 12. You need to bowl your best option here, and I think also I'm considering bringing some extra infielders in, because you had Dots. Dots is your only way back into this game. Just have a look at this acceleration from the white line. That's the Dreux innings, and it just kind of barnstormed in these middle overs from well behind to now well ahead. Having said that, it's not far away from where the gold line was at this stage, and if you go back to the first innings, there were only 6 and 5 off the last 2 overs, so from this point, Helsinki Titans only got 11. Dreux only need 10 though. Big 9th over coming up. Can the French put it to bed?
First day coming in, first ball, keep it wide of off stump, and unfortunately 2 wide. Not many runs left to defend here, so you can't be affording to give away extras at this stage of the game.
And they bring on, well, captain brings himself on in the 9th. Didn't want to go back to Saeed.
Nicely driven. It's going to be a single. Dreux almost feels like, not that they've shut up shop, Vinny, they're happy to roll home in singles.
This is what I'm talking about. I mean, if to me, that's almost criminal, I think, when you need 9 off 11 or whatever that was, 9 off 12, to give them an easy single. Make them at least play a slightly risky shot.
Just a wide of off stump, nicely struck.
I suppose that's the counter argument, is if you do leak a boundary, it's pretty much all over Red Rover. But
such a crucial thing in these, the teams are only playing 4 games of the net run rate, really likely to come into calculations for determining finishing positions. So I've got some sympathy for the Helsinki captain. this early in the tournament.
For sure. 7 to win now. They can tie the game with a Maximo.
Off stump, drilled again.
I guess the other argument is if you have that guy right in the ring, they probably get a single anyway, but that's why I think it might be worth at least having one player there trying to save the single. He's got a bit of range, and if it's anywhere near him, hit at a kind of slowish pace. Doesn't give him an easy run.
Just a full smack down the ground. Decent bit of fielding coming around from the long off position. They'll keep it to 1.
Yeah, the other thing is if you can take it to the last over, absolutely anything can happen. We know that on ECN. So, yeah, take it to the last.
Needs a couple of dots here, though.
Maybe you can
just
pull it out of the fire.
Just to induce a bit of nervousness in the French team. Just a wide of off stump. Drilled, and it's going to beat that man out in cover. Excellent shot. And continuing a fabulous partnership from Nissa and Khan here. These two really rebuilt this innings after the loss of a couple of key early wickets, but they are enjoying their time at the crease now. And Dreux, they only need 1 run. Final ball of the night. Short ball swung away to the leg side, and that will be it. That is a very, very good comeback from Dreux. They were in a difficult position both with the ball and with the bat at various times in that game. Helsinki Titans giving themselves a very, very good first up performance, but they certainly had their opportunities to take an initial win. But as it is, Dreux are victorious still with 6 balls left in the kit bag. That's a good performance, Vinny.
Yeah, turned it around the middle overs, didn't they? We thought it might go off the rails, but they were remarkably sensible there, the way they went about that. I also think Helsinki Titans will be disappointed. They'll feel that was a winnable game and they let slip. And with only 4 matches, like you said, Rhino, it's going to be one that you might regret when it's all said and done. But maybe not. I mean, still 3 more matches to make an impression. But it is the French that get the better of Group D, match 1. And for me, that partnership was just so important. I think Mohamed Nissa there, number 3, probably my player of the match for just guiding them to that target. Made the most of a few opportunities as well. So Dreux, they're back, their 3rd ECL. And yeah, they mean business, you can tell there. The Finns, though, they'll be disappointed, but they'll know they've got the ability to bounce back. We'll see them a little bit later in the day taking on Forfeiture. So, I mean, that's a tough one, but they'll have to try and bring their A game there. And Forfeiture, we'll see them next against Vienna CC. News from the toss, their Forfs winning the toss and bowling in match 2. So we'll get to see probably Bal Hussein and MSP, Mark Simpson Parker at top of the order. You've got Big D at 3. Hassan Arif at 4. Let's see if they can handle it. For me, the wild thing, Javid Sadran, he is one of my favourites to watch as well in the whole of the European Cricket Network universe. Let's go to the highlights then. It was 106 to win for Dreux. Now, it wasn't really the start they wanted, although that was a nice shot first up. There's some early wickets just kind of changed the narrative. Nabi, he gave a chance and then he went for only 1.
Yeah, it's a nice little opening spell from Shimari. We talked a lot about the Helsinki skipper just bringing on a couple of guys, not giving them a huge amount of pace to work with in those opening overs. That was a good catch from Ahad Qureshi, but unfortunately it was the Helsinki Titans fielding that let them down at various times. That was excellent work. Mangal, he continued a cracking game with both bat and in the field, but it was an excellent effort there from Bart flying around. Thought he'd done some damage to his shoulder, but couldn't stop the Maximo. And it was actually just those flurry of 6s in the middle overs where, when the run rate was starting to climb, Dreux managed to both keep themselves in the contest and then really get their nose of the required run rate in front.
Yeah, they did. And once they got ahead, they were never going to turn around. And the funky shots came out as well. Nissa, he showed a lot of skill out there, didn't he? And a lot of poise. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, maybe Dreux have gone and said, you know, we've got all the skills. If we play a little bit smarter, we're going to be even stronger. So I think that came through. I think it was some clever tactical moves from the Titan skipper, Anakesh Puste, but I think that through the middle over, he's kind of ran out of steam a bit, and that coincided with the batters really getting going with that 3rd wicket partnership. So when it's all said and done, it's the French to come out with the first points of Group D. And Helsinki Titans back to the drawing board. We'll see them later in the day against Forfeiture. But for Dreux, we'll see them in the 3rd game of the day against Brno, the Czech champion. So looking forward to that one as well. Nissa dominates 56 of 24. It was the innings they needed at the right time. 7 Maximos, not a single 4 in there. And Usman Khan played a good supporting role in the end after a bit of a sedate start, 29 of 22. Extras hurt him, drop catches hurt them. I think the Titans, they'll be disappointed, but they were just outplayed here in the end. We know that there's a few momentum shifts within a T10 game. I think the Titans were on the wrong end of them most of the time.
Yeah, certainly. They've only got themselves to blame with a couple of sloppy bits in the field. I thought Shazad, after going for a 4 off his first ball, bowled a really impressive opening spell. He only went for 12, no wickets for him. Shimari with his left armers, he was good. He was the only wicket taker in this innings, but certainly after those first two had finished the power play, you got the feeling that the Titans could really turn the screws in the middle overs. It was actually probably Wahid Qureshi, such an important bowler for them, but he went for 26 off his two. Just didn't feel like he had the radar going right, had the keeper standing up to him, just trying to increase the pressure. But as it was the Dreux batsman who managed to find the boundary with regularity off his overs, and then a little bit of a tough one for Adnan Saeed going for 25 off his single over. I'm sure his tournament will get better as we go on. But Vinny, I think the Helsinki Titans have got a lot to take out of that game as well. They would have seen this as one of the two really tough games. But the fact that they were in with a chance to win, they'll take some positives out of this.
Yeah, for sure. Self-inflicted anyway. We'll see them later in the day. Hopefully we see you very soon, because in 20 minutes we're back. And it will be the Scots making their first appearance. Likewise, the Austrian champs, Vienna CC. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. Corey Rutgers, well, he's around. I'll tell you that much. And so you get ready for plenty more action here on opening day of Group D. Hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching from around the world. Come back to Cartama soon. You're watching the European Cricket League.
This is how we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Yep. Okay, ready, here we go. Hello, welcome back. Great to have you coming to Cartama Oval, and it's Group D time. Match 2 coming up. Should be a good one. Vienna CC versus Forfarshire, the champions of Austria and Scotland, going head-to-head. Great to have the kids from the Cricket School Project here as well. Having a good day? Yeah? We're having a good time. Let's get ready for the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the two captains.
Okay, your call. ECN. It is ECN. We'll have a ball.
From the toss, Forfarshire, the Scots have won the toss. They're going to bowl first. It makes sense, I think, to him to have a look. And look who's here. The robot's here. Do we love the robot? We love the robot. And the good thing about the robot is it's pretty robust. I can't wait to see Forfs. And also Vienna CC, watch out for Big D. It's pretty chaotic down here. So let's go up to the commentary box. Andrew Ryan will take you through the first moments of match 2. Over to you.
Vinny, Mr. Maximo, Sandu and our ECL robot down there causing chaos around the toss, but amongst all that chaos, Forfarshire, they've won the toss and elected to bowl in this second game of Group D here at the 2023 European Cricket League. Should be a fantastic contest, actually. Two of the most well-credentialed teams in this group. Locking horns in game 2, Forfarshire. Very, very strong lineup, as Vinny has mentioned before. They have some top quality international talent in their squad, not least in the form of Michael Lees. He is one of the best quality players that you will find in and around the Scottish circuit, and ably supported by Craig Wallace. He's been many a feature of Scottish international teams in the past, but Vienna Cricket Club, do not underestimate them. They have some stars in their own lineup. Mark Simpson-Parker, he'll likely be a very prominent feature with both bat and ball, probably coming in at the top of the order, or maybe one drop. And Ben Lexstein, he's been a very, very strong contributor for them over a number of years. But Hussain, certainly look forward to seeing him throughout the tournament. And it is definitely those two men, Simpson-Parker and Hussain, who are going to start things off for Vienna Cricket Club, putting two of their guns right out in the opening stages. Look at the fantasy dashboard. Well, Hussain, he looks pretty good value at 7.5 points. He will no doubt score plenty of runs throughout this tournament. Actually saw this group at breakfast in the hotel this morning, and they had no shortage of confidence, both going into this game but into these Group D contests in general. Expected score, maybe underestimating the quality of that Forfarshire lineup, but the Vienna Cricket Club, they are more than capable of finding the boundary throughout this innings and putting a 3-figure score on to try to defend in game 2. For the Scots, we have Aman Bailwa, who will take the new ball. Very important opening stages in that first game, as we saw Helsinki's side to knock out a couple of the two opening batters for Dreux Cricket Club, and really got themselves on top. But fantastic batting in the middle overs, particularly from Mohamed Nassar. Managed to get the French boys home to get a first up win. All attention at this ground, including what is a fairly substantial group of supporters who have come in to support the Scottish boys here today. There should be plenty of atmosphere. Actually the biggest crowd we've seen at the European Cricket League so far. There's a big atmosphere around. You can hear whether it's the kids still playing with the robot or the Forfarshire supporters. They are ready to go. Game 2, Group D. Lovely ball outside off stump. Could be a run out here first up. Throw goes into the keeper. The ball is fumbled as he's tried to take it, then gone for the reverse flick. Misses the stumps. How much action can you have to get a game started? Ball was played out. Simpson Parker took a couple of tentative steps. His partner Hussein really committed to the run, and it was almost easier to hit than miss for Callum Garden. Good player. That is a let-off. Once again, chaos and misunderstanding between these two, running between the wickets. Simpson Parker's very fast for a big man between the stumps. Those of you who watched our coverage from the Austrian ECS tournament last year remember him turning a lot of ones into twos. Well, this is turning a top edge into a boundary. Hussein takes the short ball, tries to hammer it to square leg. Only gets a top edge, but runs down to the boundary. Vienna Cricket Club open their account for 2023. They have 4 on the board. Not a tall man, Iqbal Hussein. Seen some previous tournaments. He's very good square of the wicket, particularly on the leg side, but he's got a good cut shot as well. Oh well, much better line and length. And there you see Simpson Parker, aggressive between the wickets. He's charging down already. That ball just the left-hand side of the fielder, coming in there from the point position. It's Lewis James down there. A lot of good tall athletes in this Forfarshire squad. Tidy first over from Barwell so far. Getting into his work nicely at the left armour. Not swinging the ball much, but that one's just angled across Simpson Parker. Has to drive it. Just a little bit slow with the hands. No shortage of action in this first over. Waves and smiles all round from Vienna Cricket Club. As you said, they're a happy group, showing some confidence in these stages. Decent length ball. Simpson Parker tries to pull it. Can't do anything other than spoon up a catch. Neatly taken by Fraser Ross coming in there from traditional mid-on position. That's the first wicket down and one of the openers back in the pavilion, MSP. Second ball dismissal and Vienna Cricket Club. They are 5 for 1 at the end of the first over. It just wasn't there to pull for Simpson Parker. Left armour just angling it across the body. Wasn't quite on leg stump. Fortunate for the young man. Coming here with big hopes. I'm sure he'll have a job to do with the ball later on in the next innings, but he goes for a duck. Not quite what was in the Vienna plans to start this tournament, but fortunately Hussein is still there. Back on strike to start this second over. Daniel Eckstein comes to the crease. A lot now sits on the shoulders of these two. Yeah, this could be very much the template for Forfarshire. They'll just play good, solid cricket. Bowlers will put the ball in the right spot, essentially force batters. Point that they'll end up getting an error. Big swing from Hussein. He's doing all of his run scoring behind the wicket. Not a great deal of control at the moment. A little bit of fielding. This is Jack Hogarth, leg spinner. Love to see this in the early overs. Bit of jump off the pitch with that new ball. Good control for a leg spin bowler, and particularly bowling with the new pill. And across the line from Eckstein. Can't beat the fielder, but it doesn't make any impact. Just go through for the one. Forfarshire looking very, very sharp in the field so far. Challenged on almost every single run that they've had to take. Slightly short of a length. Doesn't get a hold of it. Popped it up. Fielder coming in from mid-wicket, and that's the second one down. Wasn't actually a great ball from Hogarth, but leg spinner bowling with the new ball just got a little bit big on Hussein. Ball not coming off the meat of the bat. Should have been trying to pull it squarer. As it is, that is a pretty regulation catch, and second wicket down for Vienna. And haven't Forfarshire started this tournament well. Oh, Hussein still hasn't found the middle of the bat throughout that entire innings. Expecting more from a cricketer of his quality. And as it is, he's walking back to the pavilion, and those high hopes of Vienna from earlier in the day, they've got a job to do to to get themselves back under control. Sonny goes for 6 off 6. Neat catch there from Scott Cameron. Out of the boundary. Very cool, calm and collected young man coming in to take the snare. And the cricket club, 2 wickets down, only 7 runs on the board. Barcelona Reef. X-Dean out of the middle of the crease. Hogarth, he's enjoying his work in the ECL so far. Got it out to side off stump. Oh, that would have been a magnificent catch from fielder Michael Lease coming in from the boundary. He could probably carried a touch more than he expected, but did get both hands to it, I think. And of his quality, might have expected to pouch that. Baby just dropped at the last moment. Possibly a little bit of overspin off the ball, but as it is, that is a moment of fortune. And I've had a Reef back in the dressing room. This could have been a big mountain to climb, but there you go. How often do you see those momentum changes? Possibility of a wicket in the field, and the next team moves his foot across, swings to the leg side, that vacant square leg area. Well, as the leg spinning, you're not too disappointed to see someone swatting across the square leg from outside off stump, but well played from Daniel Eckstein. Nice timer of the ball. Need a lot from him today. Tries to do the same thing. Hogarth beats him on this occasion. And as it is, that is the end of a very eventful first 2 overs for Vienna Cricket Club. They are 2 wickets down, 12 runs on the board after 2 overs. And 2 overs in. What a pleasure to introduce Mr. Maximo back to the microphone. Vinny, all happening in these first 2 overs.
To be there, yeah. And well, Terry said in the comments section, the Scots are playing like they've already booked the championship week off. They are playing like winners out the gate, aren't they? So, yeah, both openers back in the pavilion. Big D, as we like to call him. Dan Lexstein played a lot of cricket around the world. The UAE top as well. This captain Scott Cameron coming in. He's a young captain for fourths. Does have some wise heads around him, but Scott actually has played a lot of cricket in Australia as well. And he played for my old club, Subiaco Floreat.
Wow, that is quite a connection.
A bit of a connection there, and I know quite a few of those guys watching the same club as players like Nathan Coulter-Nile, Jason Berendorf, Marcus Stoinis playing there at the moment. So pretty good players to be around. This guy's a pretty good player as well, though. Once he gets going, Big D, he's a bit of an excitement machine. Can also send out some fairly medium pace, or slightly faster than that. Anyway, still got to be attacking, don't you? Even with those 2 early wickets going down.
Certainly, he's a nice, easy timer of the ball, Eckstein. Get the ball a long way without necessarily trying to thrash it.
The thing is, it's different for fourths. They haven't really played this format at all. Obviously playing all of their cricket really on turf pitches to then come to an artificial surface. A bit of an adjustment, just the kind of landing for the faster bowlers as well. You don't get too much assistance either, variation-wise off the seam. Drive, sets back his partner. So yeah, I'm really excited for the Forfisher guys because they did qualify in 2020 to play in 2021, but because of the pandemic, we weren't able to hold that edition of the European Cricket League. So finally, they get to get on the park. That's what it's all about.
Don't they look resplendent, Vinny? Looking great, that deep blue representing Scotland.
Actually look like an ECN team. If you had an ECN strip, it would probably look something like that. Those are our colours. I think that Nick designs the strips. I think he's gone straight to the brand toolkit and said, okay, that'll do. Especially the highlights of the gold on the pants. I think the Vienna CC strip, you see it there, looks pretty good as well. That's nice to see the new uniforms. Last ball to power play coming up. Slower bounce. Attempt to kind of short delivery anyway, digs into the pitch. This is the end of the power play. Pretty good one for fourths. It is 16 for 2 after 3. And this is something, Rhino, that the Scottish team did really well in the ECC. Bowling these kind of cutters into the pitch where it just kind of loses a bit of velocity. So as a batter, you're normally a bit early on it. Ali Evans was just describing that to us in pretty good specificity, how they would just try and make those little micro adjustments that'll throw off the timing of the batter.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny. Even on these hard artificial surfaces, really giving the ball a bit of rip can change the velocity a lot, as we see Jack O'Neill coming into his right arm spinners. That one swung out to deep mid-wicket. But particularly when you've got guys who are coming in with quite a bit of height, quite a bit of pace, that drop of velocity can really put you off your game when you're trying to swing the ball hard over square.
It's Callum Garden, very good keeper. I want to say big hello and happy birthday to his auntie Pam. It's her birthday today. So big happy birthday to you, Pam. This one will just be clunked down to long off for a single. Yeah, and hello to all of our new crowd that are in as well. Hopefully you're well up here in the commentary box. Many sound Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. Callum had a really good tournament playing for the Scotland 11 in the ECC last year. That's like the Euros of cricket. This is the Champions League now, playing for his club. O'Neill gets elevated up in the air to a weird pocket of space, and it's chaos, and it's going to be 4. Well, two fielders had a play on that. I think it was Wallace that went back. It was Bilewal who was coming around to his left in the end, evades them both and gets over the ropes.
I thought we were about to see Maximo explode into an eruption of excitement there. That could have been one of the plays of the tournament. Had a play on it, but manages to just drop between the two fielders and also escape for a boundary. Fortunate break.
No fielders were hurt in that play, luckily. This one straight over the bowler's head. More work for Bilewal down there. Rolls it in.
Yeah, so seeing the ball come out of O'Neill's fingers. If I was the batter, I'm not sure that I have a great feel for the way that's going to turn from delivery to delivery at the moment.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's a quick action, isn't it? This is going to be more work. Well, it's the Superman style dive from Bilewal. We can't stop this either. There's going to be 4 more. So the Austrians up and running.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just over pitch from O'Neill, just a little bit too much flight, but credit to Arslan Arif. He's managed to place that nicely. Oh, well, good athlete coming around there from long off. But the left-hander paceman. They can't stop that going over the boundary, so in a cricket club, recovering a bit in this 4th over.
Hey, he's a bit of a mystery spinner, isn't he, O'Neill? I think they kind of come out the front of the hand. It's almost like a back spinner. It's not really what you expect. Anyway, they have got up to 7s at least at the end of 4 overs. The NSCC, 28 for 2.
Yeah, certainly managed to get themselves back in that over being a cricket club. A couple of boundaries certainly helped things. Managed to stem the tide of wickets, which is obviously very helpful for them. Not the deepest batting lineup in this contest, and certainly could be expecting a lot from those 2 openers in future games. But they got themselves back into a reasonable position, 7 runs and over. They'll need to accelerate in the coming exchanges, but get themselves back into the game.
So it's going to be Bryce Alchin who's going to bowl over number 5. And the NSCC want to keep pushing. Well, this is up, and it's going to be caught. It's going to be called a no ball, though. It's waist high. Going to have to jump on it. Yeah, I think it was called on the field, and to me it did look high. Remember, in ECN, we're a bit stricter on these. Anything that's waist high or above is a no ball. I think Alchin can't have too many complaints. I know you can make an argument there, but if there's doubt, the umpires are advised to call them. I think you said it earlier. I think that these shouldn't really be going to the bowler.
No, certainly not. I think probably, if anything, Arif's going to be disappointed that he didn't dispatch that over to the square leg boundary. Wasn't coming through at immense pace.
It'll be a first warning as well. So there's also slight difference because of that adjustment. You're allowed 2 warnings and then you won't be able to bowl anymore. So they'll get a first warning, which is what Alchin's just got, and a second warning and a 3rd and final. Again, I don't think that's where he meant to put it anyway. So free hit coming up, and it's Big Daddy on strike. Just off the pad and get a single. Leg by called. Yeah, disappointing there. Alchin looks like he's got a few changes of pace. Got Callum Garden up to the stumps. And so just putting the squeeze on. Good shot of James Sim there. Double capping it in the fine leg region.
A nice delivery on the no ball for the free hit. With a change of pace.
Well bowled. Someone dips on him. In the block hole. Good length that time, so he's found his range now. Loving the cross of the St Andrews. The Scottish flag just above the ECL logo. St Andrews is a bit of an institution in Benalmadden. I wonder if the Scots have discovered it yet.
They haven't by now. They will by the time they depart later in this week. It's almost impossible to miss.
Whoever's doing the purchasing for them might have to find out about the Scottish crowd we've got here. Gone. Really good catch. Alchin gets his man in the end. Arif just trying to drive that one back past the bowler, but it was shoulder high catching opportunity, and really the Scots have set the standard in the field so far. Vienna lose a third wicket, 31 for 3.
Yeah, he's come back well, Alchin. Can be quite disconcerting for a bowler when you come down by the waist-high full toss for your first delivery of the tournament. He's come up with a couple of nice in-swinging Yorkers after that, and then taken an excellent caught and bowled. Arif trying to smash the cover of it, and good reactions. Not just good reactions though, just having soft enough hands to make sure that that was pouched cleanly. And isn't the young man happy about it? And certainly Forfarshire, they have started with a very, very strong bowling performance. Arif going back to the pavilion. At least he gave them a little bit of a boost, 10 off 9, but 31 for 3, Vinny. Vienna, they need some pulsating batting in these next couple of overs.
He's frustrated there. I mean, the thing is, he's not giving you a lot of pace on the ball to work with, so he kind of has to make his own running. Doesn't get it out of the middle at all. Shahil Moment, well, he's a very good player as well. Expect him to bowl some left arm spin later in this game. But the first thing for Vienna CC is just to get to a competitive total. Whatever that looks like for them, maybe 80 plus. Like I said, Forfarshire, when I looked at all the groups, when I saw this squad, I said, this is a team which they have to be favourites, and favourites by some distance. Nothing against the other teams that we know and love here on ECN, but professional outfit. I think seeing that coming through, can have a crack here, but they throw it so hard that they won't get an overthrow. So, I mean, that's just confidence in your backup fielders as well.
That's extreme confidence in your backup fielders, Vinny. He has absolutely launched that shot at the stumps, but great jobs. Clearly a unit that looks like they have played a lot of cricket together. They are a well-oiled machine.
Been out if you hit. Alchin looks like he's just had a haircut. If I was him, I'd be asking for my money back. Oh, what a ball. Could almost bring a wicket, but it doesn't. And it's the old coming down on the second bouncer from Alchin. If that was intentional, that's incredible. I'm not so sure it was. It almost brings him a wicket.
I think he might have actually just been stopped in his tracks by your sledging of his haircut, Vinny. That one has taken an eternity to get down. But Eckstein's almost managed to hit it down the throat of the fielder coming from the boundary.
The last thing you're expecting is a batter. That's crazy.
Looks like he's tried to bowl the leg spinner. Just held onto it a touch too long. As it is, ends up with just a single.
Slides into the pad, sneak away with leg by. So it does take us to the end of 5. And Vienna CC, now 34 for 3. Welcoming you into the Dream Box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world, especially our viewers on Viaplay in the UK and all of our international broadcast partners. Those of you watching from Fancode in the Indian subcontinent, of course, on ECN as well. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan with me. Corey is around. Rico, he's off in Group D. Great to have you with us. And yet, right now, the Scots have impressed us, haven't they, in the first 5 overs?
Certainly have. We know they've got some quality cricketers, and even a few that we haven't seen involved in the game so far. They do all the technical things right. Their control with their bowling is great. I think it's going to be a fabulous thing having them in this tournament. They have to be massive favourites for this group.
I think so. Don't build them up too much. Still early days. Great keeping Greg Garden to go down and make the block down the leg side. So I like the mix of options they've shown so far. This is Michael Leask. He's played a lot of cricket for Scotland at the international level and had success. And goalkeeper style, can't make the save here. Just a single. So the thing about Vienna CC, they have played a lot more of this T10 format. So you've got an interesting contest between Forfarshire, very good cricketers, but haven't really played this format of the game in these conditions. You've got some players that have, but maybe not quite the cricket pedigree of some of the Scots. It's always fascinating. He likes it here.
I think this is a bad appeal, Vinny.
Yeah, does he ever lift his foot? I mean, the thing with Big D is there's always a big shadow under his foot. Callum sees something here. Let's have a look. Oh, it's an interesting one.
I reckon this might be a touch off the ground when...
Well, it's going to be a frame-by-frame job. I think there he's down again. I don't think you could give it based on that. It was up maybe 2 millimetres, 2 microseconds before the bails come off. It was a good appeal, though. At least. Here's another one in. Big D seems quite leg side conscious here, and he's a bit better than that, to be honest. He's a guy who can play in the V, he can play straight. There's a big gap straight down the ground. I think that's the area I'd be targeting. It's a little bit safer swinging across the line. One is a bit straighter. Knocked down to long on for one.
Yeah, I agree with that, Vinny. Leask's not a huge spinner of the ball. Certainly mixes up his pace and his length quite a lot. Very, very canny operator, but Exton, he's got wide, long off. I think there's enough of a gap there for him to really try to punch hard straight down the ground.
Good length. Basically York's moment gets one. I mean, Michael Leask, he's a guy with over 1,000 runs in ODI cricket, averages 26. Also 52 wickets in ODI cricket. He's also played 48 T20 internationals, so he's played 110 international matches at a very good standard, and I think he'll be a very key player for fourths in this tournament.
Great chat from Manus, actually, who's been a star on the YouTube chat so far. Vinny calling out that Leask is doing a pretty good impression of Chris Rogers, the former Australian opener, not known for his off-spin bowling, but it's the end of the over from Leask and Vienna. They are sitting at 39 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, I like where you're going with that, Manus. Having a look at that scorecard, you can see they've only had one no ball, one wide in this 6 overs, so not giving any away for free. Don't think they've missed a chance. There was that kind of one that was low down, I suppose, that kind of clonked off the hands, but I think the ones that should have been taken have been. Here's Hoagie. Man, they call Bison because of his unusually large head, and that was what he told us when he was a guest commentator and when he was here with the Scottish team.
He might have been to the same barber as Allchin as well.
Must have been the discount one. A full toss. Should be handled at long on, and it is. It's pretty professional. This is something I say to all the players here on ECN. That you don't have to be paid to be professional. What I mean by that is to act professional and try and do those things. Try and set those professional standards. Something you can aspire to. The low full toss. This time picks out the cover, so no run.
It's a shame there, actually. It was a nice shot from Oman. Really travelling on the ground. He just managed to pick out the one fielder. 2 metres either side of that fielder, and it would have been a boundary.
The low full toss. Well, I like a design. These are working for Hogarth at the moment.
I say after that first delivery, he gets quite a nice bit of purchase on this artificial pitch, but he hasn't managed to land one.
But you know what I'm noticing here is the pace of the game. You just feel like this game is over quick. This innings is going quick. The NSCC have to make something happen. Big D tries. It's skied towards the boundary and it's out of here. Maximo! Well, he lasered one before. It's been a long time between drinks for the Big Daddy, but he does swing that one back behind, backwards square for 6 runs.
Yeah, Hogarth's been really good with his line so far, despite having a few full ones in the last couple of deliveries. That's the first time that he's really given Eckstein the chance to swing big on the leg side.
This one is more or less where he wants it, but it's going to disappear. Maximo! Well, my voice must be carrying because the Big D does go straight eventually, and he gets it out the middle. Brings up the 50 for Vienna CC, and it's also the end of the over. Nice straight hit, this one. That is the end of 7, the score, 53 for 3.
How things can change in a T10 game, Vinny.
Yeah.
2 balls to go. We would have been saying that Vienna was really struggling to put a decent total on the board as we swing and have a look what is coming up. Obviously, 3 days of cracking action here in Group D, but Group E and Group F next week to finish off the group stages, Vinny. Plenty of big teams there.
Contenders amongst those teams. That's the thing. Contenders everywhere. It's such an unpredictable tournament. Here comes Leask for his second over. He's been good at just sliding it into the left hand and cramping him for room. Yeah, so the thing is, I think they're one team, Forfshire, that can win it. For sure, they can go all the way. Let's not put the crown on them just yet after 7 overs, but you can just see that they mean business, and I think that they're quite adaptable cricketers.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a couple of bowlers in their team who will almost inevitably, as that one is just hit straight back to Michael Leask, and the Chris Rogers impersonator takes probably just as many wickets in this spell as Chris Rogers took in his entire career. And unfortunately, he sends the big man Eckstein packing, and after a couple of big strikes in the last over, Scots will be happy to see the back of him. That's an unfortunate dismissal, but nice tidy catch.
Yeah, another good caught involved. There's been quite a few of them in this series. All right, that's an uncanny resemblance. But you can see there, easy for Leask, just like shelling peas. Big D certainly had the right idea, didn't he? But couldn't get it around Leask in his follow through. Still, he has got something going for Vienna CC. Let's see if they can finish things off as Eckstein departs for 29. It's 54 for 4.
The infuriating bowlers at play, Michael Lees. You can see how just effectively he spears the balls into hard-to-hit zones. If you watch his action closely, he really holds his delivery stride until the absolute last second. And particularly when he's bowling to top-quality players in short-form international games, you can see how he's able to adjust very late to any movement around the crease.
And this is the guy called the Wild Thing, and he's almost gone first ball. It's tipped over the bar by Lees, who almost had 2 in a row. And Javed Zadran is a very, very good short-form cricketer. We've seen him breaking into the Austrian national team, seen him in T10 international cricket. He bowls really well in this format. He has good slow ball. Right now, he's got to do the job with the bat. And you'll see why we call him the Wild Thing. He likes to swing and swing hard from ball 1. Gets a life on 0.
Yeah, well, I'll say 2 wild things so far in his innings, Vinny. He's turned up to the crease, not wearing a hat, which is always a good sign, and then adjusting the protector halfway through running a single. I like it.
Bowled him, and the Wild Thing's going to have to go. It's a wild swing from the Wild Thing, and Lees gets 2 now. Gets his man in the end. Vienna losing a couple of quick ones here in the 8th. It's 56 for 5.
He wasn't wasting any time. The Wild Thing tried to dispatch that over to the 10th, where all of the supporters are standing. Unfortunately, hasn't made contact, and unsurprisingly, a very, very good opening spell from Michael Lees here. Spearing that ball, takes out middle stump. Excellent bowling from a quality operator.
Yeah, it's really good bowling. Well, there's the little chainsaw from Leeski as well. He's so happy to be out there, I'm sure, in the ECL. Guy's played a lot of cricket around the world. Just adjusts those sunglasses and says, yep, all in a day's work. Zadran will get the right to reply in the second innings, but right now it is 56 for 5.
Certainly not out there for a long time. Zadran is a dynamic player. Seen the best of him today. Another dynamic player coming to the crease, Quinton Norris.
Yeah,
Name within Austrian cricket, good player, and he's still got a bit of work to do in these final overs.
A lot of work in Austrian cricket. Great to see him out there in the ECL. Still 1 ball to go from Lees. You've got to play Lees as a medium pacer. He's not a spinner. I think if you try to play him as a spinner, you're always late on him. So it's hard. He's just off a few steps. Quinton, just get 1. Know how fast he runs. That will be the end of the 8th over, and the score is 57 for 5.
After that previous over from the leg spinner, he managed to catch a couple of maximums. That one slowed down again. Michael Leeski, he is a quality operator and a man who's had a lot of success playing short-form cricket around the world.
A little bit like the Dow Jones there, kind of upward trend, but a few blips as they've tried to creep up to an acceptable run rate through this first 8 overs. On 71 pace right now. I'd love a big over from somewhere. It's going to be Balwal, left armour, who's going to come on in over number 9.
I don't think that actually Vienna will mind this, the opener coming back on. Left armour coming around the wicket, but at least giving them a bit of pace to work with. The odd inside or outside edge flying down to the boundary.
First over. See, exchange here, kind of goes to a slow ball first up. We have a bit of an expression here on ECN. It all happens in the 9th. Well, I think Vienna will be hoping it all happens for them. Great bit of work. Just love their energy, love the way they're throwing themselves around in the field.
Good athlete, Barwell. We've seen him working almost some of his magic around from that long off position earlier in the day. He throws himself into his work, whether it's fielding or bowling.
Another slow ball. This time it's swept. What a shot from Norris, who goes large. Maximo! Well, that one scatters the 4th supporters. A bit of revenge serve cold from Quinton. What a way to open his Maximo count here in ECL 23.
Yeah, I love being an expert before the event, Vinny. I said that actually a little bit of extra pace from the opening bowler might help these guys, and Norris has played an excellent shot there, just using the pace from the left armour. Swing it for a maximum.
Now, that's the one off the bottom of the bat. Just need a couple more of those. I think you also need to realise where you're at in the tournament. At 4ths, obviously, got a pretty good team here. You're hoping to just kind of challenge them. So you're not going to win this group on day 1. You want to beat them, obviously, if you've entered CC, but if not, you want to be as competitive as possible, because we've seen how close some of these groups can be. You put yourself in with a chance for that double chance on finals day, Saturday. This is high, really high. It's an easy-ish catch, you'd imagine, and it's taken. Beautiful work by Jack O'Neill, who's deputising for Barwal in that part of the ground moment. Tries to go up with it, but just misjudged the pace, so Barwal gets a second wicket And Vienna lose as 6th at 64 for 6.
Yeah, can't you hear the rapturous applause in the background from the Forfarshire Army? They are loving this display from their boys so far. It's been an excellent exhibition of varied bowling, line and length control, and exceptional fielding so far. They are looking very sharp. They have a big batch of supporters behind them, and they're going to be very hard to stop in this Group D as Moman walking back to the pavilion. No boundaries for him, unfortunately. 6 off 9, and the boys from Austria, they're 64 for 6.
Yeah, he'll be frustrated with that innings, Shahil. He'll have the right to reply with the ball as well, though. I think the reason that goes up in the air is because he is early on the shot. And he's early on the shot because it's a slower ball. He's got quite a whippy arm action. But it was Wasim Akram's about the way he kind of whips his arms over. And that can get you expecting the pace. So the fact that he rolls the fingers on a lot of these deliveries in the night, I think batters playing early, and that's why that gets skied. Rahimi gets a bat here late in the piece. Well, there's a bit of misjudgment here. They'll get away with it. Just have a look. This is a little lesson in running between the wickets. You must watch your partner. Rahimi, he watches the ball way too long here, you see, and he's still watching the ball, and he's turned his back on Quinton Norris. I mean, sure, you should hear the footsteps coming, Jurassic Park style, but still, you gotta watch your partner. Otherwise, you're gonna end up on a different page. What a shot. That one's out of here as well. Going, gone. Maximo. And the big cue stick is out. Rhino ends the ninth with a bang, 71 for 6.
Well, Quinton Norris taking the long handle. There's no Tyrannosaurus Rex arms on that young man. He has smoked that over the mid-wicket boundary. Lovely shot. His second Maximo of the over. And at Vienna Cricket Club, they are showing some fight here. They have lost wickets with regular intervals throughout these 9 overs so far, but they've made their way to 71. Vinny, another 15 runs or so off this last over. If they can squeeze them out, it at least gives them a defendable total.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Q's been huge here in the late overs. It's a beautiful shot of the Cartama Oval. Alchin's going to get the last over. Interesting first one he delivered. Pretty effective though. Ooh, just whipped off the pads. Yeah. Now Norris. It's an interesting one for me. I think he is the boundary hitter out of him and Rahimi, so he wants to face as many balls as possible. It means either turning down runs that get hit straight at outfielders or trying to get twos, but I think the Scots are pretty canny to that. They'll be whipping the ball back to the keeper's end.
Interesting matchup here. Alchin's been swinging the ball back to the pads. Let's see if Norris tries to step across to off.
He's going to sweep him. Take that back. He decides to go the little deflection dab. Doesn't work out for him.
I think good piece of bowling from Alchin though. He's actually gone away from what he was delivering in the first over. Alchin coming up with a good couple of balls to start this. And the fingers over the top of that last one. See if Norris takes the same tactic, sweeps him again. Gets it outside off stump, good ball.
Yeah, it's kind of a rolling leg cut at that time, I think, from Alchin. So, yeah, I mean, Quinton can also play shots from the offside. I just think it's been really effective, that kind of sweep anything approach so far, so he's sticking with it. I'd consider maybe trying to go over cover. Cover's in the circle, big gap behind him. Again, if it's anything's on the stump, so I think Quinny's going to go leg side. Like this, and he's going to be knocked over. Anyway, handy couple of Maximos from Norris at Alchin. He's pretty happy with his figures at the moment. He's only conceded 5 off 10 balls, even though he lost the handle on one early. He's been pretty impressive. Good tricks, I think, from Fourth's bowlers, showing why they're so good at short form cricket. At Quinny liked his effort. He goes with 2 balls remaining, 72 for 7.
Yeah, nice little innings. He may be Chin by name, but he's pointing to his cranium there as though he's outthought the batter, and I think rightly so. A couple of nice balls, just making sure he's taking it out of that leg side sweet spot for Norris. Points to the head and thinking, yeah, I've outthought you, big man. That's an excellent piece of bowling. Manages to take out the leg stump, but handy little innings, Quinton Norris. He's played well, 14 off 8. 72 for 7. Need to get up to this 80 range if they can, Vinny.
I think he just decides to go forward there, when if he had hindsight, he probably kind of hangs back, and that is quite sweepable. because he missed the last one, he kind of decided to kind of not dance down, but, you know, make a big forward movement and try and drive down the ground. Didn't really work out. Good bowling. Going to look at Barry Hooper now with 2 to come.
Sounds more like a striker for the Forfarshire football team rather than a late order batter for the Vienna Cricket Club.
Maybe they'll have a look at him. He's in at 9, and there's only 2 to come. Here's Allchin. Barry will get off the mark. Not happy with just a single, but that's not too bad. Gets out the way. Rahimi. He's kind of built for speed, not power. Ali Rahimi. Sometimes we'll see him with the gloves. Not in this game because Captain Norris will be doing those duties, but he's a very good fielder. Got a great attitude as well. Ali Rahimi's a bundle of energy in the field. Can make a name for himself here if he can take down Allchin. NSCC 73. Maximo would mean they'd set the fourths 80. Here we go. Last ball, seatbelts on. There's the slower ball. A bit of a shin buster for Allchin. Come back for 2. Well, Hooper has got the jump on that, and so it will be 2 in the end. Rahimi will finish 4 not out. Hooper 1 not out. If you had a CC, pretty good effort for them. I think in the end they were tested early, weren't they? They lost some wickets, lost some key players. They still fight their way out to a total that we have seen defended so far in this ECL. They'll make 75 for 7 off the 10 overs. And the Austrians certainly can be proud of that effort. They're going to have to really do a number on the field, though, because I think fourths, they meant business in the field. They want to show them in business with the bat as well when play resumes in the second half of this game.
Yeah, certainly. They've at least scratched out a defendable total there, but and particularly after the difficult start they had, they'll at least feel they've got something on the board. Absolute chaos on that first delivery where Hossain was running down the crease. Simpson Park was having none of it, but he managed to get going with a few top edges. Unfortunately, MSP, he did not get going today. He ended up out second ball, just a little bit big on him, straight down the throat of mid-on. So he managed to get them moving a little bit with a few lucky shots, but eventually found the fielder at mid-wicket. Eckstein, he showed some class. And he's a nice timer of the ball, Vinny.
Yeah, no, sure is. We know the Big D likes to go large. This was an acrobatic attempt, wasn't it, from Barwan down there at long off. Some really good caught and bowls this week, and this was no exception. Allchin was able to grab that one. This one did get out of the ground. Look, for me though, fourths, they look dangerous. They look a good mix of cricketing skill and enjoying themselves. You know, I think that's part of it as well. I think they really get into the atmosphere. I think Lease came on, showed his experience, was able to pouch that one. There was one next ball that just kind of burst through his fingers, but he was able to get Zadran in the end, bowled him and guarded him for good measure. Takes the ball, throws it in the air. Look, in the end, I think the Forbes, we knew that they are probably the team to beat here in Group D. This does nothing to kind of challenge that assumption. Late in the piece, you saw a moment of frustration for him. Couldn't hit a boundary in his 9 balls. Again, it's a great opportunity for the Austrians to go out there and show what they can do. Big cue stick, I loved it. He went bang, bang. 2 Maximos in his 14, got them up in the 70s. I think without him, they're probably looking low 60s. But yeah, Allchin was able to get his man in the end. And yeah, the man with the, I said, might have copped a money back haircut. Well, he was on the money, wasn't he, in this innings. As we look at the scorecard, the NSCC ended up getting to 75. So like I said, we've seen this kind of score defended before, but it'll be tough. See, the opener's no good. Eckstein with 29. He was the top scorer. Arif, well, he stuck around for a while for 10. 14 for Quinton. Norris late in the piece. But have a look how frugal they were with the extras. Just that 1 no ball and 1 wide in the entire innings, Rhino.
Yeah, incredibly disciplined performance with the ball from the Scottish boys from Forfarshire. Not only do they have a nice bit of variety in that attack, they show some great control. Balwell was pretty good at the top of the order. He took 2 wickets, a particularly good first over from him. Hogarth, a little bit expensive, got hit for a couple of maximums in his second, but was really impressed with Bryce Allchin. Bowling for 2 overs for only 8 runs, taking a couple of wickets. His nice changes of pace. He could be a surprise packet as far as the bowling goes for the Scots. And that does leave us with a precariously placed game. BNSCC 75 for 7 off their 10 overs. They will be back in just a few minutes to defend that total against the mighty Forfarshire batting lineup. European cricket fans, thank you for being with us, and please join us for the second innings in a very short while.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport. Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the third ever European Cricket League. It's the Champions League of European Cricket. 31 clubs from all around the continent coming together at the home of European cricket. On the Costa del Sol, the Cartama Oval is the venue for ECL 23. Every 3 days, we expose 5 new teams to the atmosphere. Essentially play our own mini tournament. Only the winner gets to come back in Championship Week. Right now, it's the first day of Group D. We have Forfarshire, the Scottish champions, coming out to bat. Chasing 76 for victory against Vienna CC, the Austrian champs. Should be an enthralling chase. Looks like Daniel Eckstein, the man we affectionately call Big D or Big Daddy. That's normally on his shirt at the club level. And the out bowling to Craig Wallace. Here we go. 76 to win for fourths. And no ball called. And it's pulled away up over mid-wicket. Do make the stop and come back for 2. But yeah, I wonder if this was a no ball for front foot. And just when it was called would make me think. Let's have a look. Yeah. That's a big one as well. Just doesn't have his bearings yet, Big D. He's got some big feet, but he needs to keep behind the line. Here's another man. With a big personality, Andrew Ryan joins me. Not the ideal start at all for Vienna CC.
Yeah, certainly not facing a free hit there, Vinny. That was a massive front foot no ball, and lucky to not be dispatched for a 6 as well.
Yeah, and he knew this was going to be a no ball as well. It was so slow that it's not going to go to the boundary. They'll only get 1. This is a case, his back foot's landing well in front of the stumps, and he almost tried to bail out of that delivery because he could tell it was going to be another no ball, but he couldn't in time. It's kind of strange. So it's going to be another free hit coming up. You can see just losing his run. He could tell when that back foot landed that he was in trouble.
That's another massive front foot no ball too, Vinny. And for an experienced customer, you just don't expect this. It's more something you'd expect with a fiery young paceman. He's not coming off a particularly long run either.
Yeah, just got to get his bearings right here. Garden gets his first opportunity. It's a free hit. It's going to be a wide. So a bit of self-inflicted damage so far with the infinite run rate climbing. I'll make that 5 so far. 6 now after that wide. That's like a Maximo without having the ball leave the ballpark, isn't it? And still free hit. This is the ideal way to start your innings as well, by the way. Steps across. This could be LBW. Just a single. So 7 off the first, and Big D will be hoping they can just leave that behind and now get down to work.
He'll be pretty ecstatic having registered a legitimate delivery after a few false starts there. Tell you what though, the next time you see Callum Garden on strike, when he isn't his bat position the epitome of the modern day limited overs player.
That's true.
Very high, probably similar to Tim David type from the Australian team as that one is. Smashed over the offside. That's gone for a Maximo, and Forfarshire, they're well on the way.
Yeah, they're sending a message here. 13 off 2. Pretty famous scoreline here in Spain recently, because that's what Spain were able to do when they bowled Isle of Man out for 10. They had 13 for naught off 2 deliveries.
When did that happen, Vinny? I haven't heard Corey mention that, at least in the last 20 minutes or so.
Oh, we have to hide him in the suit. So when Big D is operating on all cylinders, he does swing the ball a lot into the right-hander. He just seems out of rhythm, and you can understand that as well. You've got to realise it's early in the season for almost all these players. Some of them have been playing cricket elsewhere over the European winter. But yeah, always, especially with seam bowlers, it can take a little bit of time to get back into it. You just don't have a lot of time in this format of the game.
Look at that bat position, Vinny. He is ready to launch. Misses outside off stump.
Yeah, and Max O'Dowd has a similar kind of setup. Not really tapping the bat too late in the setup. It just helps you stay still a lot of the time. That's what a lot of coaches will tell you. And you're just laser focused on that ball and where it's coming from. A little mini comeback from Big D. This one bites in, could be gone, and it is taken. So Garden can't get this one out of the infield. It's Moment that takes the catch, and Vienna CC remove a dangerous player. Forfarshire lose their first wicket in this ECL. It's 14 for 1.
Yeah, well cultivated wicket of Garden there from the big opening bowler, Eckstein. At the end of the day, despite all of the no balls, this has actually not turned out to be a bad over. They've sent one of the key men with the bat in the form of Callum Garden back on his way. Nice catch there from Shahil Mamen coming around from a wide mid-wicket position, and first wicket back in the pavilion. And some good news finally for Vienna after a pretty tough start.
Yeah, it's never great when you give away 10% of the score before a ball's bowled. Essentially, that's what happened. Garden couldn't get that one out the middle. He's the first victim for Big D in this ECL. 14 for 1.
Start Garden, 1 off 3. Sure, he'll be looking to improve his statistics. Was it Auntie Pam who was really focused on Callum's performance? She may have her head in her hands and need another cuppa up in the...
I'm always looking at the silver lining. And I suppose there is one. Here's Leask. Good to see him out there, and he's not going to waste any time. He blasts the boundary over point first ball. This is a guy, like I said, over 1,000 ODI runs. Well, there's 4 ECN runs, his first on the network. I don't think they'll be his last. That's also the end of the first over. The score is 18 for 1.
Eckstein just dropping short on that final ball. Field's certainly not set up to deal with that sort of delivery. Michael Leask punishes it. His first foray with the bat in this tournament. Vinny still 55 matches.
I don't think we're going to go to the century.
It's got to burst soon.
So 55 matches sounds like a long time ago, but it's about 2 weeks ago. Not even 2 weeks, actually. It's 13 days, I think, since our last
eternity in European cricket time.
It is.
Terms.
It is. And so, of course, if the scores aren't tied at the end of regulation, it'll be a golden ball. Batters need 2 off an additional delivery. Here's the wild thing. Getting him out there early. And it's a beautiful looking cut shot for 4. Well, the fielders couldn't even move. That was so fast. 2 international quality players out there at the moment showing what they can do. Wallace gets another boundary.
Just those 2 last shots from first Leask and then Wallace. That is just the difference in an international standard player, isn't it, Vinny? We see a lot of players early on today trying to swing those balls short of a length wide of off stump over to mid-wicket. On the other hand, those 2 have just absolutely cracked them with ease.
Yeah.
But to the point boundary and backward of point, great batting.
Zadran will often give you a lot of pace to work with. Now it's a beautiful looking shot. It's just a little kneel down paddle from Craig Wallace. Maximo! What a shot. That's the epitome of using the pace, Rhino.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. And Zadran tried to adjust, didn't want to drop it short again. Has fired a little bit more full, but beautifully worked. That's a lovely shot for Wallace.
Doesn't try to hit too hard. That's the thing about Zadran, who will normally beat a lot of batters for pace. You know, he's just found it hard here. This could be a slow ball straight away. Does have a very good slow ball up his sleeve. Even though it's second over, I'd probably go to it. Goes again and almost snaffles a court and bowled. Just going back to what I was saying about Callum Garden, I'm always looking for the silver lining. I suppose with an early exit in this innings, he gets to spend a little bit more time with Auntie Pam on her birthday. I believe that Auntie Pam is with us as well here on the Costa del Sol.
Big shout out to Auntie Pam in that case. Sure we'll find you to wish you happy birthday. And that's a lovely birthday present in the form of a mighty swing over the leg side for Michael Leask. Happy birthday, Auntie Pam.
Yeah, well, you might get an unfortunate present there. It'll be a ball in the birthday cake situation, because this one is whacked straight into the fan zone. Sends the Titans ducking for cover. Looks like Ravi Panchal on behalf of Grizzly Bear Sports. He's with us as well. That Grizzly Bear ball almost came back to sender. Now this is high, and it's a tough one. D's got some room to move. Oh, he's wiped himself out, and it's going to be 4. Well, that was a tough one. I suppose he didn't really know how much room he had to work with. Let's just say, repair your divots. Big D goes down.
Well, he was desperately trying to make ground to get to that ball. Unfortunately, he's gone knees first into the turf. Those magic Back to the Future sunglasses have done him no service whatsoever. Great moment, though.
Yeah, the giant glasses don't offer a lot of protection. Needed the old knee and elbow pad, skateboarder style there, didn't he? Down he went. That goes for 4. Now, it'll be the end of the over. Pretty entertaining stuff, but the wild thing goes magical. 21 come off that one. And after 2 overs, it is 39 for 1.
A little bit unlucky there, Zadran. It certainly wasn't the worst over that we've seen bowled here today, but he's been slapped all around this Cartama Oval as we have a quick look at the not fully formed Group D standings at the moment. Dreux getting a nice little boost to their run rate with a strong win over Helsinki Titans in the first game. Certainly the Titans will feel that they will be better for that first run and definitely had their chances in that contest, springing what probably would have been considered by most judges to be an upset if they had have taken down the French champions, but as it is, good performance from them as Shaquille Khan comes on to bowl the third over. Wide of off stump and beautifully timed by Craig Wallace. These two just showing the ability to pick the spaces in the outfield, particularly hard to defend. It's batters of this quality in the opening overs. All pushed out wide by Shaquille. Not necessarily a bad piece of bowling, although question the captaincy in terms of the field placings here at the moment. If he's able to consistently bowl that line, then needs some protection out wide. As it is, they've split the two outfielders, one at deep cover, one at deep mid-wicket.
Now it goes up after it. Catching opportunity, not really. Rahimi went back. Now Kamikaze stopped. Rahimi has to turn around again. They'll get a long one here. They'll probably have a look at the boundary stop. It looks like a good bit of work. I like this hustle though. And Barry Hooper going back and making the stop. I think it's a stop. Even in the eye of this assault, you've got to keep your standards high. Yeah, well done. Because, yeah, things like margins matter a lot more as well. The longer you can keep this game going, if you're Vienna CC, the more in your interest that is.
Speaking of margins, how much would Vienna have loved to have someone of the height of Simpson Parker instead of Rahimi there? It's only just escaped his clutches.
You're right. Well, this is high as well, and it is long. And, well, what can you say about this one from Leask? He's come out with a mission. Maximo also brings up the 50 for fourths in almost no time at all.
Yeah, we would have needed about 16 Mark Simpson Parkers standing on top of each other's shoulders to pull that one in. That's a lovely strike from Michael Leask. He is not just a quality performer with the ball, showing he's got some good power and range of shots.
A slow ball, but he picks it, and he's had about enough of this. That's gone as well. Maximo! Magical start for Michael. And right now, this game looks like it's on borrowed time.
Certainly not quite Dreux 2022 power play, but they are racing along at a rate of knots here. Forfeiture 56 for 1. Still 2 balls left in the power play. This is a tough initiation for Vienna Cricket Club.
As I said, don't put the crown on them just yet. But these guys are contenders, not just for the group, I think. Have to get out of the group first. There's 14's desperate to not give them an easy path. Slow ball, goes after it anyway. And he said, well, it could have been a wide, but I'm not satisfied with that. I'm going to take 4 carreras. And that's 60 already, rocking around the clock. And right now, Shaquille Khan doesn't really know what to do.
Yeah, it's not a great ball, Vinny, but this is a tremendous strike from Leask. Look at how wide he fetches this from and still keeps his hands out in front, still keeps his shape to hit a lovely shot down the ground.
It's a long ball. I don't even think he's middled one yet. This is a bit of a filthy slog, but we'll give him that one. It will take us to, well, I'm not so sure it's the end of the over. Maybe it is. Let's just wait for confirmation. But it does look like it will be the end of the over in the end. So after 3, the score is 60 for 1.
You'd have to say, Forfeiture on top at this stage, Vinny. They'd be slight favourites at the moment.
Every over has been higher than the highest overs that Vienna CC were able to muster. 14, on 18, 21, 21 in the power play. Really, they're going to go to spin now, but with only 16 required, you start to worry this could be the last over of the contest.
I have a feeling, Vinny, our viewers might be deprived of commentator cam, because we may not make it to the 5th over of this contest.
Might be right.
Norman comes in.
It's not back. A rare dot ball. Yeah, Moman's a good player. We've seen him for the Austrian national team a fair bit. And again, his target will just be to complete this over, I think. A bit short, slays it, but really good catch. And that will be a wicket. Good hands by Arslan Arif out there, forward square leg. We saw Wallace wanting to finish things in a hurry. Got a bit of length there from Moman, but spin changes the narrative here for Vienna CC. Probably a consolation wicket, but a wicket nonetheless for the Austrian. 60 for 2.
Maybe a consolation wicket, Vinny, but that is a really good catch from Arslan Arif. He has absolutely laced this shot, taken a couple of steps into the boundary. The ball was just dropping below his hips, but he's shown a clean pair of hands. That's a great snare.
Nice hand from Wallace, though. I think he was itching to get out there and show what he could do, and he does. 26 off just 11. 2 Maximos, 2 fours in there, striking at over 230 runs per 100 balls. He's frustrated not to finish the job. Openers always are, but I think he can be pretty happy about what he's delivered. Also, silver lining, give someone else a bat. It looks like Jack O'Neill is going to get that opportunity at number 4. Roman pitches up. He's driven down the ground. Past the umpire, just a single. There's Mark Simpson-Parker. I wonder if we'll see him with the ball during this innings, if there's time. He's quite a handy seam-up option.
For the sake of his economy rate, he might be saying to the skipper, I'm okay.
Yeah.
About just not unleashing in this game. Good over from Oman, though. He's given the ball a little bit of flight, coming around the wicket with his left armers.
Up in the air. This should be caught. Oh, it's clanged. And, well, Hooper almost has a run out. I wonder if this is out. They're going to have a look at it. I mean, I don't think anyone thought that this could be dropped. I think Leask moves a muscle. So he's almost cooked his partner up here, O'Neill, who's just run thinking there's a single there.
Tell you what, Barry Hooper, if he's dropped this and then come out with a run out from the boundary, it'd be a fantastic
They like
recovery.
this. I don't see any batter yet. I don't know if he'll be quick enough. Oh, he's out. Because look at that, because he's on the spine of his bat and there's nothing grounded. So well, that's an average killer for Hooper. You can even see the shadow. And well, here it is. He is out. And well, that one might cost Leask a beer. And I say that when you get lemons, make lemonade, as they say. Again, it's not the greatest way to slide your bat on the back of the bat because yeah, that toe of the bat wasn't grounded. So I guess on review, it's overturned to good fielding.
Very, very good recovery from big Barry Hooper out there on the long off boundary. Really should have taken the catch in the first instance. Poor young Jack O'Neill comes out, smokes one for a single straight down the ground, and the next delivery, he's run out off a shelled outfield catch.
It's the old golden one for O'Neill. So it looks like we will get into a 5th over, maybe more. But like I said, someone else will get a bat, and this is the skipper, young Scott Cameron. Has played for the Scotland senior team as well at international level. Leask on strike still. And now he's going to be gone. Wow! Are we watching the most dramatic turnaround in cricket history? I don't know about that, but Moment, he can be happy with his efforts. Quick work for him to get the ball down on the bails. He removes one and then the other. And there'll be a scramble for the pads in the 4th tent right now as Leask goes, and it's 61 for 4.
Well, considering his teammates were spanked for 60 runs off the first 3 overs, Moman's come up with a fantastic over here. But he's taken his 2nd wicket, had one dropped in the outfield, managed to get through a couple of the most destructive batters in the Scottish lineup. Really neat return catch.
Good anticipation as well that was going to come back the other way. He's following through to his left. Leask, though, consider that a warning shot as he goes 30 off 10. 3 Maximos, 3 fours in there. Keep saying silver lining, more batters get a bat, but I don't think they were planning on it as we got Bilewal coming out here at 6. Credit to VCC though. I mean, they've certainly stuck at it and they've tried to take their chances. Even when they've dropped them, they've taken them.
Well, you suspect Mark Simpson-Parker might be changing his mind and asking the captain for a bowl now that we're into the teeth of the middle order. Moman's done a great job. So 3 wickets coming off this over. 61 for 4.
Yeah, 2 plus the run out. So here's Bilewal facing up. Pushed through a bit shorter. Turn down the run. Well, if they pick it up clean, he might have had half a shot on striker's end. End of a dramatic over. So 4 overs down, the score is 61 for 4.
Tell you what, Vinny, if someone had have told me that after the 4th over, after the ballistic barrage we had to start with, they were going to be 4 wickets down, I would not have believed you.
Expect the unexpected. That's very ECN, you know. This is what's coming up, match 3. Our first chance to have a look at the champions from the Czech Republic. Brno They are here. They knocked out Prague CC Kings, very strong team, including the Beast and Aaron Ashokan, to win that final in the Czech Republic and earn their place here. They will be bowling first. Dreux winning the toss and batting, so fair chance we'll see them bat the 10 overs or their best attempt. That's coming up in around about 45 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Stay tuned. Zadran comes in and gets to bowl a couple of freshies. Scott Cameron just drives that through the offside for one. Yeah, some players to watch for Burno. Tripuri Kanya Lal, he's a pretty clever spinner. I think Riaz Afridi as well. Key all-rounder. They're missing their regular skipper, Dylan Stain. He's not in Europe at the moment. That's a bit of a big loss for them. This will be a leg bite. It's clunking off the pad of Bilewal. Still yet to get off the mark. So, yeah, 5 teams in every group. Groups take 3 days. 2 days of group matches, and the third day is finals day. At the end of tomorrow night, the end of match 10, we'll have to cut the bottom team. So nobody wants to be in that position. Still haven't seen the slow ball from Zadran. Still haven't. As Cameron lines this one up and misses.
It's through a decent pace though, doesn't he, Vinny? I have to say, for the Vienna Cricket Club, this is actually a really important stage of the game. If they had have been slaughtered in 3.5 overs, then a lot of downsides from that. Players start to lose the confidence. Your bowling lineup doesn't really get into their work, and then you go into a second game. As that one goes up, there'll be another wicket here. Easy catch for Iqbal Hussain, and the wild thing, he gets his first scalp of ECL 2023. And could we have a miracle in our hands?
I don't think it's possible, but I didn't think it was possible they'd get 5. And look at the wild thing there. Yeah, I suppose anything's possible. We've seen some pretty crazy things happen. I mean, Cameron doesn't really commit to the stroke this time, does he? Kind of clears the front leg, doesn't get inside the ball. Simple catch taken by Iqbal Hussain. So, yeah, all of this is helping Vienna CC, whether it's enough to pull off a miraculous victory or not. They're lengthening the game up. They're improving their net run rate. Also just boosting a bit of confidence. So, unfortunately for Scott Cameron, he only is able to gather 1 on his ECN debut.
I'd say they'll probably boost a little bit of the confidence of the rest of the teams in this group as well, showing that there's a little bit of a soft underbelly to this batting lineup for Forfarshire. If we had have seen them roll off the runs with only 1 wicket down, wouldn't have had a look at the middle order, but certainly not covering themselves in glory in the last over and a half. Picks up his first.
James Sim gets his opportunity. Gets a bit of bat on this. Probably 2 if they push hard. A long time to get to the ball. Good throw, having trouble. He's gone. So he's run out. That was an absolute bullet from the boundary. I thought there was definitely 2 there. Tell that to Arslan Arif. Well, I think he's been on the high because that was a laser beam back to Norris. And it'll be a golden one once again. This time it's Sim that has to go. He was stuck on the treadmill coming back for the second, and it's 64 for 6.
You are not kidding, Vinny. That was an absolute bullet into the keeper. Quinton Norris barely had to move. Take a look at the running between wickets here. He's tickled it down to the leg side. He's run wide to start with, put his head down, stumbled, out by at least a metre coming in for the second run. Fantastic fielding from Arif. Took a great catch earlier in the innings. Come out with a run out there. You said miracles couldn't happen, Vinny. This is a boil-over waiting to happen.
We're testing the bounds of the space-time continuum, I think, if they're going to pull this out. But it is a dramatic collapse.
If X-Dean's going to wear those glasses, the space-time continuum can be messed with.
All right, so it's over to the Hoagie. Hoagie's left holding the baby. And so, last ball for Zadran. It's a swing and a miss. And that's the end of 5. The score, do not adjust your sets. It's 64 for 6. Well, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'm here with Andrew Ryan. And some of the viewers that might be new to ECN, this is actually pretty normal. You have to expect the unexpected. Games can take dramatic turns. Like I said, I'm not sure it's enough to get Vienna CC out of trouble. But, I mean, this is typical ECN chaos right now, isn't it?
Certainly is. And tell you what, I am not putting Vienna out of this game whatsoever. It looks like we've got the left-arm orthodox coming on for his next over. Yeah, he was the man who really changed the game in the first instance. 2 wickets here, and all of a sudden there are nerves in that lower order.
Yeah, so enjoy the experience. I know that it's great to have Forfarshire here. They did qualify before, but that was one of the pandemic series that couldn't be played. His moment. Oh, upish. There's no way you can restrict him, I think, to 12 or 5 overs, but you can potentially take 4 wickets for 12 or 4 for 11 to kind of push this game further.
Certainly far more noise. Almost the noise from the Forfarshire crowd is reduced
probably
at the same time as Vienna has accelerated.
I don't want to be dramatic, and I don't think I am, but I think it would be the biggest comeback we've ever seen. And we're talking in 3,000 matches or so. Not just that, all this time that it's taking, and now the fact they may be a bit more conservative, that really helps Vienna CC's run rate, because that can be a difference. We saw 3 teams tied. Because there's only 4 matches per team, it's quite likely you might be tied with 1 or even 2 or 3 more teams. Look at 1. Hogarth.
As a skipper, Vinny, would you think about bringing in 1 or 2 of the outfielders? Because
You'd think about it. Depends what your strategy is, to go for broke and try and pull off this unlikely win, or just kind of trying to extend the innings a bit longer. But yeah, I see what you're saying. I've seen a bit of normality coming back. Yeah, Moment's been good.
just feel where the nerves are possibly coming into the batters. Maybe a couple of balls where you essentially say to them that you've got to hit over the top to try to release a few runs, especially with the left arm orthodox Moman bowling really well.
Oh, yeah. Liking that.
Lovely flight. A little bit of purchase off the deck.
Moment's a good bowler. He's a really good bowler. A lot of international cricket. You see, lures him into this one. Slides back just in time. Back to the action. Oh, yeah. See that variation in pace. So Moment, how about those for some figures? Staring adversity in the face, takes 2 for 4 off his 2 overs and 6 overs down. We're going to a 7th. It's 67 for 6.
Yeah, he's been hugely impressive, Momar. Lovely flight, and you could even see him gaining confidence with what had happened in those early exchanges. Gave the ball a little bit of air to the lower order batsman. He knows he's got less fear about being hit out of the ground by them. And huge moment here, Vinny. They've left the big man, MSP, to the later stages of this game. Still got 9 runs to play with. He's got 2 of the lower order batters at the crease. 4 for Shear, needing 9 runs. 24 balls probably won't come into it. Vienna will have to do this with wickets.
Yeah, exactly right. And MSP, again, he can do a little bit with the seam. He's tall, gets good bounce. Has to get it right, though. This game's on a knife's edge for Vienna CC. And this is quite intelligent batting, knocked down. Just get 1. Yeah, so basically now, and look, we have seen before teams lose their last 4 wickets for 8. You know, that's what you need to do. I suppose the difference is they know they only need 8. So they're not necessarily going to be taking a lot of chances and giving you those opportunities easily.
1 wicket can change everything.
Hoagie, he likes to attack. He's one of our fan favourites already after his performance for Scotland 11 in the ECC, the Euros of cricket last year. Really good power play bowler. I think he's not a bad option to be up front and bowl that first over.
Simpson Parker, good line with that last ball. Getting a bit of lift off this pitch.
Yeah, ball. It won't carry. Just a single.
Like the plan though, he's clearly noticed that Hogarth is going to have a crack at him. Little bit of change of pace, landed it nicely. So good over for him so far, only the 2. 4 for Shear, 7 needed off 21.
I mean, the fact this has gone to a 7th over and probably goes to an 8th is quite incredible. That's a great result for VCC. Oh, this is a good ball from Simpson Park. Has Barwell kind of feeling for it. Yeah, this has more of a feel of a longer game than a 10-over game right now. Because the batters are more concerned with just scoring. They're not too worried about boundaries. They know if they don't get out, then they're going to get these runs. But yeah, I think this all plays in the hands of the Austrians. It might have an admirable loss in the end. It's a little poke and run. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Having said that, they're now 6 away from victory. They can get there with a match flow.
Where they've been going, I suspect it's more going to be singles that take them to that winning total rather than a maximo, but we'll see. Hogarth shown he's not shy of swinging the bat.
It was like a storm coming through your backyard though, wasn't it? And everything's a beautiful sunny day. It's just rolled through and then the weather's fine again now, but the furniture's everywhere.
Been scattered.
Last ball of the over, pretty straight. Should be handled down there. Barry Hooper does the job. So we go to an 8th now. This is all good stuff for the NCC. 4th, though, looks like they're going to get the points. It's 71 for 6 after 7.
Yeah, certainly think that the skipper of Vienna Cricket Club, seeing how the Forfarshire team have played spin so far in this game, he'd love to have another top-class tweaker at his disposal.
Yeah, let's have a look at the 3 groups so far. You see, Group C was a bit lower scoring than the first 2. These are runs per over, so overall 105. C was at this end, though. A and B were at the other end. And I know that the Group C batters were faced with a bit of a breeze in their faces, so they couldn't straight as easily. So 9.3 yesterday. Let's see what happens with Group D, but that's telling us that kind of at 95 or so at this end might be a pass score, maybe 95 to 100. Anyway, here we go with Hooper getting an over number 8, and hey, he just wakes up the batter with a good old headhunter.
He's an unpredictable man, Barry Hooper. Saw him play a couple of nice shots towards the end of the innings. Made a fantastic save earlier in the day. Somehow dropped a regulation catch and turned it into a run out. Now he's gone for a head-high full toss.
I mean, it's a big head to miss, Hogarth. He'll tell you that. And he likes the idea of playing it, but he also likes the idea of not getting beamed. So in the end, he just gets out the way. He gets the free hit. He can finish this with any boundary now. Oh, this one does get him. Oh, well. Oh, cheeky flick. Maybe bowlers there might be more of a play there. Hooper does find the pitch this time. Hoagie looks nonplussed. I think he wears this one. Yeah. Edge onto the rib cage, I think.
I wouldn't say that Hooper's found a good length so far in those first 2 balls. Half tracker following
he
the
found a length.
Toss.
He found a length, so there's that.
One hit the pitch, so hopefully he'll be feeling a bit more relaxed after that first delivery. Forfarshire, some of the pressure's gone out of this game.
What an entertaining game, though. It's been a really good contest, I suppose, through his middle overs here. And this will do it. It's going to go 1 bounce, 4 runs. And it will be the Scottish champions that open their account here in match 2 of Group D. Barwell, nice little pick-up shot over fine leg to finish things off. But look, it was a very interesting match, wasn't it? Forfarshire, they set their standards in the field. They showed they were human a little bit, I think, with a wobble in the chase. But again, I think they win that game with the ball. They didn't have to get that many in the end, just chasing down that score of 76. They do it in the end with 16 balls to spare. The NCC, I think they can be really happy with their efforts though, Rhino. They extended that chase. Looked like it might even be 3 or 4 overs they could go down in, and that would have been a disaster for the net run rate. So I think just shows you that not everything is what it seems, and there's always a few ghosts lurking around the corner here in this form of the game.
Yeah, certainly lovely shot to finish from Little Balwal there to close off the innings of what was a pretty good Forfarshire chase for most of the innings, but a big set of heart attack moments for them in the middle overs, largely brought in by the left arm spin of Lamar. He bowled excellently. He'll certainly be a confident man coming to the rest of this tournament. Remember, we've got the big clash, the first time we get to see Bruno from the Czech Republic.
Yeah, Bruno, really excited to be here. They're the last team to arrive in Group D. Riaz Afridi, key player for them. No bat in the top 4, bowled some heat. They've got some good options with the spin, Naveed Ahmed, Triberi Kanyalal. Looking forward to that game. Dreux, though, let's see if Niaz and Nabi can get going. Nisa batted so well in that first game. That game is coming up in about half an hour, so tune in here on the European Cricket Network and all of our international broadcast partners for more Group D action. Well, speaking of the D, there's the big D. Well, he couldn't get the big foot behind the line to start going. It's a fairly expensive first over. Pretty expensive power play, although Garden did fall during it. But that just brought Michael Lease to the crease. He looked in a hurry. So did Wallace. And really, that was the key partnership in this run chase.
Yeah, Lease and Wallace, they started very brightly. Both timed the ball beautifully, but without playing any rash slogs, just striking the ball strongly off the middle of the bat. Lease took that one behind square, right into the tents. Few moments where they were put in discomfort, not as much discomfort as the big D was after he went knee first, chasing that ball down to third man. But the barrage of boundaries just continued for Barry Hooper, showed the first of his magical moments in the field.
Barry Hooper should probably have his own highlights reel from this innings, even though it only went 7.2 overs in the end. Moment came in though, and there's a good catch from Arslan Arif. Just started turning things around, didn't they? Thought it was just going to be an absolute belting. But then we saw this absolute goober dropped At least was frozen in time. Had to send back his partner, who had something over the line, but it wasn't grounded. That was the end of O'Neill for a golden one. Then Least went very next ball. Then a bit of chaos in these middle overs, Rhino.
Incredible chaos. There was even a point in which we thought Vienna could pull off one of the most remarkable comebacks and upsets in the history of the European Cricket League. But as it was, despite the best efforts of Forfarshire to continue to give away wickets, saw the big man Sim turning back for a second. He was nowhere near completing it. Fabulous fielding from Marcela Arif coming out of the end. And then that was a lovely shot to finish from Barwell. Not too many highlights with the bat in the last few overs, Vinny, but the Scots have done enough.
Win's a win, but I like that they were tested a little bit because you're not just going to give them this group. They're going to have to earn at least with 30 off 10. Really showed what he could do. Wallace likewise. So two players with a lot of international experience coming to the fore for Forfarshire. Apart from that, no one could get in double figures, but Barwell finished things off along with Hogarth in the end. Looking at the bowling figures, well, it's a case of the haves and have-nots, really. Moment with 2 for 4 changed the game, didn't he? Also a run-out in his over. Eckstein and Zadran with wickets, but he also got a bit of tap early on. So I think Mark Simpson-Parker bowled a pretty good over. Plenty to work with there for Vienna CC, and we know that we'll see them a little bit later in the night, actually, because they'll be taking on Brno under lights in match 5. As far as fourths go, they'll be playing match 4 against the Helsinki Titans. Rhino, great job. Have you been enjoying your time in the commentary box so far?
I'm so excited. I don't really want to leave for the next game, Vinny, but on the other hand, I've just seen lunches being served over across in the tent, so maybe not a good time, not a bad time to jump out of the commentary box, but it'd been fabulous sharing it with you this morning.
Don't forget it's empanada night tonight, so don't fill up too much. Big thanks to Purple Pepper, our catering partners. Right now, we're going to take a break. Back in about 25 minutes, take you into the middle match of the day. It's the Czechs versus the French. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Andrew, Rhino Ryan. Corey Rutgers, he'll return for his first stint in the box. For match 3, join us then. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket League.
This is how we play cricket.
On the cost of our soul.
Your call.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Beautiful day for cricket here. It is day one of Group D, and right now we've seen a lot of action so far. It will continue into the middle game of the day next, and it's going to be Brno CC. It is the Czech champions. They're here at the ECL for the first time. They're taking on Dreux. Well, they're no strangers to the ECL. In fact, it's their third tournament now, one of only 3 clubs to do that, in fact. Let's see what happens at the coin toss when Rob Kemming met the 2 captains.
Your call.
Okay. Head.
Heads is called. It is heads.
So we're gonna bat first.
So we are bowling.
So it is Dreux. The French champions win the toss. They elect to bat. So we get to see them batting the 10 overs for the first time. We know they're power packed. They kind of had a little bit more of a cautious approach than we've seen in the past. They were able to chase down that 100+ score in the end against the Helsinki Titans in match 1. So they do have 2 points in the back. And Dreux, if they can get a win here, they'll be very happy. They'll be back to Sunset Beach Club with 4 points in their pocket, and they can watch the rest of the day take place. I think Mohamed Nisa was so good, wasn't he, in that run chase. His half century just steadied things, and yeah, a lot of intelligence in that innings as well. One thing though, I think some of the French bowlers a little bit off. I think they need to still try those variations. They have to locate them a bit better, I think, if they're going to succeed and keep that economy rate down. Let's talk about Brno though. They've got some very good players. Riaz Afridi certainly one to watch with the bat and the ball for them. And Brno, they must be really happy to be here. It's the first time we haven't seen the Prague CC Kings advance from the Czech Republic. So a big moment for them. They are without their regular captain Dylan Steyn, who's unavailable, but still they've got some really good players to watch. I think they'll go quite spin heavy as well in the middle overs, and we'll have to see how that works out for them. Well, it's been a really exciting day for this guy as well so far. Corey Ruckers, he'll tell you all about his morning as we head up to the commentary box in match 3. The news from the toss is that it is the French. They've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Over to you, Corey. Let's get ready for some more action here in Group D.
Hello and welcome back everybody. It's the late afternoon now. 3 more games coming up actually on this beautiful sunny day out in Cartama. A few clouds rolling over, but it is warm, it is sticky, as I found out this morning. And I'm looking forward to seeing Dreux for the first time, or Dreux, and Brno as well. Looking forward to seeing what they have to offer, the team from the Czech Republic, as we take a quick look at the 2 lineups. And well, let's have a look at Brno, the new team. Riaz Afridi I've heard really good things about with the ball, and Tawari as well is apparently a very handy bowler. And Romaro, well, he looks good also. So we're going to have to keep an eye out for those bowlers, and looking forward to how they come up against, obviously, the destructive team Dreux, who will get better and better as this tournament goes on. And they might be, I think, the one team that can really push the Scottish quite far. Good opportunity to welcome back everyone around the world, especially those in India via fan code. This is what the supercomputer's telling us. It should be a close one, 4 runs. I think it's going to be a bit higher scoring than that, but we'll have to wait and see. We saw that Group C was a little bit behind on the run rates, but let's see how Group D goes. Already Group D, amazing that we've come this far in such short time. Welcome back to everyone on the chat and all our network partners around the world. It's been great to have Rhino back as well in the commentary box. I was listening earlier, good to have him around. But what a day it is. Robots, cricket, Scottish fans, what could go wrong? Looks like it's going to be Rahat Ali with the new ball in this. What colour's that? It's like a bit of a little sun-kissed and a grey combo. Don't mind it. Anyway, we're almost set to go. There's a slip in place. First ball of this T10 fixture. Oh, he gets it to go a bit, but just starts it on the wrong line, so that'll be a wide to open up, as it's Niaz and Nabi who are out there opening, angling in and decking and swinging away. So a wide to start this one. That's well bowled. Gets his line a little bit straighter this time. Dreux, a team that we've seen often here at the ECL. They're similar to Svanholm and VOC, the third team that's made it to every single edition. So obviously they're doing something well in the domestic format back home. And the question will be, can they get themselves a little bit further in the competition this year? Can they qualify for finals week? Hammered, laced, mullered. Oh, what a shot that is. It's 4 runs, the first boundary in this fixture. A little bit of width on offer, and he throws the kitchen sink at it. 4 runs. Yeah, not agricultural at all. A little bit of width, you get a bit of a license to really throw your hands. As I welcome back good friend, co-commentator, and Berno colour suit wearing Vinny Sandu.
Well, unintentional, but yeah, I've got to say, Berno looking very nice in their ECL strips, seeing them for the first time in this tournament. This is Rahat. This one to leave Niaz. Now, Rahat Ali's a really good bowler domestically. We've seen him for a few years now on ECN. And you can see that his modus operandi just nibbles away, angles it in. I want to say a big Dobry Den to all of my Czech friends, of course, that may be tuning in for the first time with the Czech representatives out there. See that Danny's in there, Venky's in there as well, and Terry. Oh, just hit the pad. I feel like it was probably going over. What do you how do you see this?
Well, on first glance, it's a loose shot across the line. Does it hit him in line?
I thought the height was an issue. Oh, it was climbing. Yeah, I know what you're saying. It was a weird one because it just flicks the pad. Yeah, it's too high.
It's a weird one though, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I know you've been hallucinating today, so I'll give you that one. We'll talk about that more in a moment. Niaz faced all delivery so far. This one is flicked away dismissively, and this is going to be another boundary. So it goes leg side this time. And for the first time, Rahat just gets a little bit straight there. So the second boundary in the over for Dreux, the French champions.
Yeah, 2 falls in this first over. It was loose, it was on the leg stump, and he gets it away. Nice batting. And we do know one thing about Dreux. They are a dangerous team when they bat first.
Very good. Bonjour to all of our French viewers, including Mes Norman, who says, Allez, les Bleus. Come on, the Blues. 22 points in the series. This is a nice one, just leaves the right-hander. This also is the end of the first over. The score is 9 without loss. Just sneaks that one in. So, Corey Rutgers is with me. And first we'll talk about what happened last night. It was Beveren that won a dramatic Group C final. A time penalty got them over the finish line. Fossum from Norway certainly set the pace, but Beveren continued the trend of non-top seeds winning groups. So this is where we are, Group D. We're into the second half of group play now. Saturday night, the Group D final. And you've seen a fair bit of the cricket today. Who do you like so far?
Yeah, I loved watching Forfaiture. I love their movement in the field and some destructive bats. More, I like their fans. They came up to me and realised I was the one that took that catch in the crowd. So I think I got a few free beers coming my way soon.
That's trouble. Neeraj Mishra, also nice to see you in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Motor Frantic as well. And yeah, a lot of people tuning in from Czech Republic. Brno, second biggest city, I think, in that country. This is Nubby.
Oh, shot.
Nubby time is an exciting time to watch cricket because he is one guy. He scored the first ever ECN century. He scored 104 exclusively in boundaries in that innings. Got to 100 without even a 1, 2 or a 3.
That has to be some sort of record. 102 without a single.
104.
104 without
then he got a single and he got out next ball. There you go. Anyway, starts with a single here. This is Riaz Afridi, just does not get his run up right here. So look, bit of an advantage for Dreux. I think it's their third ECL, but second time playing at this ground. I think, you know, Brno will take him a bit of time to get used to the conditions. This pitch does act a little bit like the pitch at Vinoj, which isn't Brno's home ground, but they do play a fair bit of cricket there. He's got a decent bit of bounce in it. Riaz is a key all-rounder for the Czech side. He can get it through. And squeezed out for 1. Okay, let's talk about your day so far, Corey. What have you been up to?
Yeah, I've had a good day, thanks, Vinny. Came down to the ground early and just to watch the robot go around the area and that. And since that's happened, I've been hyperventilating most of the day and extremely fatigued. I don't know why if there's a parallel, but I actually don't feel very good.
Let's talk about...
It's a sauna.
You can come clean.
We bought a human sauna.
Well bowled. Nabi-like stroke. Swings and misses.
It could potentially be about 45 to 47 degrees in there, and then every single kid that latched on added a degree. And at one stage, I think there was 20 kids that wouldn't let the robot alone. So I'm not going to lie, I had to go have a bit of a lie down before, and I don't feel too great. I've gone real red, and it's not good.
Oh, I can't wait to tell everyone about the morning that we had. Reedy gets this one above the pad. That'll sting. Nabi, he's having to deal with the heat. He's rubbing that one furiously. Yeah, so we got to the ground. We won't say who was in the robot. Let's just say whoever that was. We found out the visibility is next to nothing in it. He almost walked off a steep slope.
That was actually extremely dangerous.
We'll talk more about it. I'll try and keep our eye on the game for now.
Oh, nice. Nabi is playing a Nabi-type innings here.
It's good.
Yeah, it is good.
I mean, I could watch Nabi bat all day and all night. I mean, he won't last that long normally, but...
What sort of coach's manual do you think he reads at night?
I think he just reads, you know, motor racing magazines, the need for speed, that kind of thing, bat speed, breaking the sound barrier.
A very good over from Afridi here. Last ball of the second.
Yeah, only 2 off it. I think he's going to swing at this. Yeah, doesn't get the opportunity because that's a good Yorker. Afridi, I think he gets Burner with their noses ahead now. It's still early days. That's the end of 2. The score is 12 without loss. 2 overs down. We could probably have an early look at the table here in Group D. Each team will play 4 matches. They play 2 a day. 4th to the top of the table on net run rate. Dreux also with a win this morning. Titans and the NSCC with some work to do. Burner, our first look at them. They'll play in this game. They'll also play later on tonight.
Nice looking flags there as well, Vinny.
Yeah, certainly. And Burno and the NSCC will play in that night game. This is going to be Sandeep Tiwari to bowl over number 3 last of the power play. This has been the thing with Dreux. They haven't connected with many today. No, we're going to connect with this because it starts with a wide.
Yeah, it's a big over, last 6 balls of this power play. But we know if they do unleash or they do find some rhythm, Vinny, they're a team that can easily score at 15 plus and over. So it's only a matter of time before their batsmen find their feet.
You'll find they'll go pretty spin heavy in the middle overs here. Bruno, it's a key component of their attack. This is a slot ball, slashed away. Doesn't really have the journey, or does it? Spins away into the fence, 4 runs. So Nabi, not that convincing, but effective as he gets his first boundary here in match 3.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you get him, you've just got to get him. And it's wide, it's a half volley, and he gets enough elevation to get it over the inner ring. Bit of top spin on that, Vin.
Yeah, just the way he sliced it away. It was always spinning away from the field. I thought it might have been a Kaplunka. Yeah, so watch out for Tripuri Kanyalal. Watch out for Naveed Ahmed with some spin in the middle overs right now. They have gone seam in the power play. It's been working pretty well. Absolutely moosed straight at the fielder, but he does well to pick it up and prevent any run.
One thing about Nabi, when he hits it, it usually stays here. He crunched that straight to mid-off.
Have I got the comments as well?
Got the colour back to my face yet?
It is a certain colour. I won't say what colour it is.
If you go in the robots, double pay. That's what I'm hearing.
We'll double the robots' pay. Well bowled, sneaks back in inside the line. It was, well, we're going to talk about a bit more robot stuff during this inning, so we'll just have to be a bit patient. There's some excellent footage we've got as well. Because your dream was for the robot to take a catch, like a crowd catch, right?
Never going to happen.
Okay, wait for the question. Yeah, it's typical Nabi, but he could be gone. Oh, it's misjudged, I think, from Ramarao, who kind of came in and to his right, it kind of burst away from him. Another boundary to Nabi.
Yeah, well, he fought that force with some force. He was actually charging at it. Instead of going to his right, he runs directly at it and never looked comfortable. So another 4 runs, and Nabi just starting to get his feet going here.
Yeah, just a misjudgment. I think that's the conditions as well. New field. Oh, that's asking for it, and it's going to get it. And set your watches. That's Nabi o'clock. It's almost taken out the cameraman, Maximo. And this is what we expected to see from the French champs.
Wow, that is mullet. That is big. And this man has 100 all-in boundaries in the ECL. Only 3 men have made hundreds in the Champions League of cricket. And he's one of them. What a shot.
That's gone a long way. And the thing about him is a bit like when you get halfway through a tub of ice cream. It's good, but you're not satisfied. You always want more. Here's the last ball of the power play. And he's going to get more as he goes big over extra cover. Bang, bang to finish the power play. Dreux up and about 33 for no loss. And that game swings again in the third.
Well, if you don't like technical cricket shots, but you like some brute power, you've come to the right place. That is an unreal shot over wide extra cover for 6. That 21 off the third gives them a pretty good power play.
Yeah, that's slot length. That's just nubbies.
That's a hard shot, though, over extra cover.
The last one was more difficult. The one before, the one that disappeared over the camera. And by the way, Staps, hope you're okay up there. That was right in his wheelhouse, wasn't it? Sticking with pace, though, and I think they're gonna go back to Riaz Afridi. So they're bowling out the key man early. I think they know this game's kind of getting away from them. And the momentum seems like it's shifted. Anyway, over number 4, over to Niaz, who is also very attacking, but probably a little bit more technical. Oh, straight drive, just checks it. Should get 1 and does. It's good fielding out there.
Gorgeous shot.
Around that time.
Nice full face of the bat for 1.
So just before we go on to further questions, you said you'd like the ECN robot to take a crowd catch, like off a shot in the game. Do you feel like we're further away from that goal or closer to that goal?
You've got better odds of the earth stopping and spinning the other way than anyone ever taking a catch in that outfit.
Wow, this edged into the foot. I feel like it might have been a catchy chance. Maybe not.
Never. Would have hurt a bit. Little bit of a sting on that one.
Yeah, I reckon that was on the full, but no one was near it. Michael has a question in the comment section. Did we get an explanation from Foss and the Norwegians why they ignored the ticking clock? Now, I didn't say too much in the way of explanation, but I think it was clear they were just oblivious to the situation.
They were caught up in the heat of the battle.
Yeah, they had tunnel vision, I think. Side, it's be called a wide. Yeah, so I also think it's maybe a bit of inexperience at the format. I think in other competitions, there's a lot of talk about penalties for time, but no one ever really enforces it. But here on ECM we do. That's the whole purpose of the clock, to keep the game moving. So you can see the time at the moment, 26.5 minutes, and you just have to deliver the final ball of the 9th over before that expires. And they ended up being 2 or 3 balls behind in the end. Cost them 5 runs and put Beverin over the line. Well, that's one way to deal with it. It's up, it's high, and it's out of here. Maximo. That one hits Bitcherman. And Nabi once again showing what he can do. He's all muscle.
Yeah, well, how are you feeling right now? Because I know Nabi's your favourite player. He is. You talk about him a lot.
I've got lots of... I'm just speaking as fairly neutral.
No, you can have a favourite.
He's different, though.
You love him.
He's made of different stuff. And never changed, Nabi.
You talk about him. Out of all the players I ever hear you speak about him the most, and I can understand why.
I think it's fair. He's letting his bat do the talking right now. Afridi goes the journey. Comes back with a good one. The thing about Nabi, scored the first ever ECN century, and we didn't even think before that anyone could score a century. We were very new to it back then in 2019. It was the second day we were ever on the air. And when he came out and just went bang, 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 and smacked 100, by the way, off 28 balls, of which I think 6 were swings and misses.
Yeah, nice.
We've got to get him soon. Freedy's the man that could do it. Instead, he gets whacked straight, and that's hit so hard. That's a fence buster. Nabi into the 30s, cuatro carreras.
Well, he's looking good now, isn't he? 32 off 15, and it's a good pocket of space to hit. Not many people put a player on the sight screen. He laced that, Vin. He's really crunching that Kookaburra now.
Yeah, I was wondering about Riaz Afridi bowling his second out here. I would have thought the time had come to go to their spinners. These two love pace as well. Maybe that's just not knowing your opposition. Afridi has one more chance to get the dangerous Nabi. Once again, fouled onto the foot. It's be the end of the fourth over. Freedy ends up conceding 15 in his spell. 4 overs down. The score 45 without loss.
Yeah, what a lovely start this is for Dreux. They are a competitive team. It's good to see them back here. We'll have a quick look at the tail of the tape so far, and it's tracking in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, Freedy's over in the second, slowed things down a bit, but you see 2 pretty good overs. 21, then 12 in 3 and 4. Yeah, 12 off the first 2, 33 off the second 2. So
now time for some spin, Vin. You were calling it. What colour's their kit? What would you say that is?
It's kind of red and silver, if I'd say. Grey sounds boring, so I'd say silver. What do you
That's
think?
not silver. That is grey.
Okay, it's grey then.
Yeah.
Grey gets bad rap, though.
It's an interesting colour combination. Don't often see that.
Well, then what colour would silver be? Like shinier, you mean?
Look at my hair.
Silver fox. I think you colour your hair. Joe Mike getting used to dye his beard grey.
Wow.
Anyway, here's Triperi Kanyalal. He's a clever bowler. He's like one of these just slide-on kind of bowlers.
Well, what's he delivered there? That's bamboozled him. Lucky not to take out middle stump.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of fake leg spinners. You know, kind of delivers it, but he's not really trying to turn the ball sideways. Bowled up in the block hole. Now, yeah, I think they could have gone to this an over ago, but anyway.
Different sort of action, isn't it?
Yeah,
bit of an over-the-top leg spinner.
Bit of an Anil Kumble style bowler.
Anil Kumble just tricked everyone for years, bowling medium pace, and everyone thought he was a leggy.
It's kind of what it is with Trippy as well. So Nabi says, I'll have a look at you by getting a bit closer to you and smacking you down to long on, just a single.
Yeah, nice start this for the French side. They'll be pretty happy. Can they keep exploding from here and maybe get up to that 115 to 120 mark?
There you go, another pace on delivery. Got the field well set for this though. Got the kind of wall of 4 outfielders. Long on, long off, deep cover, deep mid-wicket. Partnership is up to 48. That's good keeping. It's the captain, Paras Curry, behind the stumps. Nice to see him out there. Haven't seen that much of him on ECN, but I know he's a very important cog in this Burno club. This one's top of middle stump. A long chase to the fielder. They're going to take it on. That's really good running. He's off balance and also brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for these two.
Well, these two have such a good history opening the batting together here at the ECL, and they've done it again, a 50-run partnership. I actually think if you looked at the all-time run scorers in this competition, I think Nabi might be in there. 3 years in a row, he's always made a few runs, and you'd imagine he'd be right up there, Vinny.
Yeah, you'd imagine. But still, yeah, I like this move to spin. We might see Naveed Ahmed in the next over, so you might get kind of 5, 6, 7, 8 all spin here. Just adjusting a bit of equipment there, Nabi. What do you think goes through Nabi's head when he faces?
How far can I hit this ball?
Well, far enough. Because that's out of here. Maximo. Nabi moves into the 40s. It's the end of the 5th over. Halfway through this innings, it's 57 without loss.
What a nice shot. He's just got that quick bat speed, that power. It's a great combination of 2 items that you need as a power hitter, and he's off to a flyer.
Good to see you, Vinny Sandu, Corey Ruckers with me. Okay, robot update. I think we can show a bit of footage of the robot. There was a bit going on earlier. Talk us through this, Corey. This is the initial robot doing catching practice. It didn't go that well.
Well, let's just say visibility is not great. That is a 100% attempt. I'm a bit fatigued here, to be honest with you. It's hot. Honestly, I couldn't see a thing. Oh, yeah.
Oh, what a morning it was.
It was the worst of times. It was the blurst of times.
Oh, yeah. It was.
Honestly, it's a sauna. It was 50, 55 degrees.
Yeah. So I think it's fair to say
it will never
very
be
clear.
It won't be worn again. It will not be worn again. It's in the bin. I threw it in the bin.
Yeah, we'll give you a bit more of a robot update soon. I think I can reveal to everyone who was in the suit.
No, it's like the Stig. No one knows.
All right.
Hey, the kids loved it though.
Nias, a bit of a silent partner in this partnership so far. This is a slower ball from Romarao.
Not as much spin as you expected.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised, especially after you had that over from Trippy, who's put the brakes on. They go back to mediums. I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen Naveed Ahmed yet, but we'll see if they got their plans. I think it's a risk. Still, pretty good ball. Gets it up almost in the block hole, just driven away for one.
Well, you got an interesting field set as well. 3 back on the offside, team it off deep cover and deep cover point. So if he gets anything on the leg side, or leg side-ish, there's lots of holes and lots of gaps that they can exploit. Nabi's thinking one thing only, Vinny. And what's he thinking?
He's thinking, I want to hit this about 200 metres. Instead, he overswings, hanging, should be caught, and it is caught. Big moment in the game. Ali Kashif takes the catch, backing back from backward point. As I think maybe lack of pace there from Ramara just does the trick. So, yeah, the strategy works, doesn't it? The opening partnership broken at 60 for one.
And congratulations to Burno. That's their first wicket at the ECL in 2023 and first wicket on the network in the Champions League. So they'll be happy. They'll stem the tide a little bit, get the guys in the huddle, and a bit of a regrouping for the last few overs of this first innings.
Yeah, it's an important catch, isn't it? Probably looks a bit easier than it actually was. You think of the pressure, you think of the moment as well. Ali Kashif was equal to it. Still, not a bad contribution. Nabi knows it better than 2 a ball. 41 off 20. He departs at 60 for 1 in the 6th.
That's a good T10 innings, that. 4 sixes, 3 fours, striking over 200.
I suppose you always, we're talking about spin and taking the pace off. You can also do that with your quicker bowlers. You can see Ramara kind of trying to make the batter make the pace. This guy batted really well earlier, didn't he? Mohamed Nisa, as Dreux in that game, were chasing 106 for victory. He contributed 56 off 24. And he's another man you've got to go through. So 112 pace at the moment. Dreux would like a few more than that, especially with 9 wickets in hand. Is the successful bowler, Suresh. This is lifted away, and it is out of the ground. Maximo. Rahat went back all the way to the fence, but there was too much on it. And so Nisa continues on where he left off in game 1.
Yeah, pretty good shot first ball, isn't it? You get it in the slot and he puts it away aptly. And you got a big piece of that, 6 runs.
So I also want to say thank you to everyone in the comment section.
Did you tell them that we got scammed out of one robot?
Wait, we'll get there. This is okay, just. Thanks to everyone that contributed, because if you're just joining us, you might not realise that it was crowd-funded, because there was one day during the European Cricket Series, the domestic series in Malta, that we said, okay, let's try and get this robot. There was a bit of discussion about it. It's just an idea. It's always nice to see ideas become reality, even though not everything was as we thought it might be. And
it crowdfunded us a walking sauna.
Well, we think that there might be like a weight loss potential for people.
So my breathing hasn't been back to normal all day, Vinny. I don't feel good.
Yeah, there's a lawsuit coming. We know any good Chinese lawyers. Last ball of the over. Swing and a miss, and that's the end of 6. Rammer out, does the job, goes for 10, picks up the key wicket of Nabi. Hits 67 for 1. So, yeah, well, it was hot. You had no visibility. Sorry, the robot had no visibility.
There's a few technical flaws with the robot. Okay. You can't see. It's about 800 degrees, and the kids are like piranhas. They just latch onto you and they won't let go. And look, I'm not the most fond of children at the best of times, and they wouldn't let go.
One of my favourite. I've had so many laughs today. One of my favourites, I'll tell you in a minute, as it looks like they are going back to Tripura Kanyalal in over 7. Yeah, well bowled. It just slides on, jump on this and keep it to 1. Was when I think the robot was covered in children and the robot was trying to make a signal saying, please, like, get away, but it looked like he was waving, and even more children came jumping on the rope.
Little velociraptors, all of them.
Goes for this. Chance. Caught. Well, I'm going to review my decision to caught. And, well, it kind of bounces off him, doesn't it? The first player, Riaz Afridi, clangs it, but gets the second opportunity. And that's a handy one to get, because Niaz is a guy that can hurt you. But it is Tripura Kanyalal that gets the wicket. He deserves it as well. He's been important in turning things around. Dreux, 68 for 2.
I think it bursts through his hands and hits those big pecs that he's got. Hold Afridi out there. Let's have a closer look. And, yeah, burst through off the peck and straight up into the left juke. Easy catch.
Wow. Yeah, Life doesn't always give you second chances, but it was a well-held one in the end for Riaz. And Riaz never gets going, really. 13 off 15. He does leave his team in a decent position, 68 for 2.
What a beautiful day this is for cricket. We've got a good contest brewing up here, Vinny, don't we? 68 for 2. Bruno just fighting back. There's the fans out there. Look, a couple of frothies for everybody.
Yeah.
Good to see the Scots bring some supporters. Good on them.
Yeah, they're loving the weather as well.
How cold is it in Scotland right now? Oh, that is Miles. That's a crowd catch if someone wants it. You could be a hero. No, 6 runs.
Nice into the jungle, and everyone lost that. This is Rafa that comes out. Oh, right-handed Rafa, maybe. He just makes up his mind. It's got to go. And it disappears.
Yeah, what a shot. Nice shot. And it's on leg stump, and Rafa, first ball, crunches it. Well, 2 batsmen have come out, and first ball hit a 6. And this is what Dreux are about, aren't they? They can really, really get going. As they look for that ball in the big bit of bushland.
So, they finally get that ball back. I thought it was a crowd catch too, but into the jungle. There's a kind of small protective layer of jungle before the fan zone. That one got caught in it. Can you allow? Does he slow it down? Probably not. Same kind of pace, and it's going out at a furious pace. That's got over everyone. Maximo! 6 and 6. And Rafa, he's got a good forehand. Takes that one downtown.
Wow, that is huge. His first 2 balls, he's laced them. That's a big hit, Vinny. I know it's in the slot, but to come out and, whoa.
See, Rafa's clicked that you play him more like a pace bowler, not like a spinner. And this is where it'd be great if Tree could kind of slow one up a little bit just to create some variation. I think Rafa's going to vary his approach. Oh, it goes again, and he's going to get 3 in a row. Maximo, the batter's hat trick returns, and it's Rafa who's 18 off 3.
Yeah, 18 off 3 is pretty good. You'd be happy with that. Rafa's come out like a bullet from a gun, and he's crunching these shots. These aren't little sixes. They are clearing the rope easily. What a shot.
Yeah,
it's a second fielder.
Incredible hitting. Yeah, there's a ball retrieve that went miles over his head as well.
Well, you take a wicket, and that's what happens. 6-6-6.
And it's the length that allows it, and probably lack of variation in pace, but he's still got to hit it. I feel like Rafa wants to do more of this, not just yet. So, I've got a bit of a bombshell to reveal to you at the end of the over as well.
Bombshell?
Shabash, 3.
Swing and a miss. So, well, a bit of everything. Trippy goes for 31 in his 2 overs, 7 overs down. It is 86 for 2. So, yeah, a lot of robot chat, of course. Now, if you want to know where we're at, okay, we've got 1 robot arrived. We do not have the second robot.
So look, we love you viewers, but you got scammed 50%.
We don't know yet. But here's the bombshell. And he does catch it. There's that. And then, well, what we can reveal to you.
It's not me. We got a twin brother.
Love it. All right, let's start with another one. This is high and it's out of the ground. Maximo. Nisar joins the party. Both batters going full guns blazing here in the 8th. It's going to be a rollicking ride through this last 3 overs for the Czechs.
Oh, you got to love Dreux. They are an exciting team to watch. They just bomb 6s. It's the perfect T10 weight. If this is in the slot, it's going to go again.
Rummer out. Again, has to slow it down, does, but misses. Yeah, it was very entertaining. And look, the first thing when we got the suit on you, and first thing we had to do was try and get you down a flight of stairs.
Yeah, that was
almost it. That was almost the end of both of us. You almost took me with you. Yeah. Get through it. There's a nick on that one. And then what else was funny? Then when I finally let you go, you almost walked off, not a cliff, but off a steep embankment.
I think Rhino almost got called up for a couple of extra weeks. Otherwise, they're a fun team to watch, aren't they? Because they really swing at everything. There's nothing non-agricultural about them.
Nisar's had about enough. This will get away from the fielder. It's going to be 4. So you can see There's Naveed Ahmed out there. Still haven't seen him with the ball. And was able to get close, but not close enough.
Well, they're getting a bit of a baptism of fire here, the Czech side. It's not easy, obviously. 6s and 4s are raining, and they've got such a good platform here, Vinny. They're really looking at a big total.
He goes for this, slices over the top. I think they should stop this. It'll just be a single.
I mean, you've probably got to wonder as well, too many people are on that offside compared to leg side.
Why don't we just take a quick moment, say hello to all of our crowd. We've got a magnificent crowd in today. Give us a wave. Let's hear from you. Let's see you down there.
Yeah, no waves yet. Not one. Oh, we got one.
There we go.
Yeah, good.
Hello,
good
guys.
one.
They're enjoying their afternoon. Wow, this is an interesting one because they appeal for LB, but I don't think we'll give this one. He's a long way from home. It's a dipping slower ball. And although it's straight-ish, you really can't be positive where this can end up.
Sliding down the side anyway.
Till Ramara's been pretty good. Last ball of his spell coming up. Expansive stroke, but just yield a single. So at the end of 8 overs, Dreux are 99 for 2. Here's your favourite, the heart rate monitor. Your heart rate was through the roof earlier, wasn't it?
Yeah, let's have a look at it. Yeah, it's getting there.
A little bit of an acceleration. What I like about this is you can actually see when it accelerates and when it doesn't. Working on that other issue.
It's getting there. Look, it does look good. It's better than the old worm. The old worm days were horrific. I can't believe we had the worm for over 2,000 games.
So tell me how you're feeling then physically, because I got told that the suit took 2 hours to dry out.
It's taken me about 4 hours to mentally get back as we get into the 9th over here. Oh, it's a Gundy ball. Well, this is interesting.
I think he's out.
Is he?
I think it dips below it before he swings. Well, put it this way. It's not as high as he thinks he is.
Did he get a little underneath edge, though?
I'm not so sure.
Oh, it's an odd one, isn't it? We're going to have to see it from side on.
Didn't pick up.
I
don't know if I picked up an edge.
Oh, see, that's probably a no.
Nah.
Oh, wow, that's so tight. I don't know. Tough. He's got the old untucked shirt as well. Makes it a little bit more difficult.
I think that's gone. Yeah.
Oh, what a delivery.
Yeah, I mean, because it does actually drop. Look how much it's dropping. You've got to look at the gradient of the ball. And I think there he's kind of got bent back leg. If he's standing up, I think it's below at the crease. He's also quarter of a step out of his crease. So he'll be kicking himself there. But, you know, credit to the bowler, Tuari. He breaks through, and that's a 3rd wicket rougher. He was entertaining, wasn't he? But he goes for 19 off 7. In the end, it's 99 for 3.
He would be disappointed. Is it usually deemed when the ball passes the batsman or when it passes the crease? Or
always the crease.
The crease.
So we have actually seen some that have hit the stumps that have been clearly over the waist. It's a bit wide. Well handled behind the stumps by Paraskari. Yeah, so, yeah, we have certainly seen some that have done that. It also depends on things like the speed of the bowler, if it's a slower ball or not.
Okay.
As it can actually drop quite a lot from the crease to the stumps. 1.22 metres. Now, this is Bhatti, when he might be in trouble. He is. And he holds out. You know, well done to Burno. They're just holding Dreux here in the 9th as Tuari grabs the 2nd wicket. Nicely taken out there as well. Ramaral's certainly had an entertaining 10 overs. He's got his money's worth. The French champions now 100 for 4.
Yeah, just a couple of late wickets happening at the moment, and that will give the Czech side a little bit more confidence. There was some belligerent strokes in the middle overs, but this is good. Nice catch. It easily could have gone over his head. And can they try and restrict them to, let's say, 120 and less? If they can do 120 or less, and maybe they've got a chance to chase these runs.
For sure. Bhatti, we'll see him with the ball. He's a very good left-arm spinner. He had a lot of success last year.
I'd like to know the story of Dreux about how they're winning the championship every year, because it's a fair effort to keep coming back.
There are a fair few teams in France as well. We're still in the works. We're trying to organise an ECS there, something we'd like to do at some point.
Imagine ECS Paris, City of Love.
Tell you what, you might have to sort yourself out before you get there. Right now, you look a mess. You all right?
No.
You look like the Scottish fans after about 2.5 hours in the sun.
About 45 minutes, let's be fair.
Anyway, this is Usman Khan. Some nice strokes earlier on today. almost a caught and bowled. They got long off pretty straight. Yes, handles it. Just a single.
Got that feeling that Group D compared to C, the batting's going to be a bit better and maybe higher pass scores?
Not necessarily. I think, yeah.
Group C was so odd.
It was odd. I know you didn't buy into my theory too much, but certainly having the wind behind the bowler's bat makes a big difference rather than hitting straight with the wind. Oh, ball, which is just knocked down into the ground to the keeper. Yeah, because if you want to be able to hit straight, it's a fairly safe shot. And then to get value with the wind assisting it, compared to then hitting into the wind and then trying more ramps, trying more square of the wicket shots, which by their very nature carry more risk. I think you're going to see slightly lower scores. Now this one's on a length and it's horned out of the ground. Maximo! Nisa hasn't had too much of the strike, but when he's been out there, he's been pretty good. 25 off 10 for the skipper. And Dreux continue to climb. 107 with 7 balls left.
Now this is how they play. You might see a couple of plays and misses and a few dots here in between, but they hit a lot of sixes in their few years in the ECN. In the ECL, they hit a lot of sixes. So they're still staring down the barrel of 120 plus.
There's a slower ball, but batter doesn't chase this one. Dave has a question. Will the robots be travelling to the ECS at all?
Oh, well, I can answer that one for you. Unfortunately, viewers might have thought the robot would be around often, but that was it. That was what you contributed.
No, it won't be it. I demand more. Nice ball the over. Nice chance again. It has to be held. Ali Kashif takes another one. He's caught very well, Ali. And so Nisa, handy play to get rid of even at this late stage. He tries to make the running, mistimes it slightly. And that is a 5th wicket. Well bowled by Tiwari. He'll finish with 3 wickets at least, although he concedes 30. It's the end of the 9th over, 108 for 5.
Yeah, nice for Tiwari. Picks up 3 for his over, and always good to get a wicket, isn't it? But you get 3. Well done to him doing something right. Important 6 balls this though. I mean, if they can still restrict them to under 120, they'll feel like if they get a good start in the power play, they're still in this contest.
Yeah, of course. Nisa.
Good strike rate.
Quarter century. Always useful in T10 cricket, 108 for 5.
You heard the big news Empanada watch?
Oh, okay. We can't talk about that yet, can we?
Can we?
I don't know.
Let's just say
I'll find out at
tonight's the night we speak to Don Mundo about potential.
Okay, yeah.
There's a little stall coming.
The answer is we will talk about it. Well, let me just.
It's the next thing I'm on now.
Check with our lawyers. All right, here we go. 10th overtime. It's Rahat Ali coming back. He's going to be the best wide ever, unless he's.
No, it's not a wide. It's the greatest leave of all time. He's left it over leg stump. Wow.
Does this go over, does it?
Oh, yeah, watch this. What a leave.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
That's a great leave.
These Dreux guys, even when they're not playing shots, it's exciting. Okay, so what are we going to talk about?
Well, Don Mundo.
Oh, I was going to go back. Will it travel? No, because I think it could fall apart. But it will be a fixture at Cartama as long as it is in, well, not 1 piece. It's actually 9 pieces. It's a 9-piece robot suit. I don't think we could travel with this. I don't think it'll hold up very well. Swing from Usman Khan. But I do like it being here, keeping it here at the lodge at Cartama Oval. We bring it out. The question is, I mean, for something that costs €250.
500.
Well, 500 because we bought 2, we received 1. By the way, I've entered a dispute already. How do you think we're going quality-wise? How would you describe it? I'm going to actually, we'll talk through it in a second. It just popped up. 1 bouncer, as well to smother it, just a single. Because when you got it, when you opened the box, and I was on the air the other night, you said the quality is phenomenal. You said
I think the quality is quite
amazing.
Good. The heat management isn't great. There is a real.
Is there anything we could do? Do you think if you had like a wet towel under there or something, would that help? Well, loving this from Rahat.
We've got the night games and night events tonight. We've got a lovely night event. I think it's definitely a nighttime event to have him out as Ali.
Wasn't that hot when you were out there this morning? So when you saw the head coming off there, it was probably about 16 or 17 degrees very mild. A lot of cloud cover. You look like you just made 200 in Mumbai. That'll do. Well, eventually, if you keep trying it, the ball might be in the right spot. And Ahmedzai gets 4. Thanks, Dreux, up over the 110 mark. Last ball to come.
Yeah, I remember Ahmedzai from last year. Surprised to see him come so low because he's definitely got some destructiveness with the bat. He moves across his stumps. Little flickingtons into the leg side. Handy 4. Last ball coming. I think Dreux will still want that 119, won't they?
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Bruno will be chasing a few, but it'll be attainable if they bat well. As expected. But
Oh, he's out.
yeah, he might be.
Yeah.
I think in the end.
Is that stumped?
Yeah, technically it's stumped because he's never attempting a run. He's walking off the field. Bit of a cheeky one, but as a keeper, you take what you can
Take your
get.
dream 11 points. Look at this. He just wanders out. The ball's not dead. See you later.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that.
So we looked this up. In my opinion, I thought that was run out.
That's a wicket to Rahat, the bowler.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because in my opinion, the law's a bit fuzzy there because the law doesn't anticipate people leaving their crease not to run. That wasn't in the execution of the shot. So I feel like it should be run out, but I think letter of the law, it's stumped because if he's never attempting a run and the wicket's put down by the keeper without interference, it will be stumped. So I think that's what it'll be. Regardless, the score will be 113. Let's go back and look at some of the highlights. Nice to see the team from the Czech Republic worked really hard to get here. Thrilling low-scoring T20 final. They were able to overcome the Prague CC Kings in that one. So they're here on the European stage. Had some good moments in this 10 overs, but it's never easy against a high-risk kind of side like Dreux. And where Nabi was up and going, his 40 was pretty important in setting things up, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very important. He's such a talented player. And yes, he plays and misses a few deliveries, but when he gets going, it's so destructive. And this is what Dreux do. They hit a lot of sixes. There was another innings again where it was a bit stop-start, but once they got going in the middle section, they really accelerated. And for Bruno, they tried their best. They had a lot of a different style of bowlers, a little few spinners and some dibbly-dobbly swing, which did help pick up a couple of wickets. And this was the first one. Nabi had to go. And you can see a nice first wicket for the team. Romario, he'll be very happy with that, and I'm sure he'll look back at that a little bit later this evening. But it just brought more destruction. It looks like everybody in this top 6 has the ability to clear the ropes, and it's pretty important to have in this T10 fixture. Yeah, that was a Freedy down there at mid-off, just taking one off his pec muscle. And that only brought out a man that decided to go 6-6-6 in his first 3 deliveries. And it was exceptional to watch. These sixes went a long way. And then he was bowled off a big, juicy full toss. So sometimes cricket's a great level up, but he'd done a lot of damage before. And I'm sure he'll be happy with that little innings. There was 3 wickets in the over. And it's steady bowling, but it's good backing up in the field as well to hold on to most of the opportunities that did come their way. They didn't put many down. I know it's their first time on the network, so there's probably a fair bit of nerves out there as well. It took us right to the back end of the innings. There was a 4 for Ahmedzai. That was a nice shot, clip off his legs, and this took us to the last ball, which is a bit peculiar. You don't often see this, but I think that's out stumped because he wasn't attempting a run, as Vinny Sandhu said. So that last ball, we'll have to confirm with you what that was, but yeah, out stumped, so it's a bonus wicket for the bowler. Let's look at the scorecard quickly, and well, the top order, all of them contributing a bit. 41 off 20 for Nabi, Nissa 25 off 11, and Rafa 19 off 7. Everyone chipping in a bit, 9 extras, and it got them to 113 for 6. We have a look at the bowling figures there, and there's at the very top there, Rahat Ali. He does get himself a wicket. He'll be happy with an economy of 7. Does a great job. Even Afridi doesn't pick up a wicket, but an economy of 7.5 is very good in this format. Tawari got some tap, but he got 3 wickets, 30 for 3, so a little bit of a mixed bag for him. 113 for 6. That is the total set by the French champions. We're going to have to wait 10 minutes, and we'll join back here shortly to see if, well, Bruno can chase it down. 114 required. Join us back for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Cartama Oval in Andalusia, Spain. Beautiful part of the world. A few clouds overhead, but it's warm. And it's been even hotter out there, out in the field. And these two teams, Brno from Czech Republic and Dreux, the French champions for the third consecutive time. We've seen them at the ECL. They're at the halfway stage of this clash, and 113 for 6 from the French champions has been put on the board. Will it be enough? Difficult to tell. I haven't seen too much of this Brno side. So looking forward to seeing how they go about this run chase and who do they have in their batting arsenal as we welcome back all our viewers around the world. And I hope you're ready for this game. And the second half of it should be a really close contest. All these teams have a point to prove on day one. Really show the other countries and clubs that they're here to play and potentially get themselves through that finals week, which is promising to be a high-level week. Beveren making it last night, the Belgian champions. Congratulations to them once again. I want to welcome back everyone on the chat and all our network partners out there as well. Hope you're ready for this. It looks like the first over is going to be bowled by Afridi Yassin, a very talented bowler. He's going to be bowling to Ihalage, and looking forward to seeing if he can get that swing into the left-hander's pads. So we're almost set for the first ball. Here we go. Does get the swing into the pads, and it's clipped away beautifully. Oh, what a nice start that is. He just helps it around the corner, and a 4 to start. And well, when you need a hit above 113, you really need a good power play, don't you? One bounce 4. Crashes into the signage out there. Looks like Yassin's going to make an adjustment. No, he's going to stay over the wicket. That's good. He just had his radar wrong that first delivery. A big heave across the line to short mid-wicket, and they'll scamper through for a quick single. So it's going to be the right-handed Kunde now on strike. More Kunde, that is. We've seen a few times on this network. He's their spearhead at Dreux. He's a good bowler. We're looking for that early wicket as the sun starts to peek out from the clouds again. Warm temperatures here in Cartama now. Feels like we're in the middle of summer. It's only spring. As that's hit hard but straight to the fielder. A little bit of a yes, no. Going to be a dot ball, and the Czech Republic champions have come out here with some good intent with the bat, which is good to see. Not playing within themselves or in their shell. Big appeal, but sliding down the leg side, and that will probably be just a leg by. And you can understand why they got a bit excited about that one, but looked like it was heading down leg for me. Yeah, good decision from the umpire. Plenty of noise out there from Dreux as well. They'll definitely want to go home 2-0. Oh, that is miles in the air. Now that's going to get some snow on it. And he holds it. Nice safe catch. He hit it straight up. Usman Khan holds on to it. Oh, wow, he got under that ball. He made a nice noise off the bat, but went straight up. And the first one will have to go. That'll be super disappointing for the opening batsman, Janaka. He looked pretty good on his first delivery, and he actually hit that well, but yeah, no distance on the shot at all. Just straight up. His body weight maybe angling back a little bit, but Usman Khan, good safe catch. And the first wicket in this run chase. The score is 6 for 1. warm round of applause from the viewers out there. Good to see the fans back. It was a little bit quiet Group C, but Group D, I think the Scottish have brought, I think, 50 Scot fans to come across and watch the cricket at beautiful Cartama Oval, which is good to see. Driven nicely, but straight to the fielder. And it's Kari, the captain, who's come out at number 3. What a good first over that is for Dreux. It takes us to the end of the first over, and the score is 6 for 1. Gives me a good opportunity to welcome back a man that, well, international man of mystery, and let's talk about it. Karaoke marvel last night. Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, what happened last night?
Really got into it. Now we went down to Moldy's Roadhouse. It was kind of even better than a karaoke. It was a jam session. Everyone just grabs whatever instruments they want, and it's something they do every couple of weeks. So it was really nice to be invited down there. Big thanks to Mick and all the crew at Moldy's Roadhouse. We know that they really enjoy the cricket. They're big supporters.
If you stay tuned, we're gonna show you my social media soon, because if you follow me, you get to see what Vinny Sandhu got up to last night. Anyway, Abdul bowling the second. It's missed time. Straight back to him. Yeah, Maximo Burger.
We got there. We had to go straight from.
Well, let me interrupt you. Sorry. If you follow me on _28, you can go onto my story of my Instagram, and I've got 2 videos of what Mr. Maximo was up to last night. Let's just say, multi-talented on the musician, aren't you?
I know there's one that won't make it to air.
That would never make it to air.
But early on, yeah, it was definitely a lot more PG. Here's the headband warrior. Now he's got his headband back. Now earlier on, he didn't have the headband on. So
he lost 20% of his skill.
Yeah, can't remember what his exact figures were in the first game. I could probably look them up. He took none for 18, but with his headband, we might be able to take a wicket. And if he does, we might see the shoe phone celebration. Anyway, Burno need to get moving. Nice little shot, just times it. This will test the fielder. He's able to pull it back, but they'll get a couple.
He timed that beautifully, didn't he?
Using the pace. And Ian in the chat, hello to you, asking, is it Mr. Telephone Bowler? It is.
Yeah, that went viral, didn't it?
It's going to come out again, surely. He might have a new trick, who knows? He's played at all 3 ECLs, Wahid Abdul. He's imposing, isn't he?
That's it hard, straight to mid-on, double. Yeah, I remember when VOC Rotterdam were here for the 3rd time, you said it was only Yelter and Rami were the 2 players. How many of these Dreux players have played in all 3, do you think?
Seems
like there's quite a similar collective.
Freddie Yassine, Hamnisa, Ahmed Nabi, Hamza Niaz, Amazahir, Alexander Hakuk, the young French player as well. He's played in all 3.
Ooh, trouble. Gone. It was plumb. Will we see the celebration? No, a little bit more sedate. That straightened. It was the outswinger, and that looked plumb to me.
Yeah, he tried to go leg side, didn't he? That's always risky to a ball on the stumps. I thought maybe it was angling down leg side, the batter, but I agree with you. It looked very, very adjacent. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Thanks to String Productions. There's that little bit of shape.
Just that little bit at the end.
Doesn't get much more plumb than that. So, yeah, Burno, get a bit of a speed hump here in the first couple of overs. It's 9 for 2.
That's one you want as an umpire as well, isn't it? And that's just plumb. You can't get
the umpire's always getting graded on correct decisions over total decisions. So you love... That's why I see a lot of bolds getting given out these days as well.
It's like a Lynx Christmas package. You just want it.
Yeah. And, Kunde didn't want that start 2 off 6. And just like that.
Good to see Ian Latta in the chat as well.
Nice to see him.
He came up to me the other day and said, like my Nintendo 64 reference the day I said Mohammed Babar's head's like a DK mode.
Yeah.
Made me feel good.
I'm with you. Anyway, here's Reza Frida. He's a key player. He's the one guy. Probably going to run here. Just got freaked out because it was a bit of a weird one. Reza Frida, for me, he's got to go big if they're going to get these runs. I think that he's a powerful hitter. We saw signs of that in the ECS in the Czech Republic last year. Kari also, haven't seen too much of him on ECN, but that's because of unavailability, so he's got a big responsibility as well. Have to deal with the headband warrior first. Last ball of the second. Swing and a miss. So right now, Dreux turning the screws. It's 9 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, 9 for 2 after 2. This is a dream start for the French champions. We'll have a quick look at this table, shall we? And this is why it's a good start. Big chance. You go home with 4 points.
And you go home early. I know you're a big fan of that.
Huge fan of
So
going
Dreux,
home early.
they'll be on the first bus back to the Sunset Beach Club, and they'd love to have 4 points in their pocket.
If you got 4 points, you got a foot in the door of finals day and half of a foot in the day of the double chance.
Yeah, true. But if you only have 3 points in your pocket, as we found out with Alton, the
Has
Swiss
Alton
team,
recovered yet? Are they okay?
No, so they took 3 points away from the first day because there was a washout and they had a win. And then
Finished
second
fifth.
day, it all fell apart. They did finish 5th. Only 2 points separated first and last in Group C. Anyway, free to Yassine, and Curry happy to have a look at it.
What shot was that, Vin? I haven't seen an old traditional leave in a long time.
It's a good-looking leave, tell you that much.
Usually you get someone leaving it when they're hoping for a wide, but that was a real sider.
So it's just looking at the shape. Can he launch? He'll have to soon. I mean, also you've got the power play in effect for just 5 more deliveries. Ring of 4 fielders in the infield on the offside. And he just turns it over the leg side, though, and that's going to be 4. Kari's off the mark.
Yeah, nice shot. Short on the hip and the swivel pull with the grey nickels. Now, I have to admit, their kit's growing on me as well, Vinny. The more I look at it. How do you say it? Is it Bruno?
Bruno.
Bruno?
Bruno.
Bruno.
Not Bruno.
Bruno.
Bruno. That's close enough.
You know why they're growing on me?
Yeah.
I actually look like them.
Yeah, because you're red with a bit of grey. Well,
Zing!
well played. Driven
Yeah,
out through
shot.
the offside. That'll be 4. Well, this is Kari. He's a pretty good player. And, he gets back-to-back boundaries. That was just a classical cover drive.
Tell me a little bit more about them, because for them to come here and there's no big Sudesh and some of the more Arun, some of the bigger names I know from Czech Republic, how did they get here, Vin?
They've been working on something for a while now, and they've got quite a strong club. They've got 3 sides.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so they've got let's see if I name them. They've got the Raptors, the Raiders, and the Rangers. That's not confusing at all. Come back to Yassine. It's a good ball, though. Angles in. Seems away. And there's a ground in Brno that they've been working on. I haven't been able to visit it myself. So Brno's about 2 hours or so by train away from Prague.
Okay.
So it's a pretty significant bit of travel for when they do come and play in Prague.
So they must have a pretty good structure because, I mean, they're the national champs.
Yeah, and they've been building something, steadily to beat the PCC Kings. I can't remember the exact score, but in the T20 domestic final, which was for the ECL spot, they were able to shake, rattle and roll the Kings for, I think, 67, something like that.
Wow.
And then, of course, the typical slightly nervous chase, I think. They
just straggled themselves over the line.
I think maybe it was 6 down. Maybe some of my Czech friends will correct me if I'm wrong with any of this information.
Good on them.
But, yeah, they've earned their spot here. And he had missing Dylan Stain. He's not currently in Europe, so he's just unavailable.
He's the New Zealander, isn't he?
Yeah, New Zealand
Czech.
South African.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, /Czech. Yeah. Makes a home there now with his family. But, yeah, great opportunity for them to take it to the next level. Great experience. Last ball of the power play, skewed away, and, well, too many cooks spoiling the broth there. Abdurrahman Ahmedzai went to his right. He picked Nubby's pocket and he put it to ground. So that will be the end of the 3rd over, 18 for 2.
Yeah, disappointing. It's an opportunity missed, isn't it? He had a smile on his face, the field. I'm not too sure the bowler will, though. He snatches at it, and that's a life. Have a look at the
6-3-9, they more than that.
steady start. Are we going to do a team of the week for Group C as well? Is that something we slowly...
That's the idea. Last time you said you couldn't be bothered, and looking at your face, would you like us
I could be the net number 5 batsman here for Bruno. Honestly, I'm red and grey.
Yeah, so I was in Italy when I was following that T20 domestic final in the Czech Republic. Other thing is, I think Brno got to play it. They earned the right to play at their home ground, which is a little bit different from the Vinoš ground just outside Prague. And yeah, well done to them. And now we're going to go back to the headband warrior, Wahid Abdul, in over number 4. Good cut shot. That'll be 4. Good batting. Kari looks like he can handle himself here at this level. And that's going to be important. Brno up into the 20s.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. And a really correct cut shot. Don't see it enough in this format. Keeps it on the ground. Full value. No risk. High reward.
Yeah, so Curry is a guy, we've only ever seen him play one match in the ECS.
Nice.
Just due to, I think he's had some issues with the travel getting to Prague, which is where we hold it. So, big raps on him though, you can see why.
Got a bit of a technique about him.
Yeah, no, that's my info on him as well.
The question will be, does he have that sort of explosive side to chase down scores that might be over 10 and over required?
You need someone that can do that. Well, now maybe I've been updated that that Frantic saying it's Rangers, Raiders, and then there's Challengers and the new Warriors. So maybe they've got to 4 teams now.
Good on them. Nice to hear it's developing over there in Czech Republic.
Whips this away. Pocket of space. It's a 1.5.
Oh, it's a great arm. It's a great arm. He's going to be gone. What a throw that is from deep mid-wicket. Off balance. One bounce over the stumps. Who was it, Vinny? Because that's a 10 out of 10 run out.
Too busy watching the field. I called it a 1.5 straight away. I just wasn't super confident that with a good throw that the batter could get back, and that is a big moment in this game. Curry tries to pinch the strike back, but he's going to have to go.
What a throw.
One by Miles, not even in the picture. But, well, he can't really afford that. Let's have a look at the running. And, yeah, he kind of looks for it. To be honest, I think he's talked into it by Riaz
You've got to
Afridi.
see this throw. Watch this throw, Vinny. He's off balance, and he's had to make about 15 metres to his left first.
Yeah.
To one bounce, skip that over the stumps. Wow.
Yeah, it's just a slight miscommunication, I think. Riaz Afridi was keen for the 2, but his captain wasn't going to get there. Great fielding, though, no doubt about it. And, yeah, it was Cameron Ahmadzai that hurled it back in. Ahmadzai did the rest. So the captain has to go. Curry out for 14. It's 23 for 3.
I love a run out. You know, a run out for me, I always tell my teams when I'm coaching them that it sets the standard in the field. You get one run out, the opposition know you're on. And that's brilliant to watch. So you got 2 batsmen both on 0 at the moment. It's 23 for 3. They're behind the 8 ball. Can they counter-attack?
New batter out there is Ashish Mata. Ashish is famous for one piece of cricket, which he won't mind me mentioning. He is the man who made an amazing fielding stop in, I think, the 2021 ECS in Prague in fairly slippery conditions and pulled it back from the boundary, picked it up and accidentally threw it backwards.
Who's that?
Over the boundary. He's on strike right now.
Oh, I need that
Ashish
man's
Mata.
autograph by the end of this tournament.
It's one of our all-time great
favourites.
Strike 2 for him right here against the pace of Wahid Abdul.
No, my only regret, I wasn't on the air when he did that, but we do get some good moments. Abdul with some sensational figures here. 1 for 8 off his 11 deliveries so far.
So I don't know if the day will ever come where we can do an ECS in Brno because it would force all the other teams to travel, but they might say, well, we're always travelling for the ECS.
Just do their 4 teams, play each other, right?
Yeah, potentially. And there's other teams in the general area, not just that club. This is tapped away into the offside, just a single though. Mata's off the mark at the 3rd attempt. It's also the end of the 4th over. It's 24 for 3.
Yeah, would it be fair to say, Vinny, that they probably come into this group as the underdogs? A bit of a difficult group for them?
I think so. I think it's a good experience for them. But you can see they're having a bit of trouble getting anywhere near that red line at the moment.
Love that graph, by the way.
Yeah,
Sports
growing on
Interactive,
you.
if you're listening out there. Well done.
My question to Frantic in the comment section is, you've said the Rangers and the Raiders are still around, but now there's Challengers and the Warriors. What happened to the Raptors?
Oh, tough times for the Raptors.
What happened? Because I remember when we had the Czech Super Series, which is actually one of the first series we did after the lockdown for the pandemic in 2020. We had a weekend in Brno. So, yeah, we did have ECN cricket in Brno. I haven't been to that ground, but I know that the ECN crew that there did make it. And we saw the Raptors, the Rangers, and the Raiders all involved in that, as well as Moravian, I think, in that.
Vinny, just want to touch on, I'm loving the keeper Zahir and the big floppy with like the brim up.
And you'd like that.
That will give you 10% extra skill as a keeper. He looks good.
Shane Warne, Cricket 99 about that.
Yeah. And another dot ball. Ahmadzai's come in, the left arm seamer.
So the Raptors got renamed to help with the RRR mess. It probably makes sense. Look, here's the issue for the Brno team. Yeah, they're having to deal with stuff that they don't really get a lot of in the Czech Republic. You know, some of these French bowlers are going to really get it through. Smacked away, it's deep point. Well, the robot has said the Dreux shirt, is it the best shirt in world cricket? Discuss, what do you think?
It's a bit rogue.
I've got to say, I kind of miss a bit more yellow in it.
That's
And a bit
okay.
more- it is my favourite colour.
Actually liked Beveran's, to be fair, the kaleidoscope.
Yeah.
But for me, Burno right now, the red and grey, two colours that should never be. I love it.
Yeah. That's a good shot. It's bounced. Well, now there's
It's run out.
confusion. They're all over the place, and they're going to get away with it. It'll be a long dot.
It's a very long dot. It was a bit of yes, no, maybe. Who's going to go? In the end, it's a bit of a fumble from Dreux, and it's not out.
First, he's a bit unlucky. This goes straight at a fielder. But again, you see, they're not looking at each other, and then there's a bit of,
It's a bit of Benny Hill music, isn't it?
I think they could have maybe even gone to the keeper's end because they're both running the wrong way. But yeah, you can kind of see he's not getting enough bat on ball at the moment.
Yeah, it might be a step up for them, but they are the national champions, so they can hold their head up high no matter what happens in their tournament here.
It's always kind of sad in a way to not see a team we've seen at the ECL and have a history with, like Albies Army, like the PCC Kings, like many others. But also I'm really excited when new teams get the opportunity. So I'm really happy that Burno will get to test their skills against the best clubs in Europe. And anyway, unfortunately for Afridi, it's game over. He's going to finish 0 of 5. What an over from Abdurrahman Ahmedzai. He's bowled well today. This is a little inducker, cleans up middle and leg. And that's the end of a pretty tough 5 overs for the Czechs. It's 25 for 4. Yeah, very good bowling. We saw him mixing up his seam position, bowled a few cross seamers before also, and can swing the ball in. And yeah, Afridi gives himself some room and just can't quite deal with what's coming his way. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo here in the Dream Box. I'm here with Corey Rutgers, a.k.a. the Robot. I've also got Andrew Ryan, who'll be with us again very shortly. Rico Full, he's off in Group D, so Rhino's in for him. What do you make of Group D so far?
Yeah, exciting. I'm really impressed from the Scots, Dreux. I like the group. Helsinki Titans I need to watch a little bit more of because I didn't do the games in the morning. I was busy.
You didn't see a lot of those early games.
Couldn't see a lot of the first 2 games today. Couldn't see a thing. Not going to lie.
What's the visibility like in that suit?
Honestly, it's like humans get 20/20 vision. Robot has 1/1 vision.
You see a little window, little blurry window.
Yeah, we need to cut a hole in it, I think. I really do. Anyway, Bhatti, the left arm off spinner. I've watched him a lot in the previous few years. Very tidy, very efficient.
Not really bowling up front this year.
Yeah, I like that. Hold him back. It looks like that Ahmedzai that bowled the left arm seam. He's new. I don't remember him. He looks good.
Abdurrahman Ahmedzai. Anyway, over number 6. Mata on strike. Kicks this one away for 1.
Also handy for Dreux this. If they can win this by quite a margin, just boost that net run rate up. And they're probably 1 win away from guaranteeing a double chance already.
That's true. Yeah, taking 4 points away from first 8. It's hard to see you missing out. You could miss out on the double chance if you play badly second day, but at worst you're 2 and 2. Oh, only way, half chance here. Oh, would have been gone, I think. And the only way you can miss out on 2 and 2 is if literally every team wins 2 and loses 2, and you have the worst net run rate.
Is that the only?
It's the only way you could possibly.
Are you sure you can't have 3 teams finish on 4?
Yeah, but there'll be the middle 3, because it means that someone will be more and someone will be less.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, mathematics. There you go. Swings through the fences. We'll get a boundary here. So Mata, you can't really criticise his approach. He's attacking against Bhatti. This time he'll get 4.
Well, they've got 3 backward points, and all of them are very square. And I do bark on about this a little bit. If you're going to have a lot of backward points, have someone extremely fine. There's a lot of edges that fly for 4.
Say hello to Jan Hoffman. Nice to see you in the comment section. And Jan, you'd love Jan. Yeah, this guy that looks like an accountant but loves to smash the ball over the park.
Where's Jan from?
Yeah, Jan, he's a Burno player. And pity you can't make the trip, Jan. I'd love to have you here. Well, there you go. How much has he got? This is going, gone. Maximo! Fingertipper off the headband warrior as Mata doubles his score. He'll feel better about that. And like I say, I think they're going to fall a bit short in this chase, but still, they've got to try and get as close as possible. Burno, I think for them, a realistic target would be to try and make that final 4. And you do that by getting close and pinching a win or two along the way. And that one was nicely struck. I think he's just back in time.
I think he's okay. I don't even think they've gone up to the third umpire for this one.
Yeah, clever bowling though by Bhatti. Spotted him coming and kind of fired it wide of the off stump. Threatened to go out.
Getting close to taking it above in front of the stumps, but no. No, it was close.
I think, yeah, he's not allowed to break the back of those stumps until the ball's past him, which I think was no problem there.
It's a good little work here from Mata. He's on 12. Can he keep going?
I wonder if he'll charge twice in a row or not. Short mid wicket in for good measure. He's going to go again. And well, Amaze here, he's going to have the longest run of his life here. He has to leave the circle for the first time, perhaps in his cricket career. It will be a couple to finish the sixth. So Mata fights on, and so do Burno. After six, they're 39 for 4.
Yeah, 39 for 4 at the moment, and Dreux doing all the right work. Unfortunately, no one in that top order's really gone on and played an innings of substance just yet.
A few comments, Corey, about Naveed Ahmed not bowling the off-spinner in the first innings. I thought that he would at least get a bowl.
I'm sure they'll figure out this little T10 format over the next few games they've got and see what combinations they want to use.
Played a lot of international cricket. I know probably no huge fan of the short boundaries in this form of the game. The fact that he turns the ball into the right-handers, they may be a bit worried to bowl him against some of these Dreux right-handers, but yeah, sooner or later we'll see him, I'm sure. Here's a guy that's impressed us. Abdurrahman Ahmedzai comes back 1 for 1 off his first over.
Got a bit of a shuffling run-up, but it seems effective. Gets it quite full, swings it. Another left armer producing the goods on T10 format.
Dave's got a suggestion. Maybe we should cut the eye open and put some mesh there. I don't know if that'll help. I kind of like that the robot's blind. It makes it even better. Yes, another good swing, but no contact from Ali Kashifu.
Didn't say that on the site when we bought it. Didn't say blind robot and overheating issues.
I wish
we've been sold up the creek.
The half an hour when we got to the ground and put you in the suit and walked you down the hill, it might have been one of my favourite half hours ever here at Cartama. I wish I could relive it again and again. I haven't laughed that much for a long, long time.
Well bowled.
Back 3. I suppose, you know, you got a guy that's obviously got a bit of pace about him. I think what I would be doing if I was Kashif is just standing still, because you're making it even harder if you're trying to run him. Like, I admire the fact he's trying to attack, but I think, yeah, stand still and at least keep your eyes still so you can have more chance of actually hitting the ball. Right now, anything on the stumps, it's hard to imagine Kashif's going to be able to deal with it. Pretty much what he does. That's good. Slow ball that time from Ahmedzai. Knocks it down for a single.
Yeah, surprised Ahmedzai went to the slow ball. Looked like the pace was working. A bit of a baptism of fire here, I should say, here for Burno, but they'll only be better for the run. They get to play the evening game tonight.
Yeah,
the lights.
Of course. Hello to Kush as well, asking where is the robot. Well, the good news,
it melted. Did you get the footage? It's melted.
We've had some robot time. It's been put on hiatus. It's currently drying out.
Yeah, we're going to have to it can only be used on finals days and short periods.
I think every day for the first game would be good.
Rumour has it the hype bosses are here tomorrow.
Oh yeah, the hype bosses. They're going to require
I'm going to have
demonstration.
I need to have a private word with management because I'm clocking these as games.
Last ball of the over. Oh, goes wrong.
I think, is that a wide?
I think it's a no ball for, well, it's off the pitch, but it's so full, I feel it might have been a wide for height. It hasn't been a no ball for height. Look, see? Yep. So it's going to be no ball for
height.
So a free hit coming up. Hardest thing about that goes as a dot to the batter. Hashtag unfair cricket rules. Anyway, Mata does get a free hit. He gets one swing at Abdurrahman Ahmedzai. And he gets a little bit of an inside edge on it. And this will take us to the end of 7 overs. The score is 42 for 4.
42 for 4, and Ahmedzai finishes with sensational figures of 1 for 4. He'll be stoked with that. In this game, he's bowled well all day, must be said. the last few overs of this clash, and looking forward to the next one as well. More live cricket as it's Forfarshire taking on Helsinki Titans.
They had a kind of epic collapse in that chase, Forfarshire, but apart from that, they looked like the team to beat, didn't they?
Like a well-drilled unit.
It looked like a threat, not only this week, but also potentially if they do qualify. Looking at some of the players, they've got Wallace and Leask were great. Callum Garden missed out, but you know he's a very good player. They've got O'Neill, he's got an Australian background in at 4. You've got Scott Cameron, who's played ODI cricket at 5.
They've got pedigree.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like. Real pedigree to win the whole competition.
Titans, though, their chance to strike back. This is going to be 4 more. I really like this innings from Mata. I mean, he's having to deal with bowling he wouldn't have to deal with very often, but he's handling himself pretty well. He moves up to 19.
Well, I'm glad he pulled that because that was on his snout, and if he didn't, we might have been getting a lot of cans of magic spray on the field.
That's one thing I would like to see is him wearing a helmet, of course.
Rafa's not slow.
Yeah, true. Now, Rafa gets him through, doesn't he? Bowled really quick this morning. And he likes to go upstairs, but it's going to be another boundary. Mata moves into the 20s. He's smart. He's using the pace. He's staying pretty still here. Smart batting.
Well, maybe he doesn't need a helmet. Oh, it's a good shot, and he just opened the face and went with it. It was back of a length, and yeah, give him credit. He played that pretty smartly. 1 bounce 4.
Brings up the 50 for Burnham as well. Well done to them. Yeah, this is the kind of open face that I want to see off Rafa, not the other kind, which is if he misses a bouncer. It's a wide down leg side.
So, nice start to this over. Rafa's already gone for 9 off 2. The 50 came up for the Czech Republic champions.
I think you owe it to the kids to at least give them some robot every day. Do you see how happy it made them? And I know that typically you don't really like children. I think it's pretty obvious.
It's a nice little late cut for a single. We're going to have to talk off air about it, Vinny. I'm not too sure because it's sent my whole day spiralling. I'm so dehydrated.
Actually, look, well, I told you keep drinking water. You do look like you've got a heat stroke.
I think I do.
I'm not a doctor, but I think you might have heat stroke from 1.5 games in the robot suit. Anyway, Kashif, he's able to drag this down for 1. I think of a second, but it's not there.
Well, definitely not there. The ball's only 6 metres from the middle of the wicket. Yep.
Yeah, well, Kush is a simple solution in the comment section saying just drink Hype.
Did smack a couple of Hypes. I'm glad that the CEO of Hype's coming. Looking forward to learning more about the company.
Yeah, perfect ambassador, aren't you? Just means you can't have any of those games where you feel a bit lethargic anymore. But they do say what goes up must come down. Mata tries to take on the long on. This could be the end of the road for him, and it is. Easy catch for Abdurrahman Ahmedzai. Yeah, so it was always going to be tough for him to kind of nail one down the ground. I think he was a bit more comfortable deflecting and using the pace, but still a fighting innings from Ashish. Nice to see him getting some runs here at the ECL. He'll go for 24, and the score is 53 for 5.
Yeah, nice bowling by Rafa this time. Just cramps him for room, follows him a little bit, and that's why he couldn't get the distance nor the elevation. For 6, easy catch out there for Ahmedzai. And Dreux just doing everything they need to do. They're an experienced team. And they're going to go home with 2 wins. Mata, 24 off 18, 3 4s and a 6. He can hold his head up high.
Sure can. 1 6 and 3 4s. Not a bad effort. But, yeah, it's all about gaining the experience, I think, at this stage, as well as getting as close as you can to the target. But see, right now, they're kind of on about 6 to 7 and over pace. Chasing 114, it wasn't really going to cut it. So Suresh Ramarao is the new batter. He has 1 ball to face from Rafa.
Yeah, last ball of this 8th over. Oh, shot. Well, I wasn't expecting that. Little bit of width, and he swats it over extra cover. 4 runs, Vinny.
That's a brilliant shot, isn't it? Unbelievable stuff from Ramarao. It says, yeah, no problem. We can just go out. I'll put some pace on it myself. He goes over the offside. I like that. So clear the front leg job. Not an easy one to get on top of. First ball of your innings. Anyway, that's the end of the 8th over. The score, 57 for 5.
Yeah, so this game coming to its close. 2 more overs. Maybe a couple of personal highlights for the players out there. And they just never unfortunately got close to the required rate. They were at 6 at the start, and they've gone themselves a little bit above that now at 7.1. But yeah, a bit of a baptism of fire for them here.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Here we go with over number 9. Say it all happens in the 9th. Where can Burno get to? Maybe they can get up towards the 80 mark with a bit of luck.
Well, how many empanadas are you going to get to tonight is the real question.
Going to do a solid 8. I mean, there's a chance I'll hit double digits.
Understandable. You've been good lately on empanadas, I have to admit.
We didn't talk about this in the first innings. This is up and well handled with a one-hand, one-bounce job. And this is just we've got certain obligations to partners and stuff, and obviously we want to respect all of those. But there was some talk about with the increasing crowd numbers, we may need another food option at the ground.
Nothing wrong with a little empanada stand. Is that spliced in the air and well caught. A simple wicket, and Bhatti collects his first in this game, and that is the 6th wicket to go.
Yeah, it's fairly simple catch, isn't it? Wahid Abdul, as he handles that, and Burno, again, just finding it hard to go toe-to-toe with the slightly more experienced Dreux at this level. Bhatti, clever operator, just loses his shape a little bit. Alex Kashif, he'll be the 6th wicket to fall now, and it's 59 for 6.
Yeah, so well bowled from Bhatti, sliding that one up just a tad more. And unfortunately, Kashif never got going. He's out for 4 off 8.
So I had a question from Federico Mento. What's the highest successful chase on ECN? Well, Badalona Shaheen, they chased 162 back in the ECS in Barcelona. Did it with 6 balls to spare as well. So 162 is the biggest target achieved. We have had a 167 golden ball though.
Well, remember we had the 191, 187 chase?
Yeah.
That was unreal.
Yeah, that was crazy. Biggest second innings, 187, and you still lose.
Yeah, that we won't Barca bash that tournament. That was one of the goods.
403 runs in one game. It was 229 to 174.
I just like that we played the horn music on the one day we had the most 6s ever.
I think it was 115 maximos in the day. Last ball of the 9th coming up. Last ball for Bhatti. He whacks this off the stumps and he'll get a run up, and he'll retain the strike. At the end of 9, the score is 61 for 6.
Yeah, so 6 balls remaining this one, Vinny.
Kush was asking about the robot. In case you missed it, maybe we'll be tracking down some footage of the robot. I can't watch this enough, really.
I can. A little bit over it.
My favourite bit when you take their hat off. The big reveal.
Oh
yeah, this is the robot getting into the height. I think end of 9 overs is the robots.
Hype. It doesn't keep you up.
The hype boss
it might hype you up, but it's not enough in a robot suit.
They need robot strength. Anyway, here we go with over number 10, and it's going to be rougher. He only got the 1 over this morning. I was surprised. I think he's got to get 2. Looks like a really dangerous option.
Yeah, he's got some decent pace about him, but some batsmen can use that pace wisely. Couple of deliveries remaining in this one, fizzling out a little bit this game. Oh, slower ball, miles in the air. Well, who wants it? Well, they look at each other. The bowler, Rafa, decides, I want the fantasy points, and he takes it. A nice caught and bowled.
Yeah, well done. He put a name on it. He was going to do his own work, wasn't he? So, yeah, Burno, again, swinging hard, trying hard. But, yeah, it's a difficult level of cricket. I mean, you've got other champion teams here, and you can see there was a big reliance thing on their top order. You kind of pinpoint where things went wrong to the run out of Paras Kari, who did look like he could handle it, but then a mix-up between him and Afridi resulted in him being run out. And Latree, always happy to see him, but in this occasion with the bat, he goes for just a single. The score is 62 for 7.
Yeah, 7 wickets down. It gives another man an opportunity to come out and maybe get a personal highlight. Why not? A couple of balls left. Try and hit one out of the park.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah.
Always get a 1-ball highlight.
Well, just
another
defended
option.
into the offside and have a snooze.
I suppose also that's his first run in ECL cricket, so you got
If you're
to.
coming out with 4 balls left, you're surely trying to ramp or something
You're
funky.
pretty little average. Look after the average.
True.
one.
If you want a little
duck against his name.
I got one for you. Why do they call it a red ink if you get a not out?
That's what the scorers used to use when they're not out. That's the traditional colour that
okay.
you'd use.
Really?
compared to the other batters, yeah, in the scorebook. There's the bouncer. Backs away, can't deal with it. Do you ever like scoring in the scorebook? Were you a fan of that or not really?
I got taught at a young age, but it wasn't something I would go. Oh, if I had a decision between umpiring at square leg and scoring, I always went to the scorebook.
I quite liked scoring. Bit of a dying art though, because
Yeah, it's all going.
electronic these days. Couple to come here. Oh well, it's one option. He skies it though, and this should be another wicket. It will be. So Ramarao played a nice shot to start his innings. He ends up holding out for 7. Rafa's cleaning up here at the end of this innings. That's 3 wickets of him now, with the ball remaining at 63 for 8.
What a fantastic time to come on if you're a bowler and just clean it all out. Couple of bonus wickets for Rafa here. Romaro didn't get any of it, did he? Unfortunately, stepped away. Toe ender, another catch and cover.
Again, if I had one bit of advice, if you're trying to be out there, don't let the front foot go too far to leg stumps. One thing to clear it and kind of get a bit more chest on with the bowler, but he made that quite hard to catch up with, and it wasn't a very wide delivery. Anyway, Ramarao does hit a boundary. He goes for 7 and 63 for 8.
From what I've seen in this game, Vinny, it's going to be a tough old little tournament for Bruno, but they'll only be better for the run. And,
Sure.
and Dreux, I reckon they could be the one team that really put it up to the Scots.
Yeah, certainly have shown a bit more with the bowling, I think, compared to what we saw from them this morning, the French champions. So, Naveed Ahmed gets a bit of action. He'll face 1 ball here. Last ball of match 3. And he'll get cheeky little 1. And that will finish things. So, Bruno, they cracked the run of ball, but only just in the end. The final score will be Dreux from France, 113. Bruno of the Czech Republic, 64. 49 runs the margin. First ECL match for Bruno. And look, again, there'll be things they can work on there. I think some of the run between the wickets can probably improve a little bit. Probably some of the bowling as well. Maybe some thoughts about whether to bowl Naveed, the off spinner, rather than not. But ultimately, Dreux, they get the job done on day 1. Not perfect cricket by any means from the French champions, but still they have 4 points. They're back on the bus to Sunset Beach. Pretty happy with themselves, Corey.
Yeah, I think they should be happy. They're going to go home 2-0. They could be the one team for me that really might put the Scottish team under the pump. We'll have to wait and see as the group progresses. This is where we're at. Big game also, because if Forfarshire win this and Helsinki Titans don't have a win, you're really starting to create a gap in this group, whereas in Group C, there wasn't gaps. Everyone was all over each other.
That's true. Got to say, it was good work by Bryce Alchin in the death overs for Forfarshire. We talked a lot about their batters, but I see Fergus Duncan comes in for his debut. Abdullah Siddiqui will get a run for the Titans as well from Finland. News from the toss, Forfarshire winning the toss. Bowling first, surprised me a little bit. Thought they might want to use the 10 overs, but they'll know exactly how many they need to chase in the second half of match 4. Let's go to the highlights. And, well, it's good signs early, weren't there? Ihalagi and Norkande went out to open the innings as we saw the openers fail to get to double figures, and really it was a bit of a struggle for them. You saw a good bit of bowling from Wahid Abdul to trap Kande, LBW. Ihalagi holding out to Usman Khan. But, with Kari and Ria Zafridi out there, you thought maybe they could put a partnership together that could challenge. Ultimately, a run out would bring the captain undone.
Yeah, the run out was exceptional, and then I really enjoyed the left arm swing bowling of Ahmedzai. He looked really good to me. 1 for 3 of his 2 overs. Good to see Bhatti back as well. He got a little bit of tap. This was parried over the bar. Almost the Statue of Liberty play, but it went for 6. Rafa came on. They used his pace well, and while the runs were, the required rate was getting out of hand, it didn't matter. They were trying their best. This was a nice safe catch to Ahmedzai at deep mid-on. Rafa getting the wicket there. And overall, it is a baptism of fire for Bruno, but they'll be better for the run, as we mentioned. That was a nice shot over wide, extra cover for 4. There was a couple of wickets later in the piece. This was one well caught by the shoe phone celebration. We haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure it's brewing.
Maybe saving up for the Scots. You never know. Maybe it's a UK thing.
Yeah, like it. Ooh,
anyway.
Hold on. Other Scots, don't open a can of worms there, Vinny.
They're still part of the UK.
Do they want to be?
That's a separate conversation anyway. As you saw, Bit of a clinic in the end, wasn't it? I did like the way that Ashish Mata batted towards the end, 24 off 18. He would be their top scorer in the end, as Ashish was able to get a maximum on 3 fours in that innings of 24. 14 for Kari before he was run out from a good throw from Cameron Ahmedzai. Apart from that, no one cracking double digits. And again, not giving too many away for free, just 2 wides and a no ball in that innings. So pretty professional stuff from Dreux, really. Everyone getting amongst the wickets. Rafa cleaned up 3 for 18 at the end. But got to say, Abdurrahman Ahmedzai, for me, he might have been the best of the bowlers. 1 for only 4 off his 2 overs. Also wickets for Afridi Yassin, Wahid Abdul, the headband warrior, and the left-arm spinner, Tabish Bhatti. So we will take a break. Now, I know you were meant to come back and do the night game with me, but because of robot-induced stress, they'll probably get Rhino back on for that one. But it will be Corey Ruckers and Andrew Ryan to take you through game 4.
You're telling me there's no Mr. Maximo or Rico Full in the next game?
I know.
Wow.
You already had one game together. It's not a first. I'll be keeping a very close eye on you, though, because when we return in around about 20 minutes, we'll go into match 4. It's the Titans have been sent in by the Scots to understand. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Mr. Robot himself, Corey Ruckers and Andrew Ryan not too far away. See you shortly for more ECN action. You're watching the European Cricket League. The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello, welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Party atmosphere in Group D. It's a delightful group to be here for as well. So the fan zone's been rocking into the night. Time for game 4 now. This is a game between Forfarshire, the championship team from Scotland, and they're taking on Helsinki Titans from Finland. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. It's a Grizzly Bear coin toss. Ravi Panchal will toss the coin on behalf of Grizzly Bear Sports, big champions of the ECN. He's out there with the two captains and Rob Kemming. Let's see what happens.
Hits. Hits? Yeah. Stills. We'll have a ball.
So the news from the toss is that it is the Scottish skipper, Scott Cameron. He wins the toss and Forths decide that they want to bowl first. Interesting one for me. I thought winning that toss might give them an opportunity to bat first and maybe use the whole 10 overs. We saw them really doing a number earlier on their opposition, Vienna CC, keep them down to something in the 70s. Chased it without drama in the end, but the drama was in the middle of their batting innings. They lost 6 wickets along the way, so that kind of showed that they are human after all. But they have set the pace for me. They look like the team to beat here in Group D. Helsinki Titans, they did get 100 plus on the board, weren't able to defend it. I think partly that was self-inflicted. They dropped some key chances, and I feel against the Scots, you cannot afford to make fielding mistakes. You have to play almost a perfect game to beat them, I think. But it could happen. We know anything can happen in T10 cricket on ECN. I can tell you that I'm going to have this one off. It's been a pretty exhausting day for people that haven't been in a robot suit as well, but Corey Rutgers and Andrew Ryan will take you through the first moments of this one. News in Group D Match 4 is that Forfarshire have won the toss. They're going to bowl first. It's over to you. Let's get ready for another exciting match.
Thank you very much for the preview, Vinny, Mr. Maximo, Sandu. It is Andrew Ryan here, and I'm joined in the commentary box by Corey Rutgers. So hello to all of the fans watching from Scotland, supporting the Forfarshire boys, and Tervetuloa Espanjan to all of the fans up in Finland who are following the mighty Helsinki Titans. And very much a warm hello to my good friend Corey Rutgers.
Yeah, Andrew, thank you very much for that warm welcome, it has to be said. Forfarshire playing Helsinki Titans here. Look, 1-0 for the Scots and 0-1 for Helsinki Titans. How are you seeing this?
I think Helsinki's going to give them a good run here. I'm not sure that if they had have won the toss, they would have elected to bat first. But they did put in a pretty solid performance in the first game today. Really gave a push to the boys from Dreux, and actually probably should have won that game if it hadn't been for a few sloppy moments in the field.
Yeah, we have a look at the supercomputer, 82 to 85. I think it might be a little bit more high scoring than that, but we'll have to wait and see. But, well, the supercomputer can't tell us this, though. We've done maybe 4,000 games on this network. No Rico, no Vinny. It's Andrew and Corey.
All I can say is the first 60 seconds, nothing's broken. The world hasn't fallen apart. We talked about the space-time continuum when we saw the Back to the Future glasses from our old mate X10 in the last game. The vision is still coming through. Nothing's gone wrong, Corey, so you never know. We might make it through unscathed.
Let's hope we get through 20 overs without Mr. Bale and Mr. Maximo. We're going to have to wait and see. This should be exciting. The sun's just peeking out from the clouds now as well. What a corker of an evening we got on our hands.
This looks fantastic. I mean, it's no surprise the sun coming out when Rutgers and Ryan get into the commentary box. But we have now opening the bowling, the young left-hander, Martin Barlowell. He bowled a good couple of overs in the last game for Forfarshire. He looks like a promising talent. Forfarshire looking to take some early scalps here. Abbas Butt didn't fire in that first game, but he is a key man for Helsinki. Let's go. Game 4. Decent length ball. Tries to swing it away to the leg side. No contact.
Where you been, Rhino? I haven't seen you in a long time, and I was a bit robot occupied this morning. Haven't seen you in about a year. You been well?
Well, certainly been doing other stuff than just amusingly looking at your robot time. No, been busy with other work. The world of FIBA basketball keeping me well occupied, but unfathomably happy to be back in the commentary box today. As Barlowell comes in once again, swinging down leg side. Umpire not interested, but he's getting a nice little bit of late movement with that left arm seam.
Got a strong action, doesn't he? Swings it in late. I do like what Abbas Butt is thinking, though. Just wants to pick it up over that leg side. That's pitching outside leg, hitting outside leg, and missing leg.
Yeah, he's not really following the line of the ball particularly well. The hand's just going across his pads. There is a little bit of protection, though. Fielder out there, a deep square leg for Barwell. The captain knows what his line of attack is going to be. Nice ball, but it's right in the slot with the swing and swatted over the mid-wicket boundary. That's a much-needed 6, and the Titans are rolling.
Well, the disdain on this shot. Bit of a bottom hand shovel out, 6 runs. And, well, Forfarshire, who probably don't have too much experience in this T10 format, soon enough they'll come to realise most of these other teams, they just try to get on with it.
Absolutely lovely swat from Butt. Great shot. Well, the adjustment from Barwell. Didn't want to drift onto leg stump again.
Well, I think our keeper there, Callum Garden, gets a little bit stuck under his feet. That's one for the highlights reel a little bit better.
Got a smile on his face. As to the Forfaiture supporters, no shorter than that's a long way out, and that's good comedy from the Scottish keeper. Wow, that one has gone straight into the hitting zone. We're going to need a taxi to retrieve that thing. It's gone a long, long way. Is that over the tents, Corey?
Well, who's a butts but? He's played an unreal shot there. That's an off-cutter. He picks it. Oh, the height on that. Rhino. Oh, what a start.
That's, well, almost looks like a 7-iron going into the green. It was a glorious stroke.
How is your golf?
Certainly not that good, I'll tell you that much. Lovely shot. And the Titans, 13 on the board, 4 balls into this first over. And little Balwell, he's under some pressure in this first over. Short ball, swung around, leg side, popped up for a catch. And that is a good comeback from the young man. Fergus Duncan swinging around from square leg. First wicket back in the hatch, and it's a big one. Helsinki, 13 for 1.
Balwell decides to dig this one in. He bowled a couple pitched up. They got sent to the moon. This time he goes, I'm going short, fast, and at the body, and he reaps the rewards. First one goes.
He got a little bit of lift off the pitch, actually. When I saw the ball delivered, I was thinking that it was going to get hammered to the square leg boundary, but just got big on butt for a moment. Got into an uncomfortable position, nowhere near the middle of the bat, and that's a pretty safe pair of hands. Fergus Duncan coming around from square leg, and after a bright start, Helsinki losing their first wicket.
Here comes a brave man. No helmet. And Balwell does get it through.
He's got a nice pace. Certainly the couple of times that he swung it and it's ended up on leg stump, it was into the hitting zone of butt, which he was more than happy to deposit to the boundary. This is Bilal Masood coming out as the number 3 bat for the Helsinki Titans.
It's either brave or silly. We'll get to see shortly.
Barwell target. Another short ball. He doesn't miss. That was a well-directed short ball. Once again, a little bit of lift off this deck. Helsinki Titans 13 for 1 off the first over.
Yeah, always exciting to see a batsman walk out without a helmet, and the fast bowler tries to take that head off. As we have a look at the run rates, and well, Group C was a bit of a flat line for me. The batting was a bit behind the 8 ball. It's good to see Group D starting to get on with it. Overall, we've been at 10.5, so 105 they believe is par. I still think you want to be getting to that 115 region, as it looks like Hogarth, Jack Hogarth, who we saw playing for the Scots in the ECC, he's going to be opening the bowling.
Yeah, we saw this in the last game as well. Happy to use the leg spinner in the power play. Got good control. Slided ball, swung across the leg side. Only going to be the single. Nice shot.
Did you get to see much of the ECC?
Certainly did, Corey. That was a magnificent production. Credit to you guys for the fantastic coverage of that event. But I'm sure you're going to bring some analysis off the bat.
Oh, yeah, here we go. No, Hogarth was a bit of a revelation with the new ball. It took him a few games to figure out, but once he started opening the bowling, he was very effective.
Once the top spinner just goes through quickly. I think I don't know what your thought is on using leg spinners early, but I like them being there when the ball is hard and it's really difficult to hit them across the line with a bit of jump off the pitch with the new ball.
Yeah, if you've got some like him that can bowl a bit over the top and get it quick through the air, it is effective.
That one drifts on the leg stump and it's smacked away for a boundary. Nice flat stroke. Really well timed from Koresha. He struggled to get going in the first game, but he is a good bat.
Yeah, it just angles in on leg stump and it's sliding down. He picks it up well, and I have to admit, I'm impressed with Helsinki Titans at the moment. The intent's good.
Intent is definitely good. Lighted outside off. Underneath edge. Come through for the single. It's a little bit tight. Masood was sluggish to get going from the non-striker's end.
I reckon that's out with a direct hit. That's close. Just a little underneath edge. He was sluggish, wasn't he? A bit of yes, no, maybe. Boy, tight.
Wait for the knees first slide. Seen that a couple of times. A redo from Alden pulling it out the other day, almost looked like he was sliding into second base.
Not something you practice often, is it?
Certainly not an artificial pitch anyway. Hogarth batter charges down the wicket. I thought he was beaten in flight, but he's got a good piece of that ball. Swings it to cover for a boundary.
Well, you thought correctly. He was beaten in fright, but this is what you call, well, not fright, flight. This is what you call brave batting. He doesn't get to the pitch of it, but he backs his hand eye, gets enough and splices it for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of purchase off the pitch for Hogarth there too. It was a good shot in the circumstances. That one dropped short, swung backward of square. That is a Maximo. Balle, balle, Hinashora Shaka Lagia.
Yeah, 6 runs. That will take us to the end of the second, and I didn't expect to hear any of those adjectives. It's 30 for 1 after 2.
Well, for our regular viewers, we had Himpreet Singh actually ask, is Rico on holiday, or as he affectionately refers to him, Mr. Balle, Balle, Balle. Rico's actually ducked back home.
Yeah, he's got 3 days off, a little bit of an MRI on the knee, I believe, so all our best wishes are with Rico, but he'll be back, and hey, we're very lucky to bring down the royalty of the 4th commentator. Maybe number 2.
I think I'm the lucky one, to be honest, Corey, as we see skipper Cameron comes in, no luck required there, takes out the off stump, and that was a big heave across the line from Qureshi, and he's sent back to the pavilion. Helsinki Titans 30 for 2.
Qureshi, and he'll have his head in his hands. That was straight, full, and he played all around it, really. I talk a lot about the length bowlers want to bowl, and you want to be hitting the top of the stumps, and that's perfect from the captain, Scott Cameron.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling. He only bowled the 1 over in the first game. Was not hugely penetrative, but that was just a good ball. And Qureshi, big heave across the line. Just go back to the chat. Well, we've got a little bit of a break in here. Luke Belgium, one of our best analysts on the YouTube comments, talking about the fact that he hasn't seen any shock results for today, and he doesn't really see any for this game either. I think Helsinki Titans have lost a couple of early wickets, but they showed some fight in the first game.
I think we're seeing one of the better teams we've seen all ECL. They're out there in the field at the moment. I know we don't always get on camera, but the fielding angles and the movement from Forfarshire is fantastic. If they do get through this group, they could easily be holding the trophy come March 26th.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout, Corey. They're certainly one of the sharpest units in this competition. Cameron just drops back on a good length, pushed out for a relatively comfortable single.
How's that for yourself as well, coming back after a long time out? How do you feel about it now? 30 teams? It's remarkable, isn't it? 31, Pack Eye Care waiting, sorry. So it's just growing and growing. The next time you come back might be 80 teams and 4 continents.
Might have the entire world covered by the time we do that. As Cameron charges in on the stumps, but this time that has been timed magnificently. It ends up on the top of the tent, backward of square. Superb strike. What timing, Corey.
Oh, why would you wear a helmet when you can play shots like that? Adios pelota. That's massive. We got a good game on our hands here, Rhino. It's brewing.
With a good game on our hands, we also have every Ricoism that's in the book being used in the first 3 overs. Scott Cameron, a bit of pressure back on him. Masood, 17 off 5. That one was almost in the slot, probably just a touch fuller.
This format's the best in the world. I'm sorry, Test cricket, I'm asleep by the second session. 50 overs asleep after the first 16. T20, meh. This is the greatest format. You've got the Scottish champs up against the Finnish champs. It's 38 for 2 of 2.4. How good?
Can't ask for much more than that. Helsinki really rocketing with the run rate if they can preserve some wickets for the later overs. That is a good Yorker. Cameron Sorquiste, who doesn't mind moving around the crease. He was tending to go to off stump to try to open up the leg side in the last game, but that one he's backed away, tried to find some space through cover.
Looked like a good cricketer, and usually when you've got 2 first names, Scott Cameron, you are one of the better ones, so he'll be pretty happy with that delivery. Good comeback ball.
Yeah, there's a few of those in Forfarshire. Fraser Ross, Lewis James, Scott Cameron. And speaking of that man, the skipper, Scott Cameron, he bends back the middle stump, and that is his second wicket of the over. Well bowled, young man. Came back after a bit of pressure. Helsinki Titans 38 for 3 at the end of the 3rd over.
Yeah, big man, Scotty Cameron, the captain, leading from the front. That's a double blow, really, for the Helsinki Titans. Is it in the slot? Maybe. It's an odd-looking shot, must be said. And, well, Helsinki Titans' intent is good. They do need to think about that wicket tally a little bit, though.
Yeah, Pusto, I've seen him in the past. He's a really, really technically quite good player, but he seems to be motoring around the crease and giving himself room either on the leg side or the off side. I think he's probably in the final couple of games better off just having some stability, giving himself the chance to keep his eyes focused on the delivery. We see, looks like Jack O'Neill about to take the ball.
Did you see in the
first over?
Sorry to interrupt. See in the baseball last night, the Aussies got up over South Korea.
That is
Shock.
That is a huge win in the World Baseball Classic.
Can Helsinki do it here as well?
Wouldn't surprise me. I think Helsinki's a better team than probably some people give them credit for. The Finns have played enough T10 over the last couple of years. We see Jack O'Neill come in with his slightly weird finger spinners, and certainly not weird in T10 cricket to have the first ball smoked to the boundary. That's a 4. Helsinki 42 for 3.
Yeah, it's a low full toss and he gets it away. Well, this game is action-packed at the moment. You're getting boundaries, you're getting wickets, and, well, I have to admit, I like that Helsinki Titans. When you come up against a better-known cricket nation, a lot of teams come out and playing their shell a bit. Not Helsinki Titans. Right now, they're thinking, let's just throw balls to the wall and see how we go.
Oh, balls to the wall. It's almost another ball to the boundary. That one's struck nicely, but just going to be the single. Fielder coming around there. That is Barlowell on the boundary.
Yeah, and O'Neill giving a little bit of flight. Looks like a very tall bowler, always handy. Bit of a mop of hair as well.
I think O'Neill goes into the category of double names.
Oh, no.
That one's flicked out. Well, actually no touch from the batter. Umpire just signals wide.
You know what we call this now? It's a minimo.
Minimo?
Yeah, it's a 5.
Take me through that.
Well, Maximo 6 and, well, 5 wides. We do see it happen often when bowlers err in their line, and it's a minimo.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of purchase off the pitch. That one spun appreciably. Callum Garden able to get across and take it. Bit of pressure on O'Neill. 10 runs, only 2 complete balls in the over. Ball's almost in the slot. Batter didn't quite get a hold of it. Looking for the second, but they'll pass up the opportunity, and given that arm, it's probably a good decision.
Just watching Forfishire in the field, they are one team you're not taking 2s on. It's either a 1, 4 or 6 it feels like, or maybe a wicket. Good game, good contest, striking at 14 and over at the moment.
Yeah, 14 and over, and just see this ball from O'Neill. Big swing, got a nice piece of it, but flat out to long on, so it's just a 1. Given that in the first game, Mangal was so effective with the bat, it's surprising that we're now 3.5 overs in. Their score's rocketing along, but he hasn't come to the batting crease yet, so there's still some power in bottom order. That one is a big outside edge. No power, but good fortune. Flying to the boundary for a 4.
Fortune favours the brave, and Helsinki Titans are pretty brave right now. 54. I know they've lost the 3 wickets, but I don't think they're worried about that tally. Right now they're looking at a big score, and good to see a team put the Scottish champions under the pump.
Neil, he's an interesting bowler. We were looking at his action in the previous game. Ball seems to really come out in some interesting methods out of the front of his hand as the batter tries to reverse. Malachi didn't get a quite good piece of it, and it's just a single. Dangerous. That ball was full.
Very lucky indeed, as it does take us to the end of 4 overs, and the score at the moment is 54 for 3.
Come back to that comment you made before, Corey, which I think is a really important one. Looking through that Forfishire 11, there's a bunch of guys who have first names for surnames in it.
Yeah, that's a good drinking game from wherever you are around the world. If you have 2 first names, well, load up. But they've also got a lot of first-class experience, and they've brought the fans out. Hey, credit to the Scots. They've got a couple of pots out there, and they're enjoying themselves, and I'm glad they are.
Yeah, certainly are. They've been already made a really positive impression on the European.
Oh, there they are, a couple of waves. Well,
what a lovely group of human beings.
I like them more than the English and the Jersey fans already.
Corey Rutgers knows how to play to a crowd. Crowd not getting a catch on that one. Probably should have been deposited. Full toss, waist high. The umpires will have a bit of a look at it. Now, oh boy, Bryce all-chin in the first game. This is what he did in the last game too, Corey.
He's all-chin as well. I think I saw him in one of the Shrek movies a few years ago as Prince Charming, and you can see why. Beautiful head of hair, slight beard, all-chin, all go.
Vinny wasn't so impressed with his hair in the last game. Caused him to bowl a horrid half-tracker, but got away with it. But he did bowl a full toss first ball last game, and then came back and bowled a great spell. But we're not repeating it on the evidence of that. The big outswinger.
Yeah, looks like he does get a bit of movement throughout the air, a bit of movement in the hair as well. Effective bowler, and if he can get it in the right zone, it sounds like we've got a bit of a crowd support out there, loving the docile tones of Andrew Ryan and Corey Rutgers.
I suspect, Corey, that you're not the first person to give him a bit of jip about that hairstyle, but as he comes in, that's a little outswinger as well. Fielder not charging in from the extra cover position. He's sitting back on the 30, good defensive positioning. So
yeah, I think so as well. When you've got a team that's on 56 before that ball after 4.1, they're probably all sitting back a little bit. And projected scores 128. That's healthy. You'll be happy with that.
Yeah, certainly is. Masood, if he can stay out there for another couple of hours and then you get Mango coming in at the end, this could be a big total. That one rolled the fingers over the top of it, and they've managed to find that same fielder. An unfortunate shot for what was such a good innings otherwise, but it does bring a rapturous round of applause from the Forfarshire home crowd. They are loving this, and that's another wicket down. Helsinki, 57 for 4.
Yeah, back of the hand, slow ball. He gets it in the right spot. Not easy to elevate that over the offside, and he can only pick out that man at cover we were just talking about. He has to go, and that's 4 wickets down now. Have they started to open up an end?
Yeah, it was interesting, that one, Corey. I don't think there was any deception, given that the slower ball was half the speed of his normal delivery, but shows the advantage, as you see with the leg spinner too, of just getting a little bit of kick off the pitch. The ball just got into a slightly more awkward spot. Masood's hit it straight down the throat of Craig Wallace, and he is certainly not going to drop a catch of that ease.
And this game is starting to hit quite an interesting point, really. Helsinki Titans have a good platform, a good start, but someone's going to have to keep it going. Mangal has that opportunity.
Olchin comes up with a big outswinger again. First game he was bowling a lot of balls drifting into the leg stump at Yorker length, but changed up his point of attack, showing that he's got a few tricks in his kit bag.
If you're a seam bowler at this level and playing at the ECL, you're going to want 3 or 4 different deliveries. Can't be stock standard medium pace all the time. So it looks like he's thinking about it.
You're working with your... We'll go on to that after with this ball from Olchin. 2 balls left in the over. Oh, Zach got a little outside edge. The umpire's finger's gone up. Olchin's ecstatic. And the man who did so much damage in game 1, Khalid Mangal, he is despondent at walking back to the pavilion. Helsinki, 2 wickets lost in this over, 57 for 5.
Olchin and Garden, I want to focus on the keeping here. That's an unbelievable take up to the stumps. It was a wide half volley swinging away. Callum Garden was one of the better keepers we saw during the ECC for the Scots, and you can see why. That's a sensational catch.
Yeah, agricultural shot, fairly appropriate for Garden to take the catch. Superb bit of keeping. Mr. Maximo would have loved that.
Yeah, I can understand why. He whips the bails off for good measure, but he caught it. Well done.
Well, Mangal back to the pavilion. They would have been expecting a few runs to come off his bat, and doesn't this world of T10 cricket change so quickly, Corey? The Helsinki Titans well in control and on their way to a great score, but 2 wickets in this over. And Olchin proving himself to be a really, really good wicket taker in this tournament.
Yeah, he seems like a fan favourite as well. They get behind the Olchin.
Well, crowd's probably a bit less behind that one.
Well, it's going to be a wide. 1 ball left in this 5th.
I like what he's trying to do though, Olchin. Even when he's bowled the wide there, it's an attacking delivery. He's changed up the swing. He's keeping the batters guessing, not giving them the same ball every single time.
This game on a tenterhook right now. This is really tight.
That one swung wide, but once again, the fact that he's able to move the ball appreciably both directions. If you're Wahi Kurishi, who's come to the crease, you may have got 2 wides in succession, but you certainly have no predictability about what's coming next.
I don't think that will change Kurishi's thought process, which is probably just trying to muller the ball out the ground. We'll see if he watches the swing closely. They need a little bit of a partnership here, Helsinki Titans. You don't want to be 70 for 7 or something like that.
Not even halfway through the innings yet. Olchin charging in. And that one has shouldered arms to a ball 2 inches outside off stump. You could argue, is that illegal in T10 cricket as we see the Titans 59 for 5?
Yeah, it is illegal, I think, as we want to welcome back all the viewers around the world. And, well, this might take you by surprise. There's no Rico full of Vinny Sandu. It's Andrew Ryan and Corey Ruckers, but we're always happy to bring you all the coverage.
Absolutely happy to be there. I think the crowd's absolutely ecstatic to see the Dream Team back together again. One question I did want to ask you in all seriousness, Corey, back before finish of All Chins over and leaving aside him being one of the most magnificently named creatures in this tournament. We talked about him having a few different slower balls. When you work with the Spanish team, what do you really encourage the guys to develop in terms of, is it split fingers or rolling the fingers over the top, back of the hand?
Well, it could be a run out, and I was trying to be a dot ball. Yeah, I think that it's whatever slower ball feels most comfortable to the bowler and making sure that they practice it a lot. Some tuck the thumb in, some are back of the hand as Lisa comes in for a spell.
Full toss and swung over to the leg side. Not brilliantly timed, so it'll be collected just inside the boundary.
Yeah, just to wrap that up, you're looking for bowlers to find a slow ball they're comfortable with and then perfect it. Because some might not be comfortable doing one back of the hand, but they might love doing a split finger. So it just depends on what they feel is right for them.
Because you've got to have confidence that delivery, because you don't want to be second guessing yourself, as that's nicely struck out of the boundary. But it was going to be a single.
Just quietly, how nice is it to have Leesk here? What a pedigree of a player to have playing on the ECN.
If anyone has not followed Scottish cricket over the last few years, you may not know what a genuine gun this guy is, but the genuine gun's been deposited for an easy Maximo from Kamal. That's a great strike.
More like a water pistol, that delivery. Half volley on leg stump, it gets picked up beautifully. Hey, despite the wickets, just quietly, if Helsinki Titans have a good finish here, I mean, they'll take 117 any day of the week versus Forfarshire.
Certainly could have been up to that score in the first game. It was probably just the last 2 overs of their innings that let them down. At least gets back outside off stump. I was trying to say before that, Maximo last ball. If anyone hasn't followed Scottish cricket in the last couple of years, they may not know what an absolute gun of a player he is.
He's a weapon, and he's bowling with sunnies on, which adds 5% to your skill straight away.
Couldn't agree more with that, Corey, and I think you've exemplified the Sunnies effect there. That's the end of the over. Helsinki Titans, 68 for 5, 6 overs down.
Yeah, another good part about Leesk as well, he runs through his overs. That was about 60 seconds, which takes us a bit closer to Empanada Thursday as we have a quick look at the table. 25 for 11 for Masood, but hey, that lower order, they do need a wag here. They could easily be bundled out for 100. We're looking at 4 overs. If you go 2 a ball, you're in that 115 vicinity.
Yeah, really on a knife edge this game. As Hogarth, the leg spinner, comes in where he was until the batter decided to back away. Kamal just wants to compose himself. Short ball, outside edge. Fielder coming round, cuts it off and just be a single.
I have to admit, I'm always looking at the fielding zones and where people are, because we've got that nice blue boarding this time. I'm missing some of those Scottish outfits on the ring.
Surprising if you're a batsman having camouflaged outfielders. Hogarth flights this one a little bit more outside off stump. I cannot fathom why they haven't taken a single on that ball. Qureshi, who's 1 off 4 now, turning it down when Kamal's 15 off 9. Wow. Just digs that one out, but 2 dot balls. We're now into the 7th over. Hogarth's got his tail up.
Is the tide turning? Are the Scots coming? That's what we have to ask ourselves.
Flighted, just onto middle and leg.
Does he take the one?
Oh, he has there.
Yeah, it's odd that he didn't take that one earlier in the over. A little bit of a brain freeze can happen.
Fielder, as they have had for the entirety of these innings, really right back defensively on the 30 on that offside. Hogarth goes outside off stump, dragged across from Kamal, but it's just going to be a single.
This is brilliant from Scotland. At one stage they were striking at around 14 and over. It's almost at 10s now, so they're really pegging it back. This is a good contest.
That one's beautifully pitched, spun. I don't think...
Well, I think they're going up to the 3rd umpire. He's celebrating, and Tyrone Peters wants to have a look at this.
I thought it might have been the keeper's glove, but maybe it's tickled the outside edge of the stump.
Well,
certainly Hogarth was excited.
It's one of the weirdest celebrations because the bowler's the only one celebrating. He's got 10 friends out there that are having a giggle. Let's have a closer look. I reckon that's out bowled. We're going to have to slow it down. We're going to have to really look at this. Pitch is on middle. Oh, yeah, that's out. That's bowled. That's definitely out. So Well, he can do his little jump now. Hogarth picks himself up a wicket.
That's a gorgeous piece of leg spin bowling, Corey. You could not pitch one much better than that, and a lovely bit of leg break. Magnificent stuff, and another wicket goes down. The Helsinki Titans, 71 for 6, and that's the end of the 7.
Yeah, I have to wonder about the celebrating. What happened? It was almost as if the 10 other Scottish players froze, so only the bowler knew. Hope they haven't been into the pecan shandies too early this afternoon, but Helsinki Titans, this sort of feels like their innings is about to unravel.
Well, I think being Scots, they'd probably take the Earn Brew as their beverage of choice, but I suspect they will be switching to the Hype Energy MFP drink by the end of this week. And speaking of energy, at least he's not having to exert too much to take another wicket. That's 2 and 2 balls, and all of a sudden the Titans are 7 wickets down, 71 on the board.
Well, the Scottish fans are out of their feet because a crowd favourite, Mr. Leask, with the sunnies on and the white zinc. Oh, he exemplifies everything I want to be as a cricketer. Takes a brilliant caught and bowled.
Yeah, it's a great shout, Corey. The fact that he's bowling so competently with sunnies on.
And the zinc. Let's not underestimate the zinc game. Not seen enough at the ECN level. It's a low fully, but it's a dart. Not easy to get away.
Yeah, well, a little bit more. Well, full was a generous description. It was a full toss, and it probably should have been hammered away, but unfortunately the batter just got a little bit inside out.
It's tight, but I reckon that's okay. It's just dipping, so he's already off the field. And it's been given out, and unfortunately he'll have to go. It doesn't matter if it's a full toss. You got to take your chances.
No, absolutely. I think that's completely the correct call for the umpires. That was more knee height than waist height. Big fan of the ECL approach of calling those waist high full tosses as no balls, but that's a legitimate delivery as Shinwari comes out to the batting crease. Just knocks it to man coming in from wide cover and take a single, but this total has really flatlined in the last couple of overs.
Oh, it's unravelled. It really has unravelled. What are we looking at? That could be bowled out here, Rhino. Wasn't expecting that a few overs ago.
Lee's trying to manoeuvre his field, pushing a couple of those men on the offside, just behind point. Needs it more down to leg stump. Surprising given the line.
Yeah, that's nice from Shinwari. Gets himself off the market. Well, right now, I think you're saying, look, we're not going to get to that 120. Let's get to 100. That has to be their aim. 10 and over. If they can get there, bowl well, you never know.
Yeah, certainly they'll need early wickets against this Forfarshire batting lineup. Least comes up with another full toss. They haven't punished him on the couple of times that he's got his length wrong. He's generally pretty good at those darts that go into the base of the bat, but just a little bit foolish, but he's not being punished at the moment.
He'll get away with that as well. Seems to be working for him.
Murray takes that one off leg stump. Just doing the business in singles at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of a, well, we don't often say this in T10 cricket, a little bit of a rebuilding phase, isn't it?
As much as you can have a rebuild in T10. Last ball of the 8th over. That's more the least length. Drilled out to the man swinging around for cover. A lot of drama in that bit of fielding, but keeps it to 1. The Helsinki Titans. 2 overs to go. They are 76 for 7.
Well, it has to be touched on, Rhino. That worm's going the wrong way. After 4 overs, 54 for 3. So in the last 4 overs, they've only been able to put on 22 at 5.75. That is a complete turnaround in this fixture. And this is what you expect to see from a very good Scottish side.
Very good Scottish side, but showing the value of having Michael Leask in there. He's almost like a handbrake at that point. If they've taken early wickets, he can bowl in a little bit more attacking fashion. If they need to put the brakes on the run rate, he's more than capable of doing so. Certainly wasn't probably his best bowling performance today, but he's just such a canny operator. Hard to get away. Bulwell coming in for his second. Shorter length ball. Slade thinks about pumping it to the leg side.
Yeah, Leask for me is that he's that pedigree you don't see often. Sort of like Peter Saylor, which we got to see for VSRO. We didn't get to see Pete bowl because of his injuries, but yeah, great to have such high pedigree out here in Group D. And
that reminds me of how obsessed you were with Peter Saylor's comeback in that,
so happy.
Group A. You were almost romantically linked to his comeback to the cricket field.
Well, I was romantically linked. Me and Peter Saylor have spent a lot of long evenings talking about his cricketing future and a lot of iron brews, I can tell you that. So great to see him again. And I'm enjoying this Group D. This Group D, and Group C was fun, but Group D looks like it's red hot and ready to go.
Yeah, certainly a lot of fluctuations in the game so far. The Helsinki Titans both contests, and they've played probably the two most well-credentialed teams on day one, as we see Barwell bowls nicely outside of stump. It's clever bowling to a lower order bat who you know is probably looking to power hit over the leg side like his line. But they've had to face probably the two most well-credentialed teams on day one. Both games with the bat, they've been in a position to actually put a pretty sizable target on the board.
Yeah, this will hurt them a bit. 54 for 3 after 4 it was. What a comeback this is from the Scots.
Digs that in, cracks him on the helmet. I have forgotten to run in the ensuing drama.
I have seen so many times now, the top order don't wear a helmet and they get away with it. I'm so thankful he's got one in because that was a proper dinger.
Yeah, well, he's lucky also because he's only about 5'2" tall, so it's probably a very sensible thing that he's got the lid on, comes straight off the top.
Good to see the super quick concussion test has been done and that the medics have passed him fit and there's no extra helmet coming out. Good to see.
Yeah, great analysis, Corey. Barwell continues on. That one's been hit very high. Barwell running back, tough catch over the shoulder. That's a really, really good grab, Corey, and the Titans lose their 8th wicket, 78 on the board.
Well, I think you're seeing the front runner for Group D. Everything they're doing I like. The fielding zones, the smiles on the faces, the supporters having some tins in the fan zone. They have it all for Fisher. The question will be, can they maintain it over the next couple of days? This is not an easy catch, and he made it look simple.
When you're talking about maintaining over the next couple of days, you're talking about the fan group on the cans in the...
Absolutely. Every facet of the tournament has to go good for them. I don't know if you saw last year, I think it was Carlton CC, the Scottish champions last year, won every single game, and they looked dominant like this, and then they lost the final to a red-hot pressure. It was crazy. So Forfarshire will still be looking over their shoulders, I'm sure.
T10 insanity. That's why we love this format, Corey. Just having a look at the fall of wickets.
Talk to me.
The Helsinki side, 57 for 3 after 4.2 overs at one stage. So they've scored 21 runs for the loss of 5 wickets in the last just over 4 overs. Great, great fielding and bowling from Forfarshire. Oh. Tickle around the corner. He's gotten a good piece of it, but fielder coming around from deep square. Fires in.
Well, what's going on here? I think the keeper's actually run into the stumps. It's going to take us to, well, a bit of a chaos end to the over. 79 for 8 after 9.
Well, Callum Garden, surprising for a man of his capacity with the gloves, just surprising. Almost no concept of where the stumps were, and even when he got a hold of the ball, wasn't quite sure which end he's going to go. Corey, take us through the Manhattan.
Well, the first 4 overs were exciting if you like batting, and the next 5 overs were exciting if you like bowling. Black and white. A few people in the chat really enjoying Forfarshire. Shrug says he's calling it Forfarshire make finals week. He's saying that they'll come runners up. Who's going to win it then in his eyes? Probably I think Shrug's from Jersey, so Farmer's here.
It's both a positive and negative comment, isn't it? I think you're good enough to make finals week, just slightly not good enough to win it. That one's pushed down to third man.
I think Shrug's from Jersey, so he probably has to have his affinity with the Farmers, and I understand that. But yeah, we'll have to see the rest of this innings. 5 balls remaining, and the skipper comes back to deliver them.
Pretty good first over, Cameron. Nice. Clean bowl off one of his later deliveries. Bowls nice and straight. Tall man. It's a bit of lift off the pitch. Shamari 2 off 5. He's got to find a way to get the boundary. Well, that's a short ball. He's been peppered with a few of those. Clearly Forfarshire has decided that he doesn't enjoy the chin music.
Yeah, good bowling. Shrug actually says Pack I Care. The reigning kings, I'm not sure if you got to see much of them last year. The Spanish champions, a very good T10 team, and they've done some good recruiting. DDC's actually their wild card with the young Hashim Mir Ali. So,
yeah, I was here for finals week, Corey. I got a pretty damn good look at them, and they were very good as champions. Something not so good. The lower order batting of the Helsinki Titans. Another excellent catch over the shoulder. The bowlers pretty keen to complete these caught and bowled opportunities. Cameron takes his 3rd wicket, and Helsinki, well, we talked about them being Helsinki Titanic in the first game. as they have had their
They've hit the iceberg.
They have hit the iceberg. They are sinking quickly, and this Forfarshire bowling lineup has turned the screws on.
Yeah, they've hit the iceberg, and unfortunately, Jack's about 50 metres below the surface right now. That actually brings up a sore point. They both could have got on that wardrobe door.
I thought they did some scientific analysis and decided that that piece of floating wood was not enough for two people.
I reckon it could have. I'm not happy about it. You've hit a sore point, but in the end, it's 80 for 9.
Well, just the poor boy Jack sacrificing himself in the name of love. There's not too much love going on for the Helsinki batting lineup at the moment, as Shazad, who we might see with the new ball, gives the thumbs up to the umpire, but he's on a bit of a hiding to nothing here. 3 balls left to try to reconstruct this innings. Oh, decent ball from Cameron. Jags back off a good lane. Don't think the batter had too much idea.
Just quietly, Cameron here, 2 first names. Bit of a silver fox about him as well, isn't there? I can understand he's a bit of a rooster, and with 2 first names, 3 for 9, captain of the club, a lot to like.
Do you think that's a really big plus point for someone?
Silver hair takes
names?
you.
I was talking about the double names rather than the silver hair, but let's see what he can do with the ball. That one's driven down to long on.
Oh.
Good army roll to complete that piece of fielding.
Oh, if he didn't roll there, that probably would have gone for 4. A necessary roll to stop the ball.
It's a great way of stopping your momentum. Cameron touching his hair. It's almost like he's heard the Rutgers commentary.
There we go, Rhino. Last one of this first innings.
Siddiqui on strike. Steps across the leg. He gets it high. 2 fielders converging. Should be a catch taken. Nicely done. Great catch from Barwell. Really, really sharp in the field. And that completes both the 10 over story and the 10 wickets for Helsinki Titans down. They end up with 81 on the board.
Yeah, well, I had a feeling they might get bowled out for about 120 after that start, but to be bowled out for 81, I think you're looking at a title contending team here. They look so good. There was about 8 high balls there that many teams dropped. They caught everything, Rhino.
Yeah, caught everything. Well, we always talk about teams being bowled with the bat. We didn't mean being bowled out after you're only a few wickets down halfway through the innings, but unfortunately they have capitulated in the lower order against a fired-up Forfarshire team who put themselves in an excellent position to get their second win of the day. But Helsinki, they have to be disappointed. 2 openers going out, and we finally saw some glimpses of the quality of Butt. He swiped that ball over the long-on boundary for 6. Another one went miles in the air, caused a bit of a Rico Bali. And unfortunately, it was too short for him. Good short ball from Barwell, tried to take it to square leg, but unfortunately got big of him, and he was out in the first over.
Yeah, and there was more boundaries to come. All the batsmen coming out with some good intent despite the wickets, and that's what you got to have in this T10 format. Even though you might lose one to Scott Cameron with the beautiful 2 first names, you got to still be brave, and that's what they were. That was one of the shots of the innings.
Yeah, great shot. There's certainly no shortage of power from some of the Helsinki's Titans top order, but they just lost wickets at regularity. I mean, Scott Cameron, he looked pretty impressive with the ball today. A little bit of the spin from O'Neill. He went for a few, although a little bit unlucky. The odd edge going down to the boundary. Allchin, shocking half-tracker, which managed to get hit down the throat of the man at extra cover. Weren't they happy about that one? Not so many smiles in the Titans dressing room.
Yeah, not so many smiles, and that was an exceptional catch by the keeper, Callum Gunn. Not a stumping, as Allchin came in. You can see the fans, they were loving it. Hogarth, the leggy, well, he's the only one that knew he got a bowled, which was good fun because he got to celebrate on his own.
Yeah, and didn't he love it? The aeroplane comes out, Air Hogarth. Well, no one else was particularly excited, but the leg spinner knew that he'd tickled the off stump. At least he managed to get a fairly fortunate dismissal, a full toss just being popped up. God knows what his reaction really was behind those big shades. And then another one which was launched high in the air. Barwell made good ground to take a really good quality catch. And speaking of balls going high up in the air, Cameron once again showed an excellent fielding technique to take that. And then a third skyer and yet another wicket. That man Barwell, he's got a good set of hands. Cracking cricketer all round. And Corey, that was all she wrote for the Helsinki Titans innings. Can't say they didn't fully use their resources. 10 overs, 10 wickets.
Yeah, unbelievable type of innings. We touched on it a few times that after 4 overs, they're motoring at 54 for 3. There's 25 off 11 for Masood and Kamal 16 off 11. A quick 12 off 5 at the top. 10 extras help. But that back half, phenomenal from the Scots, and it's going to be quite reflective on our bowling scorecard.
Yeah, certainly. Probably a lot more to celebrate on the bowling side of things. Amar Barwal was really, really good at the top of the innings, but that man, Scott Cameron, he probably wasn't at his best in the first game, but he's come back with a vengeance in this second one. 4 wickets for 10 runs. That is a fantastic analysis in a T10 game. Look at that Helsinki Titans Manhattan. It was all high rises to start with, but it's gone to low rise Central European housing in the back end of the innings, and it has ended up with them putting on a subpar total of 81 for the loss of all of their 10 wickets, but they did use all 10 overs at their disposal. So Forfarshire, they need 82 of their 60 balls to win their second game of today. They'll be fairly confident of chasing that down, but we know the Helsinki Titans will give it a big fight with the ball. Please come back and join us. It's Andrew Ryan with Corey Rutgers for Match 4 of Group D here at Cartama Oval on the European Cricket Network.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
And welcome back to the Cartama Oval for the second innings of this fourth game here on day one of Group D at the European Cricket League. And it is the hot favourites from Scotland, the Forfarshire boys, who are coming out to chase what was a relatively subpar score from the Helsinki Titans. They had the ascendancy halfway through that innings, but a wonderful piece of defensive cricket in the last 5 overs. Corey Rutgers, the bowling, and the catching was exceptional from Forfarshire.
Yeah, they've come out the blocks today, haven't they? Many people are already touting them. They could be lifting the trophy at the end of the month. Helsinki Titans, they'll sort of feel a little bit aggrieved. They had a good platform and they just couldn't take full advantage of it. And right now, back against the wall, they're going to need some early wickets. And it's not going to be easy because this Forfarshire team, they have very good batsmen as well.
Certainly do. Although they did show a little bit of a soft underbelly with the middle batters in the first game. It looks like the Helsinki Titans are bringing Faisal Shahzad on to open up the bowling. He did a very, very good job against the powerful lineup of Dreux in their first game. Bowls little in swingers, and I like the fact that they're giving him the new ball again.
Yep, here we go. First ball of this run chase. And swinging in and gentle, but nice easy one for Wallace, who gets himself off the mark. I think we've got a surprise coming up for you at the 5th over on Comcam as well, so make sure you stay around for that. Plenty of excitement happening in the Dream Box. Shahzad with the gentle in-swing. He's got deep mid on, deep mid wicket. Be interested to see how Garden plays it. Garden had a pretty good ECC. Good to see him out here again.
Facing up, nice little length from Shahzad. Doesn't have a huge amount of room for error at the speed that he bowls at, but he gets a little bit of drift. Back into the bat, you can see he works really hard to rip down the seam, trying to accentuate the in-swinger. He comes from wide of the crease. Jiggy run up from the young man. Another one that's getting a little bit of late swing, short of a length. Probably not enough pace for Garden to work with to really punish it.
Yeah, he's a tough bowler to hit straight because it's so slow. If that's me out there, I think I'm getting inside it. Maybe a bit of a sweep shot going with it, a bit of Steve Waugh-esque, and try to get it over square leg and fine leg. Yeah, look, he's having a look over his little left shoulder. Wouldn't be surprised if Wallace does try that exact shot.
Oh, that has gone straight down the throat of Ghulam Butt. That is a wonderful start from the Titans, but he is flummoxed an international cricketer there, Corey.
Well, he probably hasn't faced much of this type of bowling before. I think he did go to shape to potentially sweep and then realised it was that wide, got caught in 2 miles. Have a look here. Yeah, it's an odd sort of stroke. How's the casual catch? And in the end, he'll have to go, and this is a dream start for Helsinki Titans.
Yeah, certainly is. That's a huge wicket for them. That is a top quality batter going back to the crease, and you can see Wallace is disgusted with himself, just trotting off at super slow speed. But that is exactly what this match needed to be livened up with this chase. Not a big total on the board for the Helsinki Titans, but another 1 or 2 wickets, and they're into that middle order that failed miserably in game 1 for Forfarshire.
Yeah, I still think we'll see better signs from that middle order if we do see them. Here comes Michael Lease, get 3. Oh, even bigger cricket pedigree coming to the crease.
Motion for Lease. Plays off the back foot, but can't beat the infield. Helsinki Titans relatively surrounding that offside.
I don't think they would have faced too much of this style of bowling, which can be quite difficult.
Certainly put the Dreux openers under pressure, and that one is a little bit more in the slot. Hasn't got all of it, but fortunately enough to take it to the boundary, and after a pretty good over, that's released the shackles a little bit. Least takes it for a 4. That is the end of the first over, and Forfarshire still needing 76 runs.
Well, 57 games since we've had a goal ball. How would you do that on the dartboard, Rhino? How would you check that out?
what the matches require, matches without a golden ball.
I'll tell you what you do, you just go 25, double 16, 57. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for that, Corey. I'm sure all of our viewers are ecstatic.
Well, our darts viewers are happy.
I'm not sure that Venn diagram of ECN fans versus darts viewers is really that
We'll get up the graph soon. Sports Interactive are working hard behind the scenes as it looks like Shinwari, left arm swing, is going to come into the attack.
Yeah, he was pretty good in the first game. Garden on strike, shifts way over to the leg side. Spotted that open pasture out near mid-wicket. That's a lovely shot. Second boundary in succession, Forfarshire 10 for 1.
Yeah, the Scottish fans are erupting over there in the fan zone. Garden really got better and better as the ECC went along, and so now he's coming into this comp knowing the game, knowing how he needs to play. It's always helpful to have players that have some T10 experience out here at the gorgeous Cartama Oval, which I have to say the lights are coming on now. And Ryan, it's your first look at the lights here while it's going. How nice is it?
It's a resplendent ground in the evening with these wonderful floodlights. That's a nice comeback from Shinwari. That's that one to move away from Garden, who's given himself a little bit of room to try to hit over the offside.
Yeah, a little bit of pace, and it gets right in front of the umpire's eye line there. Shinwari. He's bowling to some players with good cricket pedigree here. This would be a good test for him.
Left armour just outside off stump. Another pretty decent ball. Added into the pitch where it's going to be an easy single. Some pretty good drama from Mangel coming in from mid-off position. Can't stop the single.
A good thing for Helsinki Titans as well. If you're a bowler, you get an opportunity to get a big player out here. And if you do end up getting Lee Scouch, is something you can always tip your hat to in the future. And with this platform, you'd never used to get a chance to bowl to players of this high calibre. So this would be a great contest for Shinwari.
Oh, great nut. That one's come back in. Taking the top of his off stump. Well bowled, young man. That's a superb piece of bowling. And Corey, you've called it. He can write in his scrapbook that he's taken down international cricketer Michael Lees.
Oh, well, there it is. There's the moment. That's a seed, Rhino. He's taken down the big fish. I'm just saying he can scrapbook it if he gets someone out of high pedigree. And that might be ball of the tournament.
That was a cracking seed. Look at this. Looked like it was going to beat him outside off stump. Leesk has played all around it. Lunges forward. Knows he's been castled. Cracking bowling.
Well, that's not a commentator's curse. That's a commentator's kiss. And, well, for Shinwari, he'll be looking back at that tonight while he lines at the Sunset Beach Club, and I'm sure he'll enjoy watching that over and over again. Yeah,
I'd be certainly putting that on my Insta profile as soon as I get off the field and get my phone back from the match officials. As O'Neill comes to the crease, Forfarshire 2 wickets down for 11. That's wide of off stump. Unfortunately, no swing for Shinwari on that occasion. It's pumped to the boundary, just 4 to point. Nice start from O'Neill.
Well, this is why the ECN and ECL, especially this Champions League cricket, is so exciting. You get to see club cricketers take on some amazing cricketers, and what a moment that was. That's a nice shot there for O'Neill. And this game, well, interestingly poised all of a sudden.
Shinwari, they'd love a second wicket here in the second over. Oh, good ball, and it just takes the inside edge. O'Neill's bat, he ends up with consecutive boundaries. Almost takes out his leg stump. The keeper looking despondent, but that is a cracking start to this innings. Forfarshire 19 for 2 after 2.
Well, if the Helsinki Titans didn't think they were in this game, they're not showing it in the field. Quick look at the table here, and, well, it's a big game for the Titans, it must be said. You don't want to go home 0-2. You'd love to have those points on the board. And for Forfarshire, they'll be thinking a win here. We almost sew up one of those top 2 spots.
Yeah, certainly. Although, a bit of pressure on them, losing the first 2 wickets. These guys probably want to take them through for the next couple of overs and certainly not get the tails of the Helsinki Titans up anymore as Shazad coming to bowl the 3rd over. He bowled an excellent first over, 1 for 6. Ball's wide of off stump. There's no protection out there in the covers. And that stroked nicely. Good controlled shot from Garden.
Yeah, nice shot from Garden. There's width on offer and he just lofts it over the offside. So steadying 4. Nice high bat lift. He holds the bat up high as well, so he has a very quick bat speed. And he looks a player, Garden.
Yeah, he certainly does. We talked about that in the first game featuring Forfarshire, Corey.
I didn't see that. I was in the robot, so couldn't really see much.
That's fine. You can still learn from Sandhu and Ryan, but very, very high bat lift, but gives him the ability to swing through cleanly. He's almost put that down the throat of the mid-wicket fielder, but gets enough purchase, takes it for a Maximo, and all of a sudden we've gone 4-4-4-6, and the Helsinki Titans, they are looking down the barrel of an escalating run rate.
Yeah, well, I didn't think he got it when he first hit it, but just enough wood on it for 6 runs.
That one's a bit further outside off stump, called wide by the umpire. Looking at this field, Corey, obviously difficult when you're trying to defend with only 2 fielders outside the circle, but given how much Shazad is getting the ball to come back in and given how wide he bowls from, be tempted to actually take the long on and move him to mid-wicket and have someone square up. And that square mid-wicket boundary is exactly where he's going. Great catch up in the players section.
Oh, that's Shub. Well, nice take from Shub and doing some integrity officer work. And I'll tell you what, he could easily be on the field there. He gets his piece of paper, big smile.
Well, he's shown this great integrity in his hands, and even worse for the Titans. I think this might have been called no ball.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, free hit. What, front foot?
Well, lucky one of us is watching, Corey. I've got no idea what that was called for. Whether I think it might have been an encroachment outside the 30-metre circle because it didn't look like a front foot no ball call, but Garden is rock and rolling. He misses on the free hit, though.
Oh, yeah, well, he gets away with that. But, yeah, I actually love what Garden's doing. Despite the 2 wickets, he said, you know what, I'm going to go hard in the power kick because if I have a good little 10 balls here, we're going to win the game. So it's smart batting.
That under a bit of pressure goes really wide this time. Garden's lofted it. That's one of the shots of the day. That is a wonderful cricket stroke.
Well, if you're sitting back at home, you'll be enjoying this because that's amazing. This man's at the top of his game. Forfarshire, they are red hot. I like them a lot.
Well, what was looking like a tricky chase after a couple of early wickets went down, all of a sudden, Callum Garden has unleashed in this over, and Shazad only went for 6 in his first over, but he's now up to, I think he's a 1 for 30.
For a man with a pretty boring name, Callum Garden, there's nothing boring about his batting.
Carries that bat like a big pitchfork over the top of his head. That's just by the keeper, just going to roll down gently. The umpire signals by.
44, 1 ball left in this power play. Does O'Neill take it on? I reckon he will. I think they've come with the right mindset, this Forfarshire team.
He's had an adventurous start. 1 lovely 4 and then 1 inside edge that missed his stumps only just. Swings it across the line, picks out the fielder, fires it in, but Garden's pretty quick between the wickets. That is a single to finish the over. And the boys from Scotland, Forfarshire, they are 45 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Rhino, I know you study the ECL teams astutely and you're a big fan of this format, but what do you think at Forfarshire, if they get out of this group, what they have come out and shown on day 1, they could easily lift that trophy at the end of March. They look good.
Yeah, they really do. Probably one of the sharpest, if not the sharpest fielding outfits that we've seen in the tournament so far. Got a nice variety with their bowling.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind it if they had a left arm orthodox, which has proved to be one of the really key bowling variables that most of the top teams have, but they've got enough bowlers who give a different view to the batters, that they've got enough variety. And their batting, if they can get a couple of these middle order guys in form, they are going to be a really tough squad to beat, as it looks like. Adula Shiwari coming in for his second over.
Shot. He goes with the ramp, and well, it's just reading the game. Fine legs in. Shinwari's been hooping it back in off stump, and well, Forfarshire playing with Helsinki Titans. What a shot.
So, big question for me, Corey. I think you christened the term of a reverse Malachi for the reverse sweep. Do you call that a standard Malachi, or that just doesn't come into the...
Let's not break the almanac of cricket.
Okay, no, talk me through.
That's a scoop, a ramp, whatever you want.
Well, he's trying to dose, and he manages to pop it over the keeper's head. Consecutive boundaries, big questions being asked of the young left armer, Shinwari.
Well, I really like this because I see a lot of players play a ramp successfully and then they'll go away from it. This is a shot that needs to be played more in the T10 format. A lot of teams keep fine leg and third man in. If it even touches a bit of the bat, it goes away for 4. I can tell you, Rhino, on my 9, but my 7 balls on the ECL, I pulled out about 4 ramps, and I can say it's a highly valuable shot because right now they've had to put fine leg in and bring square leg up. So they're making them play with the field.
Yeah, it's almost like a chessboard moving around. It's a great job for you for getting in your ECL appearance in the commentary too, Corey. That one is hit straight to the man coming in at point. No run.
Yeah, it's a heavy burden holding the highest strike rate ever in any ECL game that, or well, any player that's ever played. We've had thousands now. It's a heavy burden, but now
How often do you check that stat?
Oh, what, daily? Maybe hourly.
Shawari comes in. Well, young O'Neill, he's trying to decimate the run rate lead of Corey Rutgers. Smokes it over the mid-wicket boundary. Powerful striking.
They are ticking so many boxes for me. When you look at new teams, you want to see a good rounded bowling attack, you want to see a good fielding team, and you want to see power. Right now, I mean, Leask and Wallace are out, but you've got Gardiner and O'Neill are stepping up, and well, O'Neill, if he had 6 more on that total, he'd be up there with my strike rate. But 23 off 7's pretty good.
Oh, he's still reaching for greatness, Corey. Give him a chance to develop. A strong young man. Shawari, a couple of balls left in this over. Nice change of direction. Pushes that one wide.
You know
inside
what,
the tram.
You know what worries me, Rhino? I said
many things, I suspect, but go on.
Well said. I said we're going to show something a bit exciting at Comcam at the 5th over mark. Well, will we get there? Well, 23 needed.
We can only hope that the crowd is going to be calling for some vision as the final ball comes in for Shimwari. Driven downfielder comes in. Great catch. Really composed take. O'Neill probably just timed it slightly better than he would have liked, but look at those shades.
Whoa, I don't know if he saw a blue ball coming at him or an aqua duck, I don't know, but those shades, cool, calm and collected.
That is a wonderful sight coming in from long on. As I said, O'Neill probably just actually timed it a bit better than he almost wanted to, but he actually made good ground coming in from the long on position. Oh my God, what is that?
Well, we'll have to touch on what you're wearing on your head, but hey, O'Neill, good job. Nice little T10 innings. Came out after 2 wickets had fallen. Some players might go into his shell. Not Jack O'Neill, 23 off 9.
Yeah, Jack's really chased the Corey Rutgers strike rate lead in European Cricket League history. Give him a couple more matches. He's shaking his head. He wanted the Rutgers total.
That's the key. You can't bat more than once because you're at less odds. You just want to bat once.
He's wasted a ball getting out.
Anyway, we're going to have a quick look at the Wormen. We're going to go off the chart here. They're well above the red line.
Yeah, well above the red line. I don't think there's likely to be any chance unless they capitulate. We've got the next match coming up. Vienna versus Brno. Vienna Cricket Club looked okay at times in their game against Forfarshire, but they'd really be keen to get a win on the board as the leg spinner Siddiqui, he smacks straight down the ground and big Tyrone swings the arm around to signal for. Lovely shot.
Yeah, Garden's playing an innings here, isn't he? 32 off 12, and the noise off the bat sounds fantastic. All right, we're at the closing stages of this game. Not long until that's all she wrote.
Yeah, Forfarshire, only 19 runs still needed. Just goes to show if Helsinki could have gotten up to 110, 115, pressure would be so different in this situation. Siddiqui gives it some flight, just driven out to coming around from the boundary, just be a single.
Yeah, so Cameron comes out, and Scott Cameron that is. He's taken 4 for in this game. It's a bit of a chance out in the middle with the bat.
It's a short ball. It's on the way. It looks like my boy Mangal coming in. Great Courtney Walsh overarm throw from the boundary.
That's respect. Geez, they hit it hard, don't they? The noise off the bat with a lot of their players, they really hit it hard.
Bit of flight. Manages to almost overrun the ball garden, trying to give himself a little bit of momentum down the crease. Courtney Walsh comes into vogue again for the second consecutive ball.
Good to see Courtney out there. Single push down the ground. So look, we're 1 ball away, and I'll segue us into this calmly. I think our co-commentator Andrew Ryan is going to show us a little bit of something that he's got from Finland, and I'm pretty excited to show you all.
Oh, I'm sure the Helsinki fans, despite the outcome of this game, are going to be waiting with bated breath as Siddiqui is the top spinner to finish that over. And Forfarshire, they are 68 for 3 after 5 overs. Oh, Corey, 5 overs gone, as you can see, trying to give some support to the Helsinki Titans. And all I can say is, Tervetuloa Helsinki, minun nimeni on Andrew Ryan, olen ystäväri Corin kanssa, olemme australialaisia, olemme Espanjassa. Boom.
Is that finish?
That is finish, actually. So
what have you just said?
Well, I've just said, welcome to Helsinki. My name's Andrew Ryan. I'm here with my friend Corey Rutgers.
Please.
We are Australian, but we're here in Spain. So my partner's actually finished. So for about 6 months, I did some language lessons in Finnish a long while ago. So it doesn't come out quite as fluently, and I'm sure there'll be a few Helsinki fans who will be badgering me for some disgraceful pronunciation. But let's just say my pronunciation's probably been better than the Helsinki bowling over the last couple of overs, as Garden has smoked that for another Maximo. Forfarshire racing towards this target.
Now, multiple questions coming into my brain, but Garden distracts me as he puts that over long on for 6, and you've held some secrets to me, and, well, you're lucky man, Finnish partner, good for you.
Yep, from the lovely town of Kuopio, a little bit north, just a gentle sort of 6 hours drive north of Helsinki in the Savo region. As Saeed, he says kiitos to the Scottish batsman for giving him his first wicket of this game. Nice little change up there and a big swing across the line from Garden. He gets castled, and a nice finish to this game for the Titans.
It's a bonus wicket, isn't it? And a little bit of a personal highlight for Saeed. And I'm sure when he looks back on that footage and listens to the Finnish commentator, he'll be a bit flummoxed, but he'll be happy he's picked up a wicket.
Flummoxed indeed. Big cheers coming in from the Scottish fans. They are excited about this coming moment in the game. Corey, talk us through it.
Well, the fans are on their feet, and you can understand why, because Callum Garden has played a magical innings. And so far, the Scottish fans are living up to their reputation. Loose and reckless.
Loose, reckless, but very polite, I must say. Drew from Forfarshire down in the down around the Dundee area of Scotland, as Aman Barwell, who's bowled very well in this tournament so far, he comes to the crease as man number 6 in the Scottish order. Not exactly a tall order for him coming in to finish this game. Ball drifts onto his leg side. Wow, he's making a run at the Rutgers run rate as well. That's a lovely shot behind square.
Unfortunately, he would be behind at this stage, and you've only got to be able to hit a 6 to get ahead. It's not easy, I understand, but it's a good shot. And, well, if you're worried about their middle order, I think this little chase from some of these guys in the middle order, you don't need to be worried, Rhino. They are a fantastic team.
So question for you before we finish up this game. Did you refuse to bat again in the tournament, or because of the presence of O'Dowd and Scott Edwards, there was just no need to bat again? As that was played nicely, the standard Malachi, that is the end of the game. Forfarshire, 2 boundaries off the last 2 balls for Barwell. He's shown he's got some capacity with the bat, and they have shown they've got the capacity to not only win this Group D, but also probably figure towards the pointy end of this European Cricket League. Forfarshire coming back after a pretty strong start from the Helsinki Titans. They have chased down this target of 82 with ease. Only 5.4 overs required.
After the first 4 overs of this game, they have won every single over, their team from Scotland. And look, they teach you in commentators school not to get too excited early, but I'm excited. And I really think if they get through the group, from what I'm seeing, they could easily win this trophy.
Yeah, sometimes the commentators' school rule book has to be thrown out the window, and I'm pretty excited about this Forfarshire squad. Scott Cameron, he did a lot of damage with the ball. Didn't get much of a chance with the bat, but I'm sure as the skipper of this Forfarshire unit, he will be very happy taking off the match ball, maybe just asking for an autograph from umpire Tyrone there. But they will be very happy with their work on day 1.
Yeah, they will. This is the evening game coming up. Both teams with the loss, so it's really big for their tournament. Vienna CC versus Bruno, and well, good news. It's going to be Vinny Sandu and Andrew Rhino again, mate. That's 4 games today. You right up for it?
Mate, I feel that it's lucky I did quite a bit of endurance vocal work before I came out here. Obviously trying to co-commentate at home while the rest of the games were on during the last week and a half, but still be in good stead. But I've been energised by this opportunity with you, Corey. This has been a fantastic game to call, and plenty of highlights in this batting innings from Forfarshire.
Yeah, 2 early wickets did fall, and there were 2 pretty big fish, it has to be said. Wallace and Lease both had to go, but besides that, boundaries were raining galore. There was an amazing shot from Garden over the leg side, but there's a ball coming up here from Shinwari, and I dare say it's one of the balls of the tournament.
Yeah, I suspect hopefully we'll get it on the highlights. This is the one.
Yeah.
You go on to Wikipedia and check out Peach. That will probably be the video that comes up. That is a superb seed. Almost managed to do it again. Big Jack O'Neill with the inside edge. Just missing the leg stump, but from that point on, it didn't feel like there were too many mishits.
No, there wasn't. They clothed and whacked it. Well, not clothed. They whacked everything for 6, to be honest. And, well, Callum Garden, he's a player of high pedigree. He's got experience here in Cartama, and I think that helps a lot. And then all the scoops and the ramps going. And I love this. If they're going to be a team that can do this as well, how do you stop them?
Yeah, it provides an absolute nightmare for opposition captains. And no matter what you bowl at these young Forfarshire chaps, they've got shots all around the ground. Beautifully casual take from the skipper. Bushday standing out there long off there. His shades probably covering up the fact that he may have had some red eyes from a few tears of seeing his bowlers get smoked for the previous 3 overs. But nice late wicket there for Adnan Saeed before the new batter came in, Bulwell, to finish it off with consecutive boundaries to take Forfarshire to their 2nd win in 2 games, and they sit in a very healthy position in this opening stage of Group D.
Yeah, well surmised, Rhino. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard because it was a quick chase. 41 off 17 for Garden, 23 off 9 for O'Neill. Bowell, Hill comes out, well, Bowell almost, 8 off 2, 3 extras, and 82 in 5.4.
Yeah, I think you're a bit late on that one. I've already used the little Bowell call a couple of times today, but no worries. In the end, Helsinki Titans bowling attack. Shazad actually bowled a really good first over, took the wicket of Wallace early on, and that was some hope for the Titans, but unfortunately that hope dissipated very quickly, and the powerful Forfarshire batting lineup have chased this total down with ease. They only lost 4 wickets on their way to the target of 82 runs. Took them 4 balls into the 6th over. They beat the Helsinki Titans by 6 wickets. Corey, on behalf of you, I say farewell to the viewers. We will be back at 7:30 CET for what will be an immense clash under lights featuring a Vienna Cricket Club against the boys from Brno in Czech Republic. They had a tough first up game, but I'm sure they'll be looking to make amends in this clash of 2 teams looking to get their first win of Group D. It's been wonderful to be with you at the Cartama Oval. It's Andrew Ryan signing off for the European Cricket League. We will see you back for the next game in just under 40 minutes.
This is how we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello, welcome back to the Fan Zone, and it's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network. Time to head to Match 5 Group D. Well, I've made some friends. You've got Mike and Bob. You guys are supporting 4 for sure, right?
Oh, he isn't. I am.
You are? Who are you going for?
I'm here to keep him in order.
All right, so they're just looking after each other. I tell you what, made a bit of a home. Having that game off was the best idea ever. Right now, let's look at what happened a little bit earlier at the coin toss in Match 5, where Vienna CC of Austria are taking on Brno from the Czech Republic.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is tails.
So it is Quinton Norris, the big Q-stick, wins the toss in Group D Match 5. Wants to bat first. I like that. Gets to use the 10 overs. First time under lights, I think, for most of these players. Now, look, don't worry. These are sin alcohol for everyone that's going to give me a hard time.
Chocolate.
A couple of them are anyway. The Marengo, I've got my eye on that for later. But yeah, for sure, these teams, they want to get a win before they go to bed tonight. Otherwise, it's pretty uncomfortable being 0-2. I think the Vienna CC challenge force at times, I think they were just outclassed. Did get that run on in the second half of the game. Brno, again, they did some good things with the ball, but 2 points up for grabs. Only one team can take them, and only I will be drinking this Victoria Cerveza as we go to the commentary box. Andrew Ryan will take you home. Lights are on. Rhino, over to you. Let's get ready for Match 5. Cheers, guys.
All the best.
The lights are on. Maximo is sitting very comfortably up in the fans area here at Cartama Oval. Doesn't look an absolute treat under the floodlights. Great aerial view there from the team at Spring Productions, who continue to do some wonderful work across this European Cricket League for 2023. We're into our final game of day 1 of Group D coming up. The boys from Brno from the Czech Republic, tough first outing for them. Bit of an initiation of fire, but they will hopefully find themselves in with a much better chance in this contest against one of the other winless teams in the form of Vienna Cricket Club. They are opening up with their same pair from the first game, Iqbal Hossain going out there with Mark Simpson-Parker, and they will be hoping to reel off a few boundaries in these opening stages. At times Vienna looks pretty good with the bat, but just lost wickets at far too high a rate. Eckstein very, very capable with the batters is Arslan Arif. And down their side, Norris played some good shot toward the end, but Brno, it's going to be a different contest for them. Vienna Cricket Club looking like they are just ahead on the data-based prediction, 87 to 84. But at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is what happens out on that field. And both of these teams will feel like this is an excellent opportunity to bring up their first victory of Group D. And Iqbal Hossain taking strike for the Cricket Club. These two opened the innings last time. Hossain got away with a couple of mistimed shots early. Simpson-Parker not so fortunate. He managed to just pull one into the arms of waiting fielder at mid-on, but he's a good striker of the ball. Very solid technique. Just needs to get himself in. He can get a little bit of rhythm. Could be a danger man. Kashif, he's ready to take the new ball as the umpires look around. Looks like we will soon have the signal to start play. Kashif, no ball, a fair workout, maybe a few pre-game nerves as he waits to unleash the first ball of this game 5 here at Cartama Oval. Off we go. So we were having to abort that first ball as Fire just drops the bowler's hat at an inopportune moment. Nice drive, good first ball. Just in the channel outside off stump, and Hossain plays it relatively gently, just straight back down the wicket. Well, he had a decent start to the tournament. He's been trusted with the new ball for this all-important contest. In terms of the permutations with this Group D, I think these teams would probably look at this as one of the winnable matches that could see them going through to finals day coming up on Saturday. Saying making great contact, but enough to drag that ball behind square. And the scamper through for the single. Simpson Barker. Strike for the first time today. On the screen, it looks like the floodlights are in full effect. Certainly getting that way here at Cartama Oval. There's still a little bit of natural sunlight left, but it won't be too long before that disappears and we have a big black night sky. Appreciable swing, but it's early swing from Ali, and it drifts down the leg side. Not much trouble there for Simpson Parker dealing with that delivery. No shortage of noise in the field. The Brno team, though, know if they can make some inroads early, this Vienna Cricket Club team put them in a pretty decent chance to take this game. Ali drops short, lovely shot from Simpson Parker. Rises high on his toes and cracks a beautiful cut shot all the way down to the boundary for 4. Very elegant player, stands tall at the crease. Low hands on the back grip. It's not a conventional approach from such a big man. He's actually very, very much more a classical batsman. But hits with good power. He's got great timing, good shape. He just needs to be a bit more consistent when he's going for his forceful shots, particularly trying to hit over the top. There's a few words coming in from the umpire to the wicket keeper from the Brno side. We're just telling them to settle down with a few of the vocals in between deliveries. Not too many dramas for MSP. He's just standing there almost as though he's on the first tee at the golf range, just taking a few relaxed swings. What an animated conversation coming on as this break in play has allowed us to welcome Vinny Maximo Sandhu back to the commentary box. Vinny, a few words early from the umpire.
Yeah, there were. And quite sure what this is about at the moment. We'll keep an eye on it for you. Yeah, welcome to you, Rhino, once again. And nice to be back. Great call with Corey last game. Paul certainly putting down a marker here.
Umpires may have been inquiring as to who had the better outfit today, working out where they're going to pick up from the merchandise tent. Actually, possibly even more serious than that. It looks like there's been, the bowler has been taken off. I don't know if there's a suggestion here that
some concerns, yeah, just with legality, I think, of Rahat. They've broken that down. You know, looking at some video footage, and I think the process here is if there is kind of a report of some suspicion, they'll look at the video footage, they'll give the bowler an opportunity to rectify it. And then if it's not to the official satisfaction, then the bowler will be asked to cease bowling in the match. And I think that's what happened. So they kind of roll the dice there, Brno, with Rahat. Yeah, that's something he can work on, no doubt about it. At this level of cricket, I mean, those things get scrutinised a lot closer. So that it will be a no ball +4. And so now it looks like now going back to Rahat. So yeah, I think it's one thing. It's one a really interesting issue to deal with. You've got to feel for him a little bit, obviously coming through, and obviously we've seen him a fair bit in the Czech Republic, but it's another layer of scrutiny. You know, it's done quite methodically.
If there's anything that's going to make your action a bit more rigid and mechanical, it's waiting for the umpires to potentially call you for a no ball. As he comes in, drops it slightly short of the length on the leg side. Simpson Parker dispatches it with a beautiful strike over mid-wicket.
Yeah, Maximo time. This is the thing, I mean, to have the option of taking him out of the attack. This one certainly looks a lot better, but then you're not really doing what you practice and what's natural to you, and I think it's a risk, and you can see Simpson Parker was ready to take full toll.
Interesting move from the wicket keeper, assisting with this bowler, but he's coming up to the stumps and just trying to put some doubt into Simpson Parker's mind, particularly if he looks to charge.
Come back here. And this is going to be 4 more. So he's taking a little bit off it. Does look a lot improved, which is good. I suppose the result's not that good. MSP going to town in this first over now.
Yeah, that's a beautiful strike. Second great cut shot that he's hitting this over. Got the back foot back and across and has crunched that forward of point. He's seeing it like a beach ball early on.
And this wouldn't have been out of the blue. There would have been a conversation after the first game. So obviously they're backing Rahat to be able to bowl his way out of this. Not a bad one. He goes to the keeper. Rahat would be happy to see the end of this over. Again, it's broken down using the video, which is quite high quality that we have here. When we're at Cartama, he's got a feel for the bowler as well. There's nothing intentional in what he's doing, but it comes back to the integrity of the game. In the end, if they have concerns, there is this process of identifying, giving the bowler an opportunity to rectify, but at the risk of being called and asked to not bowl. It's a tough one. Anyway, will be the end of the first over. Pretty good one for VCC. 1 over down. It's 18 without loss.
We're starting to see Mark Simpson-Parker unleash in that first over. He's got himself a nice platform. 2 4s and a 6. Got his innings rolling very nicely. Look, helping them to keep up with the run rate.
Yeah, well, speaking of run rates, let's have a look at what's been the norm here. 10.5 through the first 9 days of action. You can see Group A and Group B pretty high scoring. Group C, though, since we switched ends, it hasn't been as high scoring. Just a quick calculation I did after 4 matches, it's 9.8 today. So that tells you around about the 100 mark. That will be about a pass score. Now, certainly, some teams skewing the figures, in particular the Forfarshire guys, who certainly had an early dinner on their minds in that match 4. They made light work of that target.
Certainly did. Great performance from them. They're sitting pretty after their 2 games today and look like an elite squad. Certainly be at the pointy end of this group, if not the entire tournament. Very good. Almost quick start to this game. So many conversations going on with the umpires and then with the Brunei team.
It's the first time in any of the groups we've had 2 teams win 2 matches on day 1.
Shows how unpredictable this T10 format is.
Let me have a look at where we're at. Well, I think that was called a no ball as well. So, yeah, now we will have... All right, so it won't be the end of the first over at all. It's going to be a free hit coming up. Kashif's going to have to bowl 1 ball and he can't find the pitch. So this is an unmitigated disaster now, really. It's Kashif, you need someone to bowl 1 ball here.
It's also put some pressure on them time-wise. This first over has taken over 10 minutes.
Tough one. They decided to stick with Rahat. Now Kashif's deliver another free hit. That's not too bad. Again, this is the ball no one wants to bowl because you literally can't take a wicket off it. A run out or something, it won't go to you. So it does go magical in the end. 21 without loss after 1 over.
I'll certainly be happy with that start of what was an elongated first over. Vienna Cricket Club sitting pretty. 21 runs on the board, no wickets down. Simpson-Parker racing along to 15 off 5 after finding the boundary.
I've got to say that
times.
That gamble doesn't pay off. But yeah, just going back to what we were saying earlier, on each of the first, or in each of the first 3 groups, we've never had 2 teams 4 points, and that does kind of make it quite likely that those teams are in a great position for the double chance. Certainly seems like they're safe from elimination. So now you're down to 3 teams on the chopping block. You've got Brno and you've got Vienna CC and you've got Helsinki Titans, all with no points at this stage. So it's a case of the haves and the have-nots at the moment. And it will be a battle to survive. So it makes these matches that involve those teams even more important.
Yeah, it's almost a 3-way shootout between Helsinki, Vienna, and the guys from the Czech Republic, Brno. But nice start to the over from Afridi, coming down with a little bit of pace.
Afridi has got a bit about him. Oh, that's a bit about that as well too, because Hussain goes absolutely crazy on this one. Maximo! This one disappears into the night. What a shot.
That is a phenomenal strike, and for a man who hasn't timed one so far in this tournament, that has launched into the Cartama night sky and has travelled a long, long way. Unbelievable striking from Hussain.
Beautiful hitting, really. And Iqbal, he's a bit of a wild card selection here. We've seen him play for various clubs in ECS cricket. seen for Bangladesh, Austria in the ECS when we were there in the recent past, but he's a good pickup, isn't he? Side of what he can do. Afridi's not slow, but he was all over that. Iqbal Hussain.
Exit velocity on that ball was certainly quicker than it came down, and that's off Afridi, who is a man who can generate some reasonable pace. It's a wonderful shot from Hussain.
Goes for this is climbing over the top. And then some of our viewers, they might not really know what we're talking about as far as the conjecture about what's an acceptable action and what's not. So in cricket, the idea is that you need to bowl with a straight arm, and that means in a moment immediately before release, you cannot go from a bent arm to a straight arm. So you can have a bent arm that stays bent all the way through. And originally the law said you cannot straighten it at all. Then with a bit more testing and a bit more technology, they realized that everyone does it to an extent. It's actually impossible not to. That's really getting up there. It'll be a wide, but that's good heat from Afridi. Yeah, so then after some deliberation, you are allowed to straighten it a certain minimal degree. So 15 degrees is the number that we normally hear. Oh, really took off. So yeah, it's a matter of whether it's within the tolerable limits or not. It's a really tough issue because I don't think people ever have suspicious actions or actions that create conjecture. They don't do it on purpose, just the way they learn. Early identification. And in a lot of the cases, most of the cases, there's something you can do, but I mean, it has to get to a point where it's looked at, and if the officials and the experts look at it and say it's something needs to be worked on, then you have to work on it.
A man who doesn't need to work on his bowling much, Afridi, sent down a couple of balls that are really, really high velocity.
Oh yeah.
Zane's not keeping up with it at the moment.
Afridi's the Burno Boom Boom, no doubt about it. He goes for this, does he get it? I don't think so. A chance for the fielder and taken. Really nice work, that's Suresh Ramarao who takes it. This time he judges it perfectly. Again, always a little bit difficult under lights, I think, when you haven't had too much experience. It's just a little bit different. That's nice to see Burno getting something to shout about, and that is the big wicket of Hussain, who bangs one out of the Cartama Oval. Goes soon after for 8. The score is 28 for 1.
Yeah, there's a nice piece of bowling from Afridi. He'd really set him up earlier in the over, got a couple of balls that were almost at chin height. Hussain not the tallest man regardless, but just a good bit of bounce into the pitch. Hussain tries to hit straight, doesn't time it at all, pops it straight up, and as you say, Vinny, neat catch, not the easiest thing to do under these fairly low floodlights, but that sends Hussain back to the pavilion. Fortunately, MSP, who was on fire in that first over, hasn't even been able to get back on stride.
That's true. Disappointing for Iqbal, but I'm sure we'll see more of him before this group is done as he departs. It's 28 for 1.
Looks like Eckstein coming out to join Mark Simpson-Parker at the crease. Played some nice shots in the first game for Vienna. Nice timer of the ball.
Yeah, it sure is. It's time for the Big Daddy. Everyone, step aside. Here we go. And he's chopped on first ball. It's 2 in a row for Afridi. He's on a hat-trick. Also the end of the over. But Big D just hangs the bat out to dry. It grabs the inside edge and skittles him. So Burno storming back into contention. 28 for 2.
Excellent piece of bowling from Afridi. That was a quality over of express pace bowling. Eckstein coming in for his first ball. Looked like he just probably wanted to survive that final delivery of the second over, but hangs the bat out to a ball that was nicely pitched just on off stump. Inside edge, cannons into his stumps, and that's a big wicket, Vinny.
Came back a little bit, not a lot. You can see Afridi, all the day's work for him. So, our Czech viewers, they'll be enjoying that. Big D, not so much. Big D goes for a big 0, and it's 28 for 2.
A few people in the chat, Vinny, were already writing off boys from the Czech Republic after that first over, but show they've got some weapons as we have a quick look at the standings from Group D as this group starts to take shape. And as you said, Vinny, the unusual situation of 2 teams riding high, 2 and 2, Forfarshire and Dreux, but the other 3 not even off the 0 at the moment.
Well, 2 teams are going to put their head on the pillow tonight with 0 points, and that's not a comfortable position to be. So whoever wins this certainly has a leg up for qualification. That's pretty much what you're looking at when you go 0 for 2 in this format. Start of a new over. Tiwari comes on, gets cut away. Well, knocked down. I'm liking that. That's Ali Kashif. Keeps it to 1. You know, credit to Burno here. I think those wickets also give them an opportunity to kind of come together. Just say, look, guys, let's steady. Starts getting away from us a little bit. Let's just start again. what's done is done. But again, if they put in a good 8 overs here, they'll be right in this game, especially with the form of Paras Curry. I think he batted really well earlier. They've got other weapons up there, like a Freedy that didn't really fire with the bat in the first game they played. He likes it. I don't think there's an edge on this. But yeah, certainly all to play for. What a great experience for these players, though, as well. First time we've seen Vienna CC, first time we've seen Brno in a European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket, and to play under lights at the Cartama Oval. They must be pinching themselves.
Yeah, certainly is the case. You can tell from experience around the domestic traps, there's a lot of chatter about the opportunity to play at these big European Cricket League events when you're playing your national T10 contest. That's a nice ball, swung late, never taking the leg stump and dismissing the appeal, but not a bad piece of bowling. He's just floating the ball up on a reasonable length. That is not adjusting to the late swing. Not a bad little spell here from Tawari. Not falling on the shoulders of Mike Simpson Park now. He's 16 off 6, but struggling to get the strike from that first over. Short ball hit high into the night sky, and it's actually going for 6.
Unbelievable. With the wild thing gets wild. First up goes Maximo. Oh, he's a perfect guy to come to the crease in this situation. It's pretty early for him, but I think he'll enjoy it. Lack of outfield. He just throws the hands at this. That went a long way off the stick.
Great timing for the wild thing. You've talked about him having a fair bit of ability with both bat and ball. Vinny and Vienna Cricket Club need a few middle order batters to stand up, take responsibility for setting them a good total here. Great start for Zadran.
Once more, he's greedy. He misses out. Oh, well, it's both ends of the spectrum. I want to say hello to Kevin as well. Great to have you in the comments section. And thanks to for all the great feedback. Hello to Craig as well, watching from the Czech Republic. And all our viewers in the Czech Republic, as well as all our viewers from Austria. Great to have your company. And hello to Rob watching from New Zealand. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Is he back? Ball's just been drilled into leg stump at Yorker length, played away. Thinking about the single, but nice bit of fielding there at mid-wicket from
over. It's 35 for 2. And what has happened here? Well, that's not Casper Weston, and suddenly, well, it can't be Corey in the suit. There's a new robot in town, baby. And, wow, I tell you what, whoever's in there, they're going to be hot. They won't be cool. Isn't that lovely? This is what your money gets you. And we did crowdfund for that robot suit. And we only got one instead of 2. But anyway, I'm loving it. Well, you guys liking it in the chat? I'm loving it.
Robert, despite the fact that it looks like it's wearing toilet rolls for arms, he's been an absolute fan favourite here today.
Oh, look, it is the best robot I think money can buy at our budget point anyway. Good to see the robot up and about anyway. Now let's go to spin. Tribero Kanyalal. He'll just slide them through. I think he's quite a clever bowler. He's going to play a bit more like a medium pacer. But yeah, Tree, a lot of success domestically. This one is cut away. It's well knocked down in the circle, so they'll just get a single.
Certainly peppering that line outside off stump to Simpson Parker. He's shown himself very adept at the cut shot. Last 2 opportunities, just hasn't been able to beat that man behind point.
That is the robot's natural zone down there. And we know it's not Corey, but that is in there. They've got plenty of moves. Pitched up, smashed. It's a really good shot. And I think Zadran knows the score here. He's not really waiting for anything flighted up. He was ready to play it. Fairly orthodox, elevated cover drive. The Vienna CC fans love it. 4 runs.
Yeah, a bit of communication between the wicketkeeper. He's probably saying, please don't put another ball in the slot outside off stump for Zadran to take full toll of. Lovely shot. He's a hard hitter when he gets going.
Makes a bit of an adjustment here. Yeah, well, he just kind of goes a little bit shorter. Zadran does want to drive, but it's upstairs, couldn't quite flat bat it.
There's a bit of tension out there, isn't there, Vinny? You can see these 2 teams desperate to get the win here.
They're storming back after a shaky start. Now this is high, it's in the air, and it is into the night. Maximo! Now it is fielded, but the other side of the fence, Zadran goes large.
Well, anyone who says the ball doesn't carry quite as well in the evening here at Cartama just has to look at that shot from Zadran. That has gone very high and very handsome indeed. A brutal strike over long off.
Yeah, fantastic bit of hitting, wasn't it? Better length, I think, this time. Now we've got half a mix-up. Oh, I don't think the ball hits the stumps there, but Simpson Parker might have been a little bit of strife if that had hit. Will also take us to the end of the over. Just have a quick look at this on the replay. He would have been home anyway. So he got big strides, MSP. Ending the fourth, the score 47 for 2.
Certainly got big strides, MSP, but he's also very quick between the wickets.
He really is.
Man.
And he hustles. I remember when he first started playing T10 cricket, didn't have all the boundary shots as often. And he would just really work hard. It was a fairly big field at Seabarn in Vienna that he would kind of milk the most out of as well, with a lot of twos, a lot of hard running. I think he's a bit more comfortable playing shots earlier.
Definitely agree. He's been joined here by Zadran. These two have really started to build that run rate up. Vienna looking pretty good, 47 for 2.
There's a Freedy, comes back for a second over. Could be a big moment if he gets it. He doesn't. Just didn't carry far enough. I think you've got to get the wild thing, otherwise it could be big trouble. Remember Burno, they struggled a little bit with the bat before, though. They kind of had an unfortunate run out of their captain and one of their, probably the technically best batter, Paraskari. Wow, gets freaked out by the fake ramp. The result's going to be 2 wides.
I thought if it was a fake ramp, he was just unable to reach it from about 1.5 foot outside leg stump. But it did, just with Simpson Parker exposing his stumps there. Benny, what do you think of the tactics here? Freedy is far and away their best bowler. If you're Vienna, do you just try to take 7 or 8 off this over and then attack the rest, or do you go harder to Freedy?
Yeah, I don't think Zadran will listen, because he just loves to smack the ball hard. But yeah, I agree. I don't think you have to take too many risks to Riaz Afridi. I think it's a calculated gamble from Burno skipper Paraskari to break this partnership. They know if they don't do that, then this game could drift away and never comes back. So I don't mind Afridi bowling a second over here. You see, they're breaking all the rules here. He's accidentally put a bit of saliva on the balls. That's another thing.
A bit of sign language from the umpire there, communicating very effectively with the fast bowler.
Very fluent. Lock hold up in the lock on. I think MSP gets the memo saying, okay, come on, we've got 5 overs to play after this, and their spearhead's bowled out. 50's come up during this over as well for Vienna.
I agree, it's the value of having some smart players in amongst your lineup. MSP looks like he's just said, I'm going to roll the singles off of Freedy. Let's not lose a wicket unnecessarily, certainly not him. As you say, Zadran, he'll keep on attacking.
It's well located by Afridi. Then this is the thing, Afridi's there, you don't want him to bowl defensively. You'd love him to take a wicket. Maybe that adjusts your line, maybe going to the stumps a bit more. I suppose that's the ball that can take a wicket if it's slashed up in the air. And he's got 2 more balls, and they're 2 big balls in the context of this game.
Speaking of that, Vinny, that one's rocketed straight below his waistline and has managed to push away for a run, but it can't be in too much comfort at the moment.
Zadran's a pretty quick bowler himself. He's handed out a few of those accidentally. Yeah, this is exactly why high liveries. He's kind of jumping. Okay, you might say it hits him below the waist, but that's a no ball every day of the week.
Sure, being hit below the waist is what a young gentleman would like in this format or any other. Freedy, free hit coming up, a rampaging MSP. Cricket Club slowly working their way in front in this game. Spearhead, 2 balls to go.
Yeah, that was a dangerous delivery. Mark Simpson Parker probably doesn't know what he's going to get. There's the free hit. Will commence. 2 to come in the 5th. And he gets it pretty good. That's got all the way. What a shot. Maximo. It's a backwards Maximo. It is a Maximo. He had the license. He was ready to use it. What a shot from MSP.
Yeah, the Maximo with the standard Malachi using the pace of the spearhead fast bowler Afridi. He'd looked to play that earlier in the over. Afridi's actually got that one on a pretty decent length, but just being able to get it underneath it. And Simpson Parker's playing a cracking innings here.
Bounced off the stumps and gone for byes anyway. Tries it again. It's not a free hit, but he does it anyway. Well, that's even more remarkable. Well, now he's put all his chips on the table. Well, I don't know if the robot had a play on that ball, but MSP goes back to back. It's a rampathon here at the Cartama Oval. 66 for 2 after 5.
Well, if the robot was ever going to have a chance to take a catch, it was there. He's had 2 ramps on consecutive balls. Great striking from MSP.
Oh, I don't know if that's smart or not. but it certainly was effective. Didn't have the protection of the free hit that time. What a shot. Vinny Sandu is to maximum here with Andrew Ryan. And, great to have you with us, Ryan. Rhino, who's filling in for Rico as he's off for this group. Corey Rutgers as well. He's done for the day. Great to see the robot out there. Big thanks to our community. Really, that's what European cricket is all about. It's connecting cricket communities into one bigger community and essentially kind of connecting European cricket to the world, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The fans got behind the robot concept and so quickly and so generous, and they've managed to bring it to life, and hasn't it added an extra dimension to Group D?
Sure has. Now that's just a crazy shot. Straight up in the air. He's got to be gone, and he is. Yeah. Now, occasionally, when you're this aggressive, you're going to cross the line into insanity, and I think that Zadran does here. Doesn't want to have a look at the bowler in the 6. He hits it straight up in the air. So Ramarao gets a wicket straight away. I mean, he's kicking himself. So, once again, Burno at a moment where it looked like the game was just getting out of hand. They come back with a wicket, 66 for 3.
Yeah, good luck, young man, trying to take a ball about a metre outside off stump at head height and smash it over mid-wicket. Be an absolute genius if that shot had have come off. As it is, he's back in the pavilions. Zadran gone for 19 off 14, but Vienna's still sitting in a pretty good position, 66 for 3 at the moment.
Yeah, sure, plenty of batting to come as well. As Arsenal Reef comes to the crease, had a pretty good day. Was brilliant in the field earlier. Obviously took a great catch, rocket arm for a run out as well. Ramarao though, yeah, he's just not the pace you expect, I think. So Javi did not want to kind of have a look. And he tried to hook that from well outside the off stump as well, ended up skying it. Nice catch taken by Paraskari. Edge, and that's gone as well. I think this is carried. What a catch. Well, they'll have a look at it. But to me, he gets under this. That's incredible wicket keeping. He was sent the wrong way with the angle of delivery. Had to quickly change direction. That is top class keeping from Kari. And just like that, Ramarao has 2 in 2 and he's on a hat-trick.
Well, Ramarao is on a hat-trick. He's bowled a half-tracker at head height first ball, gotten away with it. He's then bowled a ball short outside off stump. Somehow the batsman has managed to get a little tickle through to the keeper, and I think the keeper's done a great job getting down to his right. That's almost Mr. Maximo in his prime back in Perth.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
superb wicket keeping.
Brilliant catch. Brilliant catch. So hard to change direction. And that was as good as it gets, to be honest. So, Aslan, well, he appreciates good fielding. I don't know if he appreciated it at that time, because he goes for a golden, and the score is 66 for 4.
Yeah, really nice. And you hit the nail on the head there. Vinny had to change direction with the ball being angled in and then taking the outside edge. We have a quick look at the hat-trick Hall of Fame. Still only 4 there. William Peatfield, the last one to register 3 consecutive wickets, but a bit of pressure, I think, is Shahil Manon coming out to face up. 4 wickets down, so it's not just the hat-trick, Vinny. It's the fact that after such a bright start, this second half of the innings has not started well at all for Vienna.
Not at all. And so here's Shahil Moment. Couldn't really get anything going in the first game. And a boundaryless 6. And he comes in facing a hat-trick.
Well, the chat's going absolutely ballistic at the moment, isn't it, Vinny? Fans of the European Cricket League, they know this game is on a knife edge. They know there's a chance for history here with Ramarao's first 2 balls pick up 2 scalps. The bespectacled paceman here has a chance to make a name for himself in ECL 2023.
All right, here we go. It'd be a big moment, wouldn't it, for Ramarao? It's on a perfect over at the moment. Oh, he likes it, but I don't think it's out.
Well, is this possibility for a stumping after the fact?
I like that they're trying absolutely everything. Not sure he ever is out, but that's about as close as you can get to a hat-trick. Ramarao, what a revelation he's been. And isn't it? Oh, hold on, getting nervous here. Is this ball dead or not? He's home anyway, I think. Yeah. So I can understand what he was thinking there, but here's the next ball. I think he hits the ground here. Not quite a wide though.
Vociferous chat from both the bowler and the keeper.
I think you got to hand it to Burno though. I mean, twice it looks like the game's rocketing away from them, and they've stood up in the big moments with a couple of 2 in 2s. I mean, there's a Freedy. He was on a hat-trick earlier.
Ramarao bowling a great over. 2 balls to complete it.
Home end this time, waits on it, will get a single. Yeah, so from here, if you bowl really, really well, I mean, MSP is a bit of a threat, we know that. Hasn't had a lot of the strike through the first 6 overs of this game. But if you bowl really well, you might be able to keep it to about 100, then bat well and make it. I mean, there's still a way to do that. Won't be easy. You'd have to keep it to about 8 and over from here. But again, a wicket now and a couple of good overs. They have been pretty impressive with the ball at times. Czech champions. There's that slow ball again. Dabbed, not too much power on it. Just gets it past the keeper. Takes us to the end of 6. The score is 68 for 4.
Well, and then Mark Simpson-Parker, he becomes even more crucial to Vienna, setting a quality total here. He's been joined by Maman, who's only managed to score 1 off his 3 balls so far. Simpson-Parker, 31 off 12. He's timed the ball very well, and his shot selection has been excellent so far. We really need him to anchor this chase, but at the same time, still keep up a very, very good run rate. Looks like Naveed Ahmed taking the ball.
The thing is, if you can get through, say, MSP, you get Quinton Norris, who, okay, he's a pretty good hitter as well. You get down to probably more workers at the ball, like Ali Rahimi. Maybe you can keep it down to about 100. Got to keep fighting. Naveed Ahmed gets the ball for the first time in the ECL. Starts with a full toss. And he won't get away with it. Into the gap. It's going to be 4 more to MSP. He's going round the wicket. I think he's probably trying to get it in that kind of wide hole, but he gets a little bit straight this time. I suppose the thing is, someone like Mark Simpson-Parker, he's very comfortable driving through cover as well, so it's not easy for the offie to bowl to. It's a good challenge for Naveed. Yeah,
It's nice to see how well balanced Simpson-Parker is at the crease at the moment. He's not preempting the bowlers at all, just relying on his eye, playing the ball very late.
Well bowled, but MSP's smart enough to get 1 out of it. So yeah, Momin's a bit of a wild card here with the bat. Hasn't fired yet, hasn't got a boundary. I also think Naveed probably enjoys bowling to the left-hander here. Can bowl a bit more traditionally. He's going to kind of angle it in and turn it away. He's a very good spin bowler, Naveed. It's the national team. Oh, that was weird. Don't think it's out though. This one really swings in.
Not sure what was weirder, Vinny. The fact that he shouldered arms to a ball that was well within the wide line.
I said it was weird because it really swung in. Look at this come back. Kind of like comes back really late. In the end, bounces off the keeper's pads into the stumps, but unfortunately for Mamin, never lifts that back foot. Speared it again. Mamin loses patience. So yeah, Naveed, bit of a confidence builder for him. He likes this matchup.
Good bowling from Ed. Do you see this a little bit at night? The spinners just getting a little bit of skid off the pitch. Tough to get him away if they're bowling a good lane.
This is hit, and it's hit towards the boundary, but Riaz Afridi does well to keep it to 1. So this is a good over so far, Naveed, but he's got to dodge MSP last ball of the over. Again, a boundary kind of undoes the good work in the middle of the over. So big delivery coming up.
Will MSP just take the single, try to get himself on strike and maintain it for the majority of the next over, or is he going to try to go big?
Yeah, he wants a boundary, but he's not afraid to just take a 1 if it's not quite there to hit. Goes for it, he goes straight, so that's going to be fairly safe. So he tries to go large, but just gets 1 in the end. That's the end of 7 overs. The NSEC, the Austrian champions, are 75 for 4.
This is nice and tight, Vinny. Mark Simpson-Parker still there. Hasn't had as much of the strike as he would have liked. We'll turn our minds to day 2. It feels it's been such a big first day that I believe we're in day 2 of 3 tomorrow. Boys from the Czech Republic, Bruno will be back against the Helsinki Titans all of a sudden, irrespective of the outcome of this match. That is a huge clash.
Yeah, of course. So Bruno played back-to-back matches 5 and 6. Also a big match for the Helsinki Titans. If Bruno don't win this tonight, it'll be a clash of 2 teams without any points. Well, this is absolutely busted Ramarao. He's had a pretty good time at so far. I reckon this just goes straight into his hip. Well, let's just say at that height, you're happy you've turned your body at least kind of 90 degrees. He's had a pretty good time of it so far, but this wasn't a good time.
About the only thing is he managed to get it on, I was going to say the fleshier part of his body. It looks like it's actually hit him right in the hip. It's no wonder he's down on his haunches, just trying to get a bit of blood flowing back to the impact area, but he's back at the top of his mark, and Mike Simpson-Parker, good sporting gesture, checking that he was okay.
Proper hipster, wasn't it? Now Momin goes high, and don't think it's going to carry. Fielder's coming a long way, can't get there. Fingertip, a really good effort from Ali Kashif. He's a good fielder. Made something out of nothing there. Fingertips to it, I think, but goes down. Momin survives.
This one manages to get off strike straight away. He did have a play on that ball coming in from the long on position. Dropped quickly in the night sky though. Tough catch, but gets Simpson Parker back on strike.
You take out the 21 off the first over. I mean, what's that? It's 56 off 6.2. Has to make something out of not too much here. MSP will get a single. See Mark Simpson Parker playing for Austria in the ECC as well. Looks like that hit's bothering him a little bit there. Oh, I tell you what, the facial expressions could be felt. I'm in pain.
He's coming out with the old 100-metre sprinter, putting out the tongue to keep the body relaxed at the point of delivery.
Short, and that time Momin goes for it. I don't think he's got the journey though. It's batted away by Tuwari, but he had more room than he realised, I think. He doesn't try to take this. I don't know. Okay, Momin hasn't really hurt you yet. I guess it's good fielding. I feel like there was an opportunity to take a wicket here, though.
Let's have a look at this. He does go up almost for the catch to begin with.
He thinks he's further back.
Carry it down.
He thinks he's a metre further back and is going to go over the line, but he wasn't.
Certainly better than giving away the Maximo.
That's true. Anyway, this is a cracking shot, and this is going to be 6 over cover. Maximo!
That's a gorgeous strike from Simpson Parker, showing how much talent he has with the bat. That ball had almost no pace on it to work with. Wide of off stump, and he's clattered it over the cover boundary. Carries it by several metres. Superb batting.
Moves to 45 of just 18 balls. MSP's come a long way in T10 cricket. I think he's got all the skills to be able to do it. Just a slight mindset change, I think. He's powerful. I mean, you look at him, he's a big man.
Hasn't tried to overhit anything tonight. It's been really good to see him so balanced at the crease.
Riding down the leg side. Rubber out. Had a bit of the good, the bad and the ugly in there, didn't he? But he finishes 2 for 12, and that is the end of the 8th over. The score is 86 for 4.
Interesting. We talked about Mungal earlier in the day, Vinny, about him taking a really long handle on the bat, hands hitting really high on the top of the bat handle. Actually, you look at Mark Simpson Parker, and just let's have a look in the next couple of balls. He's really choking low on the bat, giving him extra control, but I guess he's got the long levers regardless.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, it's just a personal preference, I think, what you're comfortable with. I mean, your bat is like your paintbrush as a batter. You got to do it your way, what you feel comfortable. It becomes second nature, becomes an extension of your body. See, the run rate looks like it's come down a lot, but remember, there were 21 off the first over, so it was flying high back then. This time it's driven pretty powerfully down to long off, just be a single. I suppose the decision not to try and take the catch of Momin, partly it's because I don't think the fielder knew exactly where he was, but also he hasn't really hurt you yet. Maybe he will. You've got Quinton Norris coming in next. He did smoke a couple out of the park earlier today. Naveed is back for a second over. Anyway, this one is gone. And this one will certainly not be an opportunity. Moment. Finally finds the boundary. In fact, he goes over it. Maximo carries VCC into the 90s.
Yeah, not a great ball from Ahmed. Coming down around the wicket. Not much pace on it. He's dropped far too short. And Maman has lifted that into the night sky here at Cartama. Beautiful timing.
It was. Naveed has got to sort out his spots, I think, to the left-hander. Bit full up. Goes short again, but this is in the air. Hanging a long time. It's another opportunity for the fielder, and it's taken at the 3rd attempt. Ali Kashif this time has an eternity to get under it. He does well. And not easy catch under the lights if you haven't done too much of it. Yeah, we'll give him another minute actually on the clock. In fact, no, they won't actually, because it's the 5th wicket. You only get from the 6th. But anyway, that's not really in their minds right now. The comeback continues from Brno. Naveed gets his first wicket in ECL cricket. And that is the 5th down for Vienna CC now, 93 for 5.
I'll give him full marks for artistic impression, just adding a bit of unnecessary difficulty, but parried it up twice and it completes the catch on the 3rd attempt. Moman goes Maximo, and he's then dismissed, trying to repeat the dose. He ends up 10 off 10. And the boys from Vienna, 93 for 5. They've got enough balls to still take themselves up to almost the 110 range here, Vinny, but these last 9 deliveries could be quite decisive in this contest.
No doubt. And look, Moment will feel better for at least getting one out of the middle of the bat. He's getting there. It's an interesting one for me because you look at the clock. The first 5 wickets you don't get a time allowance for, but from the 6th wicket onwards you get an extra minute. So now you've got Quinton Norris coming there. Okay, you got the spinner on, so you should do this, but you don't want to bowl wides or anything like that from here. You essentially have 20 seconds per ball. You've got a minute to bowl 3 deliveries. Anyway, cutting it pretty fine. Quinton wants to go leg side. Looks like he's got the gap, and he does. It's going to be 4 runs. And bust into the fence, and the big cue stick still working out there. Well, these two are very close. I bet they're loving being out in the middle of the Cartama Oval together. And the skipper starts with 4.
Yeah, well, the folks back in Vienna, they will be loving seeing these two at the crease in the later overs. Norris comes out, smokes his first for 4. Needs a little bit of hustle here from the boys from the Czech Republic. They've got a little bit of time remaining.
He could be gone. He is not gone. It's an egg that's been laid. Just noticed that some minutes going on the clock. So obviously it was an allowance which has just kicked in. So I don't think they're in time trouble after all. It was a flying Superman attempt, wasn't it, from Janaka Ihalagi, but couldn't come up with the ball. Oh, wow, a bit of all happening here. It's Thursday Night Cricket live from the Costa del Sol, and after 9 overs, it's 99 for 5.
Cartama ground looking absolutely resplendent under the floodlights here for the final game of a Group D's Day 1. It's been some fabulous cricket already, but we have a red-hot contest here. Both of these teams, as those of you been tuning in all day would know, they are winless so far in the competition. Both put in pretty reasonable efforts when they've appeared before, but they are desperate to get their account open as Tiwari is coming back to bowl the 10th. He's got Norris on strike. Unusual call, Simpson Parker not taking the single on that last ball.
Yeah.
Would have been tempted to have a crack just to get him back on strike.
Yeah, well, I don't think the cue stick's too worried about it. He's just out there to hit boundaries. He's been brilliant so far today. Very experienced campaigner. Nice to see him getting some results. It's just too short in the end from the bowler. As Tiwari comes back and bagged it for 4.
Yeah, the cue stick certainly not being put back in the rack. It is a good shot, and he's managed to place it well. Fielder down there, deep square, beats him.
He wants more. They keep feeding it. He's going to feast on it. Maximal. For MSP, if he has to be stranded on 46, is not a bad place to be. Best seat in the house at the moment. It's showtime at the Cartama Oval again. That's just a half tracker, and it had to go.
Well, surely that's the one place you do not bowl to the cue stick. He loves it short and being able to heave onto the leg side. It's a couple of poor deliveries from Tiwari. He's under pressure. VCC 108 for 5.
If you're cute, don't do anything different. Pitched up, this time he goes full. Doesn't really get the journey. He's going to be dropped. He'll probably come for 2. He'll probably take every run at this stage. Just with Norris up and going, you don't mind who's facing.
Shows you how quick MSP is. He's almost managed to lap Norris coming back for that second
Individual
run.
pursuit at the Summer Olympics, then I think I know who the winner would be.
Norris doing a good job though, 17 off 5. Critical innings.
3 to come. It's a wide. That'd be an event I'd like to see in the Olympics. The batters' individual pursuit, where they're against each other and they have to keep running and eventually one will catch the other.
One is going to tire at the end of that.
That is something. Maybe that could decide a tie. Imagine that.
Instead of the golden ball,
The golden
Maximo.
ball.
He's
The
always
individual
thinking.
pursuit. 3 to come. Another wide.
Tell you what would make that even more enjoyable is if the opposition got to choose the runner from the other side. So you would have 2 burly chaps racing each other between the stumps.
The old Mark Richardson versus Darren Lehman. A race a while ago. 112 and climbing at the moment. Here's Tiwari. He slashes away. Get the 1. Kind of like this. MSP will get the chance to get to his 50. I feel like he's probably going to have to hit a boundary here. Perhaps a couple of 2s will get him there, but yeah, impact innings from the big Q. This is what I meant with when they did. So didn't really put down Moment, but they elected not to try and take a catch earlier, just to be super cautious. But yeah, the cue stick was lurking in the background. Imagine if he had more time. 2 to come then. goes for it, and he gets it. 50 for Mark Simpson-Parker. He bangs it off the giant ECN ball. What a nice moment for those two out there representing their club, Vienna Cricket Club, on the European stage in front of the world. Good sportsmanship as well from Paris Carr. He says well batted. 52 in 22 balls for MSP.
MSP kissing the willow, but it's been his forearms that have been bashing the ball to all corners. Super innings. Final ball.
Time for an encore. And he gets it straight to the fielder. So well done to Mata, who takes the catch. It'll be an even 120 to chase then for Burno. But yeah, Mark Simpson-Parker, again, what I liked about that innings, didn't always have the strike, but whenever he did have it, he didn't seem to lose fluency. I think he only faces 22 balls out of the available 60, but he makes the most of them. He ends up striking 52. And look, yeah, I really think for those guys, I mean, Quinton's worked with Mark since he was a small boy, and as you can see, he's a big boy now. And he does like to blow the kiss, doesn't he, MSP's got a few fans out there. But that's a really proud moment for them. As we go to the highlights, look, Vienna CC, they didn't want to have a hit. They wanted to have the 10 overs. And, well, they get a good ovation from their fans here on a Thursday night in Cartama. As we roll through the highlights of match 5. And it's great to see Brno representing the Czech Republic. We've seen them, progress from a little club to quite a big club in a pretty short period of time. Bit of early drama as Rahat Ali just fell foul of the officials early on. 21 came off that first over, but they certainly fought back, and I think credit to Brno. Every time it looked like the game was getting away from them, they found something, but ultimately it's going to be a pretty tough chase considering that they weren't really able to get this kind of a score on the board earlier today.
Yeah, absolutely, and great second over from Afridi. He bowled with high pace. Iqbal Hussain took him to the clean as one delivery, but he comes back, takes his wicket, and then gets the inside edge of Eckstein. He was a man that Vienna would have been looking for some more production from, so huge scalp for them. Few runs flying in the middle overs, few high fives coming from the robot. Hopefully we'll see more of the bot tomorrow. The bot got a couple of fielding opportunities courtesy of few standard Malachis coming from Mark Simpson-Parker. That put a big smile on the young man's face. Unfortunately, a few partners weren't staying with him quite as long as they needed to. Javid Zadran, the wild thing, he went very wild. And 2 wickets in 2 balls really put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah.
Ramaral, he was on a hat-trick.
Yeah, he was, and what a start for him as well. And he really won the hat-trick. He's about to get a bit of think quick, though, wasn't he? It was a proper hip buster, wasn't he? They do some amazing things with artificial hips these days. Hopefully Ramaral doesn't need to find out. That was one that was a bit of a Rex Hunt job if you're an Australian. Understand, he kisses it and throws it back into the field of play. But meanwhile, you could see that there was this juggle catch. That brought the big cue stick to the crease, Quinton Norris. And hasn't he been in good form today, Rhino?
Yeah, 2 good innings from him. He's a great man to have come in when there's 10 or 12 balls left. Manages to find the boundary. Particularly likes that area square, and you saw him unleash there. Beautiful shot behind square, and didn't that bring his teammates to their feet? MSP, he capitalised with a superb half-century.
Great way to bring up the 50.
Phenomenal that he only faced 23 balls, given he was out there from the start. Bit of foxy stuff to the camera from Norris and Simpson-Parker, but well-deserved. They should be pretty happy with where that innings ended up.
Yeah, they sure will be. Half-century to Mark Simpson-Parker, and he's also a threat with the ball, and he's also a very good fielder. So triple threat. What I liked about it, a lot of people talking 360-degree cricket. One thing to play the ramp on the free hit, but he also played it. The next ball played it really well. Back-to-back Maximos. Just kind of got some momentum back. Plenty of pain in the bowling figures, though. Ramaral sticks out 2 for 12 off his 2 overs. A wicket also to Naveed Ahmed. Nice to see him getting a bowl when under 10s. Obviously, there's that situation at the start of the innings that they'll look for some sort of resolution, I'm sure. Riaz Afridi 2 for 25, the other wicket taker, as well as Sandeep Shilwari. So we will take a break. We'll be back in not too long, I think probably around about 7 or 8 minutes, and we'll be back with the second half. Brno, I think they need a lot out of their top order. I think that they'll probably have Kari opening up. I imagine that's the way I would go. But otherwise, it should be an interesting second half to come. Match 5, 2 teams chasing some points late on day 1. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. Hope you're having a great Thursday night. Join us for the climax of the night session after the break. You're watching ECN. This is the European Cricket League. The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
European cricket community, welcome back for the final time today to the Cartama Oval in Spain. We have the second innings of this contest between Dreux from the Czech Republic, who have got their batting innings coming up, and they are up against Vienna Cricket Club from Austria. Vienna Cricket Club in a pretty good position after that first innings, paced by the flashing blade of Mark Simpson-Parker, who scored a half century. They have put 119 runs on the board, and that is going to be a very tough chase for this Brno batting lineup. I'm sure all the fans watching through streams will be extremely happy with the way that the Austrians have played so far. And they have the big man, Daniel Eckstein, with the new ball. He might actually be quite happy to be bowling to one of the left-handers. He gets the ball to move away from the left-handers appreciably, and I see they've actually got the first slip in there. Iqbal Hussain, probably even a touch wider you might expect, probably recognising the amount of sideways movement that comes from Eckstein. Man, had a few problems with no balls, two of them to start the first game from Vienna, but I'm sure he'll rectify. First ball of the innings, swung away to the leg side. Not well timed though. Fielder coming in there, Ali Rahimi, keeps it to one. That's a good start, and welcome back to the commentary box, Mr. Maximo Sandu.
Yep, there's the dreamboat himself, Mark Simpson-Parker, coming off a half century. There's the big daddy. Well, pick your favourite. There's a lot of characters in this game. And also on the Brno side, and these two, they want to get a good start, don't they? They weren't able to do too much in the last game, nor can they. Facing up now, big swinger. Yeah. Big D had some problems with no balls first up. He told me he's wearing quite light shoes and it just threw him. He said that, yeah, my run-up seemed fine, but my feet weren't where I thought they were. Started with 2 no balls, kind of got it back under control now. Ihalagi got a bit lucky first ball. He didn't hit it straight down the throat of the boundary rider. There's that prodigious in swing. Have a crack at the stumps. And Winter Norris couldn't get there in time to get behind them. It's the first run to Kande. But, yeah, if you're going to chase this, you need partnerships and need a bit of luck. I think they're the two things they need. And they don't want to fall behind in the rate. It's a long way back. I think the top order do need to take some calculated risks. You've still got the captain to come. You've got Riaz Afridi to come as well. And all that Czech viewers, I'll be hoping for an improved batting performance. Another big in swinger. Away swinger from left-hander. But the thing with Big D is he does swing it kind of from the hand, so you can kind of track it.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much change-up in what's coming down. The batsman can be fairly certain the ball's going to be swinging into the right-hander or away from the left-hander, but it is a fair bit of sideways movement. I'll be keen to see how he goes against some of the big hitters later in the tournament or later in this group, because he can cause some problems.
Next time by a mile. Yeah, for sure. I want to say hello to Phil G. Nice to see you watching from the Czech Republic. Hopefully well. Hello to Andy House as well. Hello to Andrew Hogan. And of course, as always, a big special hello to Mrs. Hogan. See, slipping a bit, but yeah, it's all about where you land. Anyway, stayed behind that front line. Glad to see him work that out. Has played here for Austria in the ECC T10. It's back. From the bat, maybe the gloves. So not too much given away in the first over from Eckstein. The score after 1 is 3 without loss.
We'll be pretty happy with that start. Vienna Cricket Club, Eckstein had his problems in the first game. Got his radar back on. It might be predictable swing, Vinny, but when it's moving that much and he gets that line,
play it.
Absolutely. And he probably only needs to keep the odd one straight. Put the batsman in a couple of different minds.
Now, I know you're only here for 3 days, Rhino, but we'd love to treat you with a golden ball, and we haven't had one for a while. Of course, golden ball is a tiebreaker, 58 matches. I say not for a while, it'll be 2 weeks tomorrow morning. But anyway, it's been a bit of a golden ball bonanza so far in season 2023. 5 golden balls in the ECS. The 4-week series in Malta took us into this ECL. Second over then, it's going to be Junaid Saeed. Flicked away the general vicinity of Big D, who does cover a lot of territory, not by running.
Obviously a big fan of fluorescent yellow or green yellow, isn't he, Eckstein? We saw him with the shades earlier in the game. Obviously, not needed out here in the nighttime session, but some flamboyant dress from him. Good to see.
They're matching for a reason. I'm liking it. Question from Sammy about how can he play here. Well, all you got to do if you're in Europe is join a team. Win your domestic league, you'll end up here in the European Cricket League. Saeed. Go after this, but this is a catching opportunity, and I can't see it being missed, and it isn't. Zadran takes the catch. So Kande tries to move the needle, and he can't. Yeah, well, if he can't score quickly, get out of the way, I suppose. He tries to take on the mid-on. Zadran had it covered. That's the first wicket down now. Well done to Saeed, who gets his first wicket to score 4 for 1.
Yeah, it's a high enough run chase. They've really got to go hard from the beginning, and hasn't been too many shots in anger from the Bruno openers so far, but it's a nice piece of bowling. Just dropping it short of a length. The opener charges can't help but pop it up, and the Wild thing, pretty safe pair of hands, and that is a good start from Vienna Cricket Club. They would feel right on top of this contest, and some boundaries much needed off the bat of Bruno in the forthcoming balls.
Nice moment for Saeed as well. He didn't play the earlier game for Vienna CC, so he gets his first wicket in the ECL. It's a funny one. Kante obviously is up there for a reason, but he's frustrated, couldn't get much going. And here's one guy I think could get them in the contest, but I mean, you're ready, you're 4 off 8 balls. Kari behind the 8 ball, literally. Saeed. Again, they get a little bit of away movement. This one they've got more or less a traditional floating slip. We've seen a lot of teams now playing like the slip back on the circle as a bit of a bet both ways, save some runs, and also edges will fly with the bat speed you'll get in T10 cricket. That probably would have been a wide. It's punched into the gap though, and Kari, I mean, he's a class player, had all the time in the world. I'm loving that. He was never ever going to make it, Rahim. He doesn't care, jumps the fence for good measure. But that doubles the score, and you can see what a difference the captain can make.
Yeah, absolutely, getting his step count up and pursuing that delivery, but that Cartama Oval surface, even in the evening video, it's still really quick. Kari didn't really necessarily get that straight off the meat of the bat, but it rolls for an easy boundary.
Love
Good
that
stuff
from him from Rahim. Not afraid of grass stains, is he? It's about 10 metres behind that when it passed the rope. Ball a bit high, I think, but certainly see signs of that outswing from Saeed.
Yeah, Saeed, good discipline from him, not jumping up and appealing as soon as the balls hit the pad in line with the stumps, but really going over the top. But he's bowled a nice over here, waiting for the 4 last ball, but generally bowled a pretty good line, not giving the batsman too much width to work with.
Let's have Ashish with us. Welcome to the comment section. Random question time. If you want to throw something at myself or Rhino. Bowled again, plays off the back foot, doesn't want to run. Don't know about this, don't know if you'll be turning down runs like that, but they're all pretty far back on the circle. I mean, Kari might be once bitten, twice shy, was run out a bit earlier on. Semi-mixed up with Riaz Afridi, he was gunned down from the outfield. Okay, right now, you want to be around 22. 2 a ball is the going rate. 14 behind, they all help. And also Kari can't do it on his own, needs something from Janika as well. That's more of a pretty good over from Junaid Saeed. And a bit of respect from Kari. So it takes us to the end of 2. The score is 8 for 1.
Well, a bit of respect, but Kari's got a big mountain to climb here. Only 8 runs off the first 2 overs. It's been nice tight bowling. A little bit of swing for the Vienna Cricket Club openers. Have a look at those standings from Group D. Certainly Vienna will feel like they are in pole position to take their first win today and put themselves in a decent position to qualify for finals day. For those of you who are just joining us on the European Cricket League, first time this year, there are 4 of these 5 teams who will go through to finals day. Only 1 eliminated from the first 2 days of cricket, but there is a big advantage to finishing first or second. Number 1 and 2 will play each other for the opportunity to qualify for the final, and if they lose, they get the double bite at the cherry. Next team coming in for his second.
Edged and just past that floating slip we talked about. I suppose the one thing is where you're going to put your slip, and the depth depends on the speed of the bowling as well. So I'd say at this stage, they're not really trying to go express.
It's interesting, actually. We mentioned the last over how wide Hosseini is. Certainly not traditional first slip, but you can see why, just because of the prodigious movement from X-Team.
Normally when you've got one slip, especially in a limited overs game, they're at about a second because you're telling the keeper to go for absolutely everything. Speaking of going for everything, that's what Norris does down the leg side. Nice work from the big man. Quinny is certainly a character we know and love on the European Cricket Network. Also has done a bit of work as part of the Blue Crew over the last year or so. I know he's got some other employment lined up, so wishing him all the best. But great to have him out there in the ECL, representing his club that he loves so much, Vienna Cricket Club. Great host as well when we're in Austria. It's a bit of a ticky-tacker about this, as Rico would say, and need a bit more of the boom-boom because this power play's slipping away. I know, look, no one wants to get out, but also you'd hate to have the run rate required climb to 15, 16, 17 without kind of having a dip at it. Also with a batter like Afridi still to come, we know can hit boundaries.
Just going back to Quinton Norris as X-Team charging in to bowl his third ball of the over. It's wide of off stump, cut nicely, but fielder comes around, cuts it off, firing in. It would have been an opportunity for a run out if he had it hit. Scamper through with a single, but Norris is a man who looks like he really enjoys his cricket, and I suspect having that little bit of experience as we see some pedestrian running between the wickets. The bat goes down. I don't think it was actually
bat plug victim. Sometimes when you try and slide your bat in on the grass, it doesn't slide, it plugs. It's just the variation from XT doesn't come back. And Quinny certainly does, and I think he's a man similar in age to me, actually, Quinton, and I think get to a point in your life where you really appreciate it. You're still super competitive, and he is, but you know, he's had a lot of life experience now, and it's probably much the same as well, Big D. Just enjoying the moments, enjoying the experience. It's just driven to the offside. They'll get a run here. Again, the ones aren't really doing too much. This rate has climbed already to about 14.5 and over required.
Yeah, I was going to say with Norris, it's helpful having some of those experienced heads and a guy who's always got a smile on his face. It's been a pretty stressful game, this T10 cricket. Just having someone there to keep the troops calm when things aren't going their way. Key member of this team.
Oh, I think there's a little under edge on that. Quinny puts his hand up straight away. It's a long way down when your head's up in the clouds, and Quinny, well, he'd be frustrated here. Just couldn't stay low long enough.
I probably should have taken this. Started to rise just at the last moment. Didn't get down at all. He'll be disappointed. X-Team probably deserving of that wicket. He's bowled well in this spell.
Well, if there's an altercation between the bowler and the keeper after the game, I can't see anyone intervening. That'll be a proper clash. Anyway, this one he does take, but right now, Vienna CC disappointed they missed that opportunity, but they're well on top in this contest. Berno, they're 14 for 1 after 3.
Nice couple of overs there from Eckstein. Had his challenges in the previous game. Really struggled with his front foot positioning, but he's shown that when he gets it under control, not only can he move the ball, but he's pretty adept at bowling the left-handers as well, and has really had the Bruno Oakness and top order batsmen struggling to get on top of him, and they are facing a big run rate challenge. Target 120.
Just look at the bowlers still to bowl. You've got Saeed, he's going to bowl a second one now, but you've got bowlers like Javed Zadran to bowl. You've got Momin to bowl his 2 overs as well. It's going to be real tough. It's not like you can see these guys off and you've got some bowlers you can target easily. Saeed comes back in the 4th. It's a nice little bit of outswing, doesn't he? Having to work hard for every run. I like this from Ravi. He said, what's the future of ECN cricket? Well, I like Dan Casey's response. He said, world domination. I guess that's partly true, but not in an evil way. I mean, there's a couple of things we're trying to do, particularly just grow the profile of the game of cricket in Europe, but also taking European cricket to the world. Exciting new format. I think it's probably the biggest sea change in cricket since World Series cricket in the late 70s. The amount of matches, obviously, the amount of platforms we're able to get on now as well. Yeah, leading the way in innovation and entertainment, I'd say. Good in swinger to the left-hander, taking off middle stump for a single. The other thing is, I think it's inevitable that with this format, ECN eventually will probably cover cricket outside Europe. I just see it going that way. I just think it's very, very difficult to replicate this operation. So Who knows what the future holds, Rhino?
There's nothing but exciting things ahead in the coming years. We've got plenty of exciting things happening at this ground at the moment, mainly in the form of Cricket Club's bowling performance.
Well, he's already put his name down for ECS Las Vegas, coming in a year. Not to be specified just yet, but who knows?
Given your shirt yesterday, Vinny, I think that would fit very, very well in the city of sin.
Where would you like to go? Give us somewhere outside Europe, if you could do an ECS somewhere.
I'd love to see it taken to the islands in the Pacific.
Oh yeah, South Pacific, like ECS Vanuatu or something.
But people underestimate it's struck nicely down the ground. Simpson Parker makes a great effort. Unfortunately, just parries it over the top, and it ends up for what is undoubtedly a much needed Maximo. But really, I think a lot of people really should be excited about the quality of cricket coming out of the Pacific Islands, the likes of Vanuatu, Fiji. If you go around further north, Papua New Guinea team have been representing for a long time.
Good things.
They'd love the T10 format out there.
It's a great shot by Kari to go to Maximo. Simpson Parker tips it over the bar. Now he wants more. He's going to get more. Well, here's the charge. Is it too little, too late? Let's see. Kari goes back-to-back Maximals. Burno waking up in the fourth.
Yeah, they finally started to find a man who can find the boundary. He is an undoubted star of this team, and punching 2 Maximos in consecutive balls. That ball has travelled quite some way. They're trying to resuscitate this innings. Curry up to 19 off 10. Bruno, 28 for 1. Last ball of the fourth.
Gets Aid. You know he's going to get that little bit of shape out and kind of play for it. I think you've got to go for him again here. On top in the contest, you only get one more ball from him. He'll be able to get a single, but that's not too bad. So Kari just resuscitating this innings. But it's a big task ahead of him at the moment. That's 4 overs down. Burno, 29 for 1.
Have a look at the run rate, Worm. Actually, things a little bit behind the 8 ball for Bruno, but still plenty of overs to go. Wasn't the greatest power play for them, but a couple of Maximos in that over have certainly helped them. Now it looks like Shahil Moman, who has bowled very well in this tournament so far, coming on with his left arm orthodox. This could be a very interesting battle. Kari, a man who's not afraid to use his feet to get to the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, for sure. Moments. A really smooth operator with the ball. Left arm spin. Turn away from the right hand. He's hard to come down to. Varies pace. Here he is, Nova number 5. Well, I think everyone will be happy with a dead ball here. Although if I was batting, I'd say, yeah, I was ready. I'll take the 5.
Still giving him the stare, Kari. Not happy.
What happened here? Oh yeah, he was just late to look up. And then Quinton saying, yeah, no, that's fine. We'll definitely bowl that one again. So I think that's a sensible solution.
It's interesting, the umpire signal there was almost a half dead ball, half wide call, but certainly a dead ball in the books.
Now this is hit, and it's hit into a gap. It's a really good shot. Kari is bringing this innings to life, isn't he? Oh, he did have a look at a few. He didn't take too many risks in the power play. He's bided his time. This is a really good shot. Maybe a little bit short for a moment. That one goes to the boundary via the bat.
Yeah, excellent cricket shot. Moman didn't give that a huge amount of pace, so had to all come from the blade of Kari, but he's placed it brilliantly and timed very well. Excellent cricket.
Good batting. Moment do here. Again, he's got a late look down, an unexpected look down, and that's what kind of threw Moman that time. Anyway, pays to pay attention. In the air and gone. Now he's picked out the fielder, and that is a big moment in this chase. Kari on the cut. He picks out the big D, not an easy guy to go around. And so Moman breaks through in the 5th, and he gets the Burno skipper 33 for 2.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling from Moman. Just actually fixed up his length after a poor quality first ball. In fairness, he had a couple of different attempts at running in at various times through this over, but that is a big wicket from Vienna Cricket Club. You can see some big smiles on the team there. X-Team getting hugs all round for relatively neat catch, but they will know that is one of the prime movers back in the pavilion. Big wicket.
Yeah, well, Big D didn't have to move a muscle, and that's just the way he likes it. It was chest high, sucked into his vortex. Paras Kari would be disappointed to go in that fashion, but he does contribute 14. Just as he was getting going, he's got to go. And the score is 33 for 2.
Yeah, it looks like there was a little bit of extra overspin on that ball from Omar. Gave it a touch of flight as well, and it just got big on Kari. Couldn't control the cut shot, and Eckstein couldn't be any better place.
I think there's suggestions for ECS locations, by the way. Oh, this, I'm not sure it takes a little under edge here. It felt like it did. Needs to be handled, and it is. Come back for 2. Throw might have been interesting there. Is it runs? Yeah, it is runs. So Little Edge took it under the gloves of Quinton Norris. Can't really blame the keeper for that, though. He has no time to react.
Difficult chance indeed. Nice bit of fielding, actually. And Junaid Saeed coming down there, managing to cut that off for what could have been a boundary.
That's the tossed up one. He'll be drifting down the leg side. It's well bowled, though, from Noman. He will vary his pace a bit. Good bowler.
Saeed certainly not fearful of taking the long handle. He's given a huge swipe across the line.
It was. It's Afridi's job. Now it cuts. Big D. He skates around and puts this to 1. I'm loving the comment section as well. And some people ask, has Rico gone to Papua New Guinea? He hasn't. I like Craig Hampson's suggestion. ECN Caribbean edition. That would be cool. No complaints there. Hello to Zishan as well. He's enjoying more videos from us at Molly's last night. But it's only every 2 weeks, so during the championship week, we'll have to get you back out for championship week, maybe on a Wednesday night. We'll
just
carry on where we
conveniently
left off.
coinciding with the open mic night at Molly's Roadhouse.
I especially like the bit when they took half off the bill because we were such good company. That was my favourite. Thanks, Mick. Here's the last ball of the 5th. This is cut pretty well. Difference is it's into the gap. So Ihalagi's kind of been the silent partner so far through the first half of this innings. He's only faced 9 balls despite opening the batting, and that will be a boundary to top off the 5th. So the score is 40 for 2. I want to say a big warm welcome to all of you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan with me, Corey Rutgers, taking you through the Group D action. Let's give Rico a shout out, maybe. Rico, I know you've been watching. Hopefully you're well. We miss you here. Obviously, it's great to have Rhino as a more than capable fill-in. But, you know, Rico, we always miss him when he's not around.
I miss Rico. I miss his clothing, I promise, because we've got Peacock Friday coming up tomorrow, Vinny.
We do.
I've got something far more peacock for tomorrow. Thought I've started out a bit bland. It's going to be elevated.
Liking it. Well, this would have been a wide. Instead, it's 6. Well, that's a sign of what Afridi can do. That was well wide of the tram line. And, oh, Big Riaz just says, yeah, I could take the 1, but I want more. So the Wild Thing, again, uses the pace. And Afridi's probably the one guy still there. He won't be bothered by the pace that Zadran will deal. What a shot.
What a shot indeed. He's a great athlete, Afridi. This feels like Wild Thing versus Wild Thing, Vinny. These two men both enjoy some pace down with the bowling. They're both big hitters.
Like,
this could be a decisive contest.
It's like 2 Tarzans out there. Oh, he's gone now. And that was quicker. He woke up the giant, didn't he? And that was slippery from Zadran, who gets his revenge served cold, and that was plump. Afridi 6 and out. It's 46 for 3.
Yeah, after a very wide first delivery, Zadran's got it right on the button. That was a searing Yorker. Not a huge amount that Afridi with a big bat swing could do about it. And clearly the Wild Thing didn't enjoy that first ball being popped over the boundary, but probably just taking the leg stump of the batter there. That's a great Yorker regardless. Super bowling from Zadran.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, if Riaz Afridi was bowling, he would have done exactly the same thing, and he can go up a gear. But he wasn't expecting that. That was a proper shoelace crusher, wasn't it? And he just snuck across in front of the stumps and missed one that was heading for the furniture. He goes for 9. Pretty good shot in there, though. 46 for 3.
Certainly would have loved him to be at the batting crease a bit longer. Not out of this, Bruno. I mean, the fact that they've only lost 3 wickets, they've got batters in hand, but that run rate just starting to get a little bit out of hand. Still 74 required, and they've only got 4.5 overs to go, so they have got to start finding the boundary with greater regularity. Kashif's just come to the crease. Inalagi, so they faced 9 balls off the first 5.2 overs.
Be 1. A few people talking about the LBW there. To me, it wasn't missing. I think if you actually slow it down, it looked like it hit a bit more left of where you thought. And the other thing is he took a big step in front of the stumps. It hits him on the crease, doesn't have too far to travel. I think if that wasn't given out, the bowler would have a pretty decent complaint. Clever bowling though. Geez, I'd love to be able to just bowl 20% quicker at will, which is what Zadran seems to be able to do. We haven't seen a slow ball yet today. He's got a really good slow ball. Daddy wants to keep the pace on. And I think there's a bit of the keeping it up his sleeve. He did this when he was playing for Austria in the T10 International Series recently. They had a 7-game series against Malta. Didn't really see the slow ball used at all, because I think he just wants to keep that element of surprise. He might just use it if absolutely necessary. Well, right on cue, there it is. But yeah, you can see how with that fast arm action, it's pretty disconcerting for the batter.
Well, for a guy who gets a fair bit of elevation when he hits the pitch too, the fact that this thing just absolutely dies off the pitch, that's a difficult ball to hit to the boundary.
Call him the wild thing, because that's what he typically was, but control's pretty good. You can see Ingalagi, 2 minds here. Again, you don't know if that's the slow one or the quick one, then you can't trust your eyes anymore. It's an uncomfortable place to be, so you feel like Zadran, after going for that 6, is bossing the rest of this over.
Yeah, he's a genuine athlete, Zadran. There's probably a few aspects of his bowling action that you could probably rectify, get a little bit more control and pace, but boy, does he get everything out of his body.
It's a good shot by Janaka. Look at 1. That will be the end of the over, so he'll retain the strike. 6 overs down. Bruno, 49 for 3. Phil G saying he saw Zadran in the CE Cup. That's the Central European Cup that they have in Czech Republic every year. Very talented bowler, great variation. Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, this is always the concern for Bruno. If they lose the captain and a Frida, I feel like that's their engine room to make big scores. If they don't, it's not easy for the rest to put a big one on the board. Ashish Mata contributed earlier. Ihalagi's gotten through 6 overs here. He's only faced 12 balls. Now, go back to Moment. The thing about this level, you don't get a lot of room to breathe. You don't get a bowler that you can get after that easily. Moment, we'll give him 1 for free here.
Nice bit of flight from Moman though. I suspect, given the good runs he's got to play with, might give a little bit more air. Try to challenge Ihalagi to take him over the fence.
Ledge, this will probably beat the fielder. It does. It was a brave chase from Saeed, but Ihalagi will get 4 with a bit of an edgy stroke, but he'll take it.
I feel like he probably is beating him all ends up there, back going inside out, outside edge, but fortunately Saeed just running on a travelator next to the pill, goes to the boundary.
One does actually turn for a moment. Well, this is the thing, you've got to remember these are European club teams, so at a club level in the Czech Republic, you wouldn't face a bowler like Javid Zadran. You just wouldn't. So it's a great experience. Also, to have to do it on the big stage under lights at the Cartama Oval. It's not easy, but it's a good test for the cricket ability of some of these batters now. Swing and a miss. Nice whips off the bails, but Sheaf wasn't going anywhere.
Big swing across the line. Looking like he's probably not got a method for dealing with the left arm orthodox at this quality. Oh, bowling a nice little second over.
This time, Quinton likes it, but I think the back foot stayed home.
How quick is Q, not only to take off the bails, but then to actually go and retrieve the bails and get them back on the stumps.
Yeah, to get them back on and get going right now. They're well on top in the game. They're looking like they want to get back to the Sunset Beach for a good old-fashioned level 8 dinner before it closes. It's a quick one. See, a moment, clever, isn't he? Bowls it accurately most of the time. I still think he can bowl better than this, but you can say, as a batter, you can never really get settled in a rhythm. Last ball the over then. It's a quicker one again, but it's a good shot. It's going to be sliced away. Square of the wicket on the offside. So Kashif gets 4, throws his hands. Now, a stone-faced expression there at the moment, but that's the end of 7. It's 59 for 3.
Yeah, nice cut shot after he tried to slog the ball over to the leg side for the previous couple of deliveries. Gets the back foot across, crunches it just forward of point. Lovely shot. Setting our mind to day 2 of Group D. Starting off, Bruno boys from the Czech Republic will be back against the Helsinki Titans, who probably consider themselves a little bit unlucky. They were pretty good at times during their first 2 games today.
Well, games 6 and 9, that's what I'm looking at tomorrow. I mean, it's far from a certainty. Matches 7, 8 and 10, but Dreux and Forfshire have set the pace, and the others have been fighting for the scraps so far. So Brno Helsinki Titans in match number 6, and then Vienna CC Helsinki Titans in match number 9. Will be games I'll be keeping a keen eye on. Anyway, this is up in the air, it's catching opportunity, and it's taken. So now the Wild Thing can't keep him out of the game. MSP comes in. I think he firms for player of the match with a wicket first ball. And the men in the black and gold enjoying the Cartama Oval under lights. Helagi, he battled through 7 overs for 16, but he's got to go now. First ball of the 8th, and the score is 59 for 4.
I'll tell you what, things can't get much better for Mark Simpson-Parker, can they? Comes on first ball, pops straight up to the Wild Thing. Easy catch for him. He's not shelling that sort of chance. And that is a great start to the Simpson-Parker over, but for Bruno, it feels like their chances in this game may have gone to bed with Janeka Helagi out 16 or 15. Only 4 wickets down, but they are a long way behind the run rate now.
Yeah, of course. Speaking of Mark Simpson-Parker, he does have a hat-trick here at the Cartama Oval, playing for the Austrian national team in the ECC last year. Look, I was having a bit of a chat and just a bit of a chin wag with some of the Brno guys earlier. And, realistically, they're looking to try and qualify. If they can qualify for Saturday, they'll feel like that's a success. And so I said, okay, let's be practical. How do you do that? You've got to find a win somewhere along the way. And you have to make sure that when you lose, you reduce the margin as much as possible. So that's kind of the situation we're in now. As there's a bit of a back away and a slash, but it will land safely. I think a 2, they're going for it. Good throw will be trouble. I think he's gone. The bat's plugged. And that's going to be a golden one for Ramarao. Q-Stick finishes things off. It's going to be 60 for 5. They've gone upstairs, but Rhino, there's no way he's made this.
I think the Eagle Eye Sandu has called it, and he's called it accurately. That's a wonderful throw from the outfield. Haven't they got some bullet arms in this team, the Vienna side? We saw Arsalan Arif come up with a fantastic run out. That is confirmed. There are multiple ways he's not made his ground on that occasion. Fortunately, a little bit of ball watching, got to the non-strikers and put his head down, charged to come back, but a great throw from the outfield, and he has gone by a long, long way. And unfortunately, Romero, who did so much damage with the ball earlier on, he is back to the pavilion in quick time.
Again, that's the difference, I think, of going a level up when you've only got champion teams. I mean, often I think domestically you might get away with that. Can't really criticise the running of Ramarao. It's just the decision-making, I think. For me, there was never 2 there. He committed to it, but a good throw. And I think he's also learned, don't slide your bat in the grass, because sometimes it doesn't slide. Anyway, had some good moments in the game, didn't he? And I wonder how that hip will be feeling when he wakes up tomorrow morning. As it is, Suresh goes for a golden one, like I said, goes first ball. The score is 60 for 5.
Full credit to Ali Rahimi, who was the man who's patrolled that boundary out of deep cover for most of the evening. It was a great throw. Quinton Norris couldn't be happier with some of the fielding, or the outfielding from the Vienna team today.
Oh, that's only just missed. Quinton can't handle it, so it'll be a bye. I'm surprised to see Mata so low after he made the runs in the last game.
It was a pretty good ball from Simpson-Parker, just drifted in quite late, only just missed the off stump.
Yeah, good throwing arms, like you say. Anyway, MSP, have to get a couple more here. This is a miles in the air. Well, good luck. That's into the night sky, and it's dropped. We barely get a hand on it in the end. Junaid Saeed. I have played under lights a few times, played the Wacker a few times. There's something eerie about the ball going up into the night sky. You feel like you're the only person on the whole world. And I think that's how Saeed felt then when it came down. Hadn't quite judged it right.
Yeah, I think physiologically it requires the eyes to make a few transitions. You've got the ball coming from the dark night sky, then into the bright lights, and then into your hands. It's a tough gig.
MSP might want to get one of the stumps here to Kashif, who is swinging pretty hard. But this is what I was just talking about a little bit earlier, Brno. They've got to grab a win somewhere along the way, and that win, probably they're targeting the Titans in the morning, but then reducing the margin. So, there might be other teams just on the 1 win as well, and you want to be able to edge them out in net run rate. So makes these 2 overs important. Just a bit of outswing there from MSP. It'll be the end of 8 overs, and Brno are 62 for 5.
The big man, MSP, he's had a cracking game for Vienna. Could have had a couple of wickets in that over, but as it was, they also had the run out that is a good start for him with the ball. He's actually looked pretty tidy with the pill, bowled quite well.
Yeah, he has.
The first game as well. Found a good channel.
Got good natural attributes, doesn't he? Mark Simpson-Parker. Also, Ali Rahimi, mentioned him earlier, really good fielder. You saw his efforts. He chased the ball, which I think it had got to the boundary well before he even thought about diving, but did anyway. I like that. Also pretty handy with the gloves as a backup option as wicketkeeper, Ali Rahimi. Nice work by him. Now we are going to go into over number 9. So yeah, just trying to get 2 good overs here. We've seen in these 4 match group stages that even a few runs can make such a big difference. We saw Beverin actually qualify for the double chance on the basis of net run rate. It jumped a lot in that last game when they picked apart Possum on Tuesday night. Anyway, let's get ready, let's get steady, and let's go in over number 9. Looks like Jarvid isn't going to bowl just yet. Maybe a slight technical delay. Yeah, but Jarvid, he's getting his first game of the series as well. So obviously gives VNSCC the ability to maybe get some more people into the game. I like the way they have made a couple of changes, trying to get everyone involved. There's Ian Ramage, very experienced first-class umpire. It's really good to have his services. It brings a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge to the umpire group. And they've also said he's a really great guy to have around anyway. It's one of the all-time great swings from the batter and the bowler. And Quinton, looking like a man that's been out there all day. Can't quite gather that, but we'll get a bye.
Big fella hasn't had the happiest night with the gloves. Kept up well to the slower bowlers, but...
If Ali Rahimi would be knocking on his door back at the Sunset Beach Club in the middle of the night, suggesting something, but Quinny, he's got a pretty good pair of hands, particularly when he's around the stumps. Okay, maybe when he's back, there's still a few things aren't quite what they were as far as the mobility wise, but does normally have a pretty good set of hands. He's very quick to whip the bails off, even quicker to retrieve them, as it was mentioned in the comment section. Probably wide, it's not given. Gave Ian a wrap. I feel like this bounces on the line, tell me if I'm wrong. He sneaks across a bit. All right, that might be a good call, because Ian is so good he noticed he was a half a stump outside and off stump, so moves the line. Well, he's an umpire and I'm not. Anyway, I'm glad I'm not under this, because this is going all the way back to the wall. 6. And Maximo Kashif. Now, he's a little bit of a cult figure in the Czech domestic scene. You never know what to expect from him. Right now, he launches into the night sky. When it came down, it was his side of the rope. Maximo 6 runs.
Kashif goes kaboom. That was a lovely strike. He's picked up the in-swinger from Javed, deposited it.
Anyway, they tried to here. Good luck. On a fumble you can go, but clean pick up. Well, how about that for a piece of fielding?
This bat was grounded. There was a bit of mirth from the centre wicket. Nothing being checked, so...
One thing I will say with Quinton, and you know I'm a keeper, talking to another keeper, I know there's a bit of a fashion to get in front of the stumps, but I just don't think that's a smart play. Often you spoil like this. What was he planning to do with this? If he touched it, it would have been a non-direct hit. And I know there's an argument that says, and look, I'll come back to that in a second, because that's the end of the 9th over. Score is 71 for 5. So there is a bit of a there's a bit of a school of thought that, okay, let's say you be the stumps here. So Rhino's going to be the stumps. So if the throws come in here, you know, the traditional way is very high stumps. There you go, thank you. To take it and then go back, and that does take extra time. So there's a bit of a thought that you can take it and take the stumps on the way through. For me, it depended on how quick the throw was. If it's a slower throw and I felt like I could kind of not lose too much time, maybe gain time with quick hands, then I would do that. But, you know, a fast throw, I think often you're also then creating an unnatural catching angle. You're kind of reaching, and often you spend it before you get it. So that's just something for keepers. I think most of the time you're better off staying behind the stumps, with a few exceptions made with a slightly slower throw. Anyway, nothing too slow about this. Zadran goes full, goes straight, and he blasts through Kashif. So the Wild thing, having a good time of it out there. 6 wickets down now, and it's 71 for 6.
Yeah, that was a heat-seeking missile from Zadran. Absolutely nails his Yorker. Skittles the stumps, and that is going to leave with just a few balls to go. Bruno, no hope of winning this game now. Lusty blow, but unfortunately no contact as Dreux picks up another wicket. He's actually been pretty good with the ball in this game.
Yeah, he's a good bowler. Someone asked me my favourite player in European cricket, and I don't really have one. I probably have heaps, but one of the first names that came to my mind when I was asked was Dreux. I just think he's so dynamic. He's improved so much as well. I think he's come a long way as far as his control with his bowling. You see it there. A lot of potential. Anyway, unfortunately for Kashif, he has to go, but he does get one away while he's out. And then Naveed Ahmed, experienced campaigner, coming out at number 8 to replace him.
Just going back to your train of thought before, Vinny, I have a feeling it was the South Africans who introduced that approach.
South Africans and English people always... Whoa.
Jeez, that was quick from Dreux. He's getting a bit of pace in this.
South Africans and English people... Look, and by the way, I'm pro different techniques and trying things, and wicket keeping is one of those things where some things work for some people better than others. But I think you don't want to spoil a throw that's going to hit the stumps. That's the most efficient way for the ball to hit the stumps. So if it's got a chance of doing that, you normally don't want to get in the way. Again, it's identifying the situations. So yeah, sometimes I'd know that the batter was probably out by a lot, and I didn't want to wait. I saw the throw coming back in, and I felt super confident I was never going to drop it. And then you can maybe go one motion. But otherwise, the throw's whistling in. You're normally better just catching it first and probably catching it behind the stumps in case it hits them. Well, who wants this one? It's miles in the air. Could be 3 for Fazadran. It will be as Mamin holds on. 3 for 9. Good figures, or late charge maybe at the player of the match. Simpson Parker, muted. Congratulations from him as Burno loses the 7th wicket now, 71 for 7.
Smiles all round from the Viennese, who are waltzing through this contest. It's been a very good performance from them. Initially with the bat, led by Simpson Parker, but Dreux, he's been the star with the ball. That's his 3rd wicket, generating some nice heat, and he could be a fiery proposition when we get to day 2. Unfortunately, Naveed Ahmed goes without scoring off 3 balls, and Bruno 71 for 7. It's been a brave effort for them with the bat, but they just needed a little bit more from their key guys at the top of the order.
Yeah, it's tough to go out there against someone like Zadran. You've got no reference points. I mean, it's going to be blisteringly fast, or it's going to be a slower ball. Well, here's Treat, gets to face 1 ball. Oh, just shot. Get him up the order. That's 1. Go on, go for 2. Might as well. Let's test those arms out. Well, Zadran was always going to ping that to the fence. But yeah, nice shot by Jaburi Kanyulal. He'll finish 2 not out. They get 73 in the end. The Czech champs, Brno, going to go down in this one. The margin of victory will be 46 runs. Congratulations to Vienna CC. They have their first win ever in the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket. The final score in Group D Match 5 is Vienna CC 119, Brno 73.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be extremely happy with that. The team from Vienna. They probably went into that game as slight favourites, but it was a must-win contest for them, and they have really shown that there is some quality in their lineup, both with the bat and the ball. A little kiss to the camera from the big Q. Eckstein, he started them off very well with the ball. Hearts all round, lovely stuff from Arsalan Arif. As we have a quick look at the schedule tomorrow, we'll kick things off here at 11:30 CET, 1600 Indian local time, but Bruno taking on the Helsinki Titans.
Huge.
That becomes a massive game.
Well, considering how Forfeiture tracking, that is a mismatch in match 8. So for Bruno, I'm treating that as a final. And well, Helsinki Titans, they'll feel they can challenge Vienna CC in match 9. But I think both teams should approach that like it's an elimination match, because it well might be, depending on what happens later in the day. You can see Dreux again, the batting never really clicked to the extent that we know that it could. Their bowling was decent though today. At Forfeiture, for me, they were by far, well, not just one of the most impressive teams I've seen in Group D, but probably in the whole tournament so far. The way they were drilled, had a little bit of a wobble against Vienna CC earlier. Speaking of the wobbles, there was a bit of it early, wasn't there? Although, when Kari came to the crease at number 3, I'd probably open with him. I'd say just put all your chips on the table at the start. Maybe you go Kari and Afridi and hope that they can get you off to a blinder. I know it's awful if you lose them, but problem is they kind of let this game drift for 2 overs. By then it already had climbed to kind of this 14, 15 and over. It was always going to be tough for Bruno to peg that back.
Yeah, extremely. It was a good total put on the board by Vienna Cricket Club, and Bruno really needed to get off to a fast start. They did the complete opposite. But speaking of fast, that man, the wild things, Zadran came up with a couple of pearly Yorkers. Well, he was taken to the boundary a couple of times, but actually bowled quite a nice spell. That man, MSP, he had a fantastic game. Probably an absolute lock for player of the game with his half century, followed by a couple of good stints at the bowling crease. The big Q, he had the finger up. He got exactly the reference that he wanted from the umpire. Big hit towards the end. Afridi, he was probably their last hope, but his head went looking to the skies as he was bundled out by the big paceman's Dreux, and he had a pretty happy time with the ball. Maman coming in off the long on boundary, takes the catch without too much fuss, and the man Dreux, he led them with the ball. That man led from the front with the keeping gloves, and all round Vienna, they've got to be happy with that one, Vinny.
You feel like Vienna CC was so happy that a lot of the corona restrictions got raised, because there's a lot of kisses that are being pointed left, right and centre. Anyway, Kari top scores with 24, the captain. Unfortunately, he got out to a fairly short delivery from Shahil Momin. Apart from that, Ihilagi batted a fair way through the innings for 16, and Ali Kashif, the only other player to reach double figures. With the ball, plenty of good performance. I think Zadran showed us a bit of what he could do. He unleashed that slow ball a couple of times as well, 3 for 11. Mark Simpson-Parker didn't do too much wrong at all. Just a 1 over, 1 for only 2. Junaid Saeed and Momin get their first wickets as well. As it's I wouldn't say it's a demolition job, but certainly I think that Vienna CC just outplayed Brno there. Probably a bit more experience of players that have played here and played at this level. When you look at some of the national team players they have in their setup, like Javid Zadran, like Mark Simpson-Park, and that probably just gave them the edge. And Brno were always playing catch-up, but still, it's a great learning experience for them, and they'll have a really huge match coming up in the morning against the Titans.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Brno can take something out of that. As you say, their match against the Titans now becomes probably the huge clash of day 2. Helsinki Titans, they feel a little bit unfortunate. They certainly acquitted themselves well today, probably go in slight favourites to that game, but they will know the pressure is on, because lose that contest, they've then got to beat Vienna at the end of the day. Tough ask.
Yeah, it will be. So Vienna CC will be pretty happy to go to bed with 2 points. We have, for the first time, 2 teams that win both games on opening day and 2 teams that lose both games on opening day. So, both the Titans and Brno looking over their shoulders. They will meet in the morning. Again, there's lots of permutations. The Titans, if they lost, but then they beat Vienna CC, then we'd have a situation with probably a 3-way tie, and then there's net run rate consideration. So, look, plenty can happen, and plenty can change as well from one day to the next. I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there, no matter where you've been watching from around the world. Plenty of new viewers today, of course, new group starting. It's the first of 3 days here in Group D. To everyone that came out, all the Scottish viewers as well. A lot of them might be back at level 6 on the Sunset Beach Club. Well, I'll see you soon there. But I want to say a big thank you to you. Corey, of course, was fantastic. He did great work in the robot suit. And stay tuned for the highlights after this, because I think it will be worth watching. But big thank you to you, Rhino. It's been great to have you back after quite a long time. Since I've worked with you, you did a magnificent job. You never missed a beat. Okay, just quickly before we go, don't forget to go to our social media at European Cricket. Find out some of the highlights there. There's plenty of them there on our Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, plenty of other platforms. Also our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. If you haven't already, like and subscribe, and make sure that you check out some of the other material on there. And our website, europeancricket.com. That's the place you can go. Check all the fixtures, the scores, and some of the stats. Rhino, Group D, pretty exciting. Scott setting the pace, but the others, they'll be on the chase.
Yeah, certainly almost 2 levels in this group. Dreux and Forfarshire really put down the marker today. They are the 2-class teams. But those just next down, I have a feeling Helsinki will probably make their way past Brno tomorrow. And Vienna showed this evening they've got enough with the bat and ball that it won't take much to cause an upset on finals day.
Yeah, this is what I'll say as well, that Vienna CC shouldn't give up on that double chance, because they'll meet Dreux in the morning in match 7. It'll be the early afternoon, actually, but you know what I mean. So I think that you looked at Zadran hitting his straps. Look at Mark Simpson-Parker. Dreux also so unpredictable with the bat. So that, for me, is pretty much a toss-up. And, yeah, that'll be a pretty interesting one to watch as well.
So the man that we haven't seen fire yet, Iqbal Hussain, and if he can get going with the bat, we've seen him launch a couple of big bombs, but he's just given his wicket away almost straight after. If you can get both him and Simpson-Parker going in the same game, then watch out those 2 big guns in the form of Dreux and Forfarshire. They will not have everything their own way.
Look, and let's not forget Carlton last year, the Scottish club. They won every game and lost the final, and that was over 5 days. So look, anything's possible. I want to say a big thank you to all the Blue crew, all of our Spring Productions TV crew as well as all of our helpers around the ground. They've been absolutely magnificent. We will will leave you with some highlights today, thanks to our crew at Spring Productions. Watch out for the robot. It'll be back tomorrow as well, don't you worry. And the hype people, they'll be in tomorrow. We're going to get hyped up for another day of European cricket action. See you tomorrow for more European Cricket League. Hasta mañana.